Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you as I read the prayer to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Yes, President. I table documents pursuant to statute and returns to order as listed on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
Yes, President. Committees have lodged proposals as shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised. Minister Wong?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I thank the Senate for drawing my attention to the fact I was being called. I seek leave to move a motion relating to the meeting of the Senate this week and budget estimates hearings.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister.
I thank the Senate and I move the motion as circulated.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Minister Wong be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Cash.
Thank you, and I seek leave to move a motion relating to further revelations about the CFMU's links with organised crime and the consideration of legislation as circulated.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted. Senator
Pursuant
Cash.
to contingent notice standing in my name, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent me moving a motion to provide for the consideration of a matter, namely a motion to give precedence to a motion relating to further revelations about the CFMU's links with organised crime and the consideration of legislation. Now, let us be very clear. What is the legislation that the Coalition is seeking to bring on today and pass through the Australian Senate? And that is, of course, to restore the tough cop on the beat, the Australian Building and Construction Commission, but not only that, the Registered Organisations Amendment, removing criminals from work sites bill. Quite frankly, Madam President, after what we saw on 60 Minutes, utterly vile revelations, I mean, seriously, you had a health and safety rep, I mean, the irony of this person's title, standing there kicking a woman on a construction site. I cannot think of anything more shameful, more degrading and, quite frankly, more in need of this Senate coming together today and restoring the tough cop on the beat to ensure that the construction industry in Australia has half a chance of competing against organised crime. I mean, the fact that we now, in Australia, the words roll off the tongue, organised crime in Australia has infiltrated the CFMEU, is running the CFMEU, and in doing that now controls the construction industry in Australia, and the Labor Party sit back and do nothing. But we all know why, Deputy President, and that is because in the time that Prime Minister Albanese has been leading the Labor Party has received from the CFMEU $11.5 million, either in donations or in electoral support. Well, what an absolute disgrace. Money talks in this country. Dirty money flowing from the CFMEU, infiltrated by organised crime, into the Australian Labor Party. And a very good question that needs to be asked is, given these ongoing revelations, is the Australian Labor Party going to return that money back to the members of the CFMEU, the hard-working members of the CFMEU who, quite frankly, are not properly represented by the organised crime that are actually now allegedly infiltrating them. I mean, this is what we saw on that Sunday night. Bikies perpetrating domestic violence on job sites for taxpayer-funded projects. Bikies, someone kicking a woman, played out on our TV screens across Australia, and we stand here today willing to work with the government to bring on these two bills to restore the tough cop on the beat, but also to ensure that there is legislation to remove these criminals from work sites. And we all know the government hasn't given us leave to do that. And again, we know why. Because money talks, and the money that this government has taken from the CFMEU is the reason they refuse to do anything about it. But what is worse? What is worse is this. The first thing Mr Albanese did when he became Prime Minister of this country was actually to abolish the tough cop on the beat, the Australian Building and Construction Commission. And why did he do that? Because that was the #1 wish list item for John Setka, the CFMEU and the ACTU. You have to be kidding me. The ABCC. Now, I'm sure those on the other side are going to stand up and tell us how they were not successful. Well, of course they would, because they have a financial interest in ensuring that there is no tough cop on the beat in the construction sector. I mean, this is the reality at the moment that Australians face. The CFMEU is a modern-day mafia organisation. The culture of criminality and corruption is now so entrenched, and we saw it again, 60 Minutes last Sunday night, that it will never, ever change, especially under a government that is still, to this day, completely, totally and utterly beholden to the CFMEU. There is only one party that will stand up, and that is the Coalition, because we're not beholden to them.
I have got to go to the Minister, but I note you want the call.
Thank you, Deputy President. The government will be opposing this motion. Deputy President, I might point out that Senator Cash was heard in complete silence.
Yes. Order,
and it would be a good thing if the similar respect could be shown to all speakers, whether it be me or anyone else. I know you don't want to hear the arguments against this, but I'm here to provide them to you. So the government will be opposing this motion. First of all, it's an attempt to disrupt the program, which has already been set, which is to deal with matters including the Workplace Gender Equality Amendment, setting gender equality targets. So we've just heard from Senator Cash about why supporting women in workplaces is important, but her political stunt now is about stopping debate on workplace gender equality amendment legislation, which is about setting gender equality targets. So it's a political stunt designed to disrupt a program which has already been listed. But let's go to the substance of what Senator Cash is trying to do. The allegations which we saw again in 60 Minutes and in other media reporting a week ago were completely unacceptable, were appalling, and were the direct result of the investigations commissioned by the administrator of the CFMEU. I know Senator Cash isn't prepared to listen to arguments and would rather yell rather than listen to those arguments, but the reality is that many of the allegations that we have seen on our TV screens over the last 12 months occurred while the Coalition was in power, while it had an ABCC in force, and these things were going on under the nose of the ABCC, while it was prosecuting workers for putting stickers on their helmets, while it was prosecuting workers and unions for displaying flags on work sites. All of this criminality was not just occurring but was flourishing while the ABCC was in place under a coalition government. And you know what started to change that? What started to change that was the actions of a Labor government. What started to change that was the actions of a Labor government, which took the unprecedented step of passing legislation through this parliament which enabled the appointment of an administrator to the CFMEU, who is beginning the long, difficult job of cleaning up an organisation that desperately needed cleaning up. Now, it is worth noting, of course, that as horrifying as some of the allegations we've seen about activities within the CFMEU are, and they are horrifying, we also need to recognise that there has been terrible misbehaviour on behalf of some employers in the sector and some labour hire firm operators in the sector as well. You never hear anything about that from the coalition. It's only about unions, it's only about workers. What this government is about is cleaning up the construction sector as a whole, including the CFMEU, including gangland figures like Mick Gatto, including the other corrupt individuals who are involved in this industry. And Senator Patterson may have observed that only a week or so ago, the Australian Federal Police raided a number of premises that seem to be connected to these gangland figures as a result of investigations that are occurring by the CFMEU administrator. So it might be politically convenient for the opposition to argue that things haven't changed enough within the CFMEU in the 6 months that the administrator has been in power. The only reason we are seeing these revelations in the media, the only reason we are seeing police raids in the media, the only reason we have seen a number of officials, organisers and delegates sacked from the CFMEU because of misbehaviour is due to the appointment of the administrator. So the administrator should be able to continue his work unimpeded by political stunts like this one from Senator Cash, so that he can continue the job of cleaning up the CFMEU and ensuring that workers in the construction sector have a strong and effective union to defend their rights and to defend their safety at work. Now, just very briefly in the time I have left, I might go to what Senator Cash's bill seeks to do. And of course we saw that press conference in Melbourne the other day with the opposition leader, Senator Cash, Senator Patterson, every other senator who wanted to try and get their mug on TV there. And what did they say they wanted to do, and what is contained within this bill? Well, for all their complaints about the activities of the CFMEU and John Setka and people like that, if this bill passes, it will deregister the CFMEU. It will make the CFMEU not subject to any regulation whatsoever. You are effectively handing the keys to the CFMEU National Office back to John Setka. You are handing the keys to the CFMEU back to the criminals and crooks who've been thrown out of the CFMEU because you are going to allow them to operate in an unregulated environment. Do you really think that's going to make things better? You will bring back the ABCC, under which this activity flourished with no consequences. You will put in place a police task force that already exists. This will let the worst elements back out on construction sites, and it will be down.
Thank you, Senator Watt. Senator McKenzie.
Well, here we are, another day, another minister standing up, running a protection racket for the CFMEU here under the Albanese government. They like to think that they put an administrator in charge and we can now throw the Harry Potter invisibility cloak over the corruption issues within the construction industry in this country. But meanwhile, they pay their pre-selectors, they take the donations, they line their pockets, they take their Senate seats, thank you very much, captains of the construction industry, and we see $5 billion of cost blowouts for infrastructure projects in Victoria alone. So it is not just the men and women working in this industry day in, day out that are subjected to the horrific behaviour on construction sites around this country that were exposed by the 60 Minutes investigation, the excellent journalism of the Sydney Morning Herald and Age Stables and Nick McKenzie. Brave stuff, because these are very, very dangerous people, and threatening people's lives is something that they do quite easily and willingly. So well done to our journalists. But aside from the men and women being subjected to this type of behaviour on construction sites around the country, it is our infrastructure pipeline of funding where the federal taxpayer is being ripped off. I wrote to Catherine King, the minister responsible, on the 17th of July 2024, when these revelations first were exposed, when we found out Victoria had to be shovelled another $5 billion for not one more kilometre of road, not one more railway station, but for cost blowouts. And we didn't know why. I wrote to the Federal Minister and said, can you assure me, on behalf of the Commonwealth taxpayer, that this money is not going to the CFMEU, that this is not going to organised crime, and how do you know? Well, I got a lovely letter back from the Minister, and the chamber allows me. Really appreciate the opportunity. I'd foreshadow that I'll be tabling that letter. Well, she told me she'd directed her state and territory ministers that they need to account for all their dollars. But it would seem, despite the administrator being appointed, despite Catherine King's, exaltations that she had it all under control, that it's not under control. And I had to write to her last week to actually ask her whether the Victorian government had complied with her direction about funding. What action has the Victorian government and the federal government actually taken with respect to the conduct that has been exposed again by 60 Minutes and Nick McKenzie and fellow journalists? What measures did Catherine King initiate to satisfy herself that there had been no improper or unlawful conduct on Commonwealth-funded construction sites in Victoria? As yet, silence. Silence from the minister. Because what we know on our side of politics is this is not just restricted to Victoria. This is not a Victoria big build only problem. We saw evidence to this parliament that construction costs in Queensland had skyrocketed in excess of 30% simply because of the involvement of the CFMEU. That is a fact. That means the Olympics infrastructure costs more. That means the Bruce Highway safety upgrades cost more. So Australians are getting less for their tax dollar because of this unholy alliance between the Australian Labor Party, the CFMEU and organised crime. You don't need to be a rocket scientist. You'd stop being apologists for this behaviour and stand up. The only thing necessary for evil to triumph is for good people to do nothing. And you've been given the evidence by us, by auditors, by whistleblowers, by construction owners, and you've done nothing by the ABCC. You do nothing. You stand up in this chamber time and time again. You take their money, you take their votes for your pre-selections, and you do nothing against this criminality.
Senator Sheldon thought the call, but Minister, you are going to...
I would like to make a contribution.
Then I'll come to you, Senator. Just give me, Minister. I note, Senator Lambie, you were seeking the call. So, Senator Lambie, the crossbench haven't had an opportunity. So I'm going to give the Minister a call, and then I'll give. Oh, you happy for Senator Lambie?
Thanks, Chair. My apologies, Deputy President. Well, I think it's pretty clear what's on display this morning. Two contrasting approaches to a serious public policy issue, one of which on display in the contributions from Senator Cash and Senator McKenzie, full of mistruths and misstatements about the actual facts on the ground and the steps taken by this government, full of misunderstandings about the policy levers that are in fact available to government, the ones that would be effective and the ones that would make the problem worse. Evident in the alleged solution proposed by Senator Cash, which would indeed make this problem worse and would do nothing to in fact resolve the serious public policy issues that are at play in this debate. And as Senator Watt has already pointed out, there is some irony that the stunt that is being pursued this morning by Senator Cash is displacing time allocated for a debate on women's gender equality at work. Women's gender equality at work, the debate that should be taking place at that time, and it's for that reason, amongst other things, that we oppose this suspension. The allegations
that were aired of corruption, thuggery, violence. They are sickening and they are disturbing. And there is zero tolerance for criminal behaviour or for gender-based violence in any industry. And I want to say this clearly. Every worker deserves a safe workplace, free from violence, free from intimidation, free from thuggery. But the real question to be asked for those opposite is what would be effective in confronting it, because all of the things that were done when you were in government were plainly ineffective. The challenges which have built up in this industry built up under the supposed oversight of the body that you champion as the solution to these problems. And it is deeply revealing that you continue to champion those solutions, even in the face of all of the evidence that they did not work. We have taken a very different approach. From the very beginning, we took firm steps, because for us this matters. It actually does matter that there is a good union in this sector, a clean union, a union capable of standing up for workers' interests, a union capable of enforcing and supporting the safety standards that are so critical for people working on building sites. It matters to ordinary Australians that a good and effective and clean and orderly union does operate in this sector. And we're determined to stamp out those behaviours that we have seen that are entirely inconsistent with those values. We can't tolerate thuggery. We can't tolerate corruption. We can't tolerate the involvement of organised crime in this sector. Putting this organisation under the control of an administrator is an incredibly important step. It's a step that has allowed investigations to take place to uncover some of these behaviours. It stands in contrast to the proposal from the opposition to put this organisation into deregistration. As the Minister has already pointed out, what do people think that that will do? It will remove them from the oversight, the controls, the constraints that exist on any registered organisation, remove them from oversight by the Fair Work Commission, remove them from all of the obligations that attend to a registered organisation, and as the Minister had said, hand the keys back to John Setka. That is not an outcome that we are willing to tolerate. I am deeply surprised that it's an outcome that those on the other side are willing to contemplate and to advocate for. This is no solution whatsoever. It does nothing to deal with the challenges of the industry. It does nothing to restore the orderly operation of a clean union in this sector. It is a stunt, and it is a stunt that on the occasion of today and today's program displaces our opportunity to deal with a piece of legislation that actually promotes women's gender equality in the workplace.
Senator Lambie.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. Well, I have to say this, I'm going to call you out today, but 9 years? 9 years! You people had to clean up this industry. Let's be brutally honest here. You had Dyson Hayden in there, couldn't keep his hands off women, could not keep his hands off women. Have you had not been so goddamn lazy and done that report properly, you've had your time on the floor. Through the chair, Senator Cash, you've had your negotiations, you've had your time on the floor. So let's be honest, 9 years and 9 years. And 9 years you had your ABCC going. What did that do? What did that do? It did nothing. And if you think by registering these people, you are absolute nuts. They are 1% bike gang, and that is all they have become. They are construction, and they are 1%ers, and that is all that industry has turned itself into. That is it. If you remove patches of 1%ers, they drive themselves underground, and more destruction is done. That is all you will do with the CFMEU. You will drive them further underground. You will not. You had 9 years. 9 years, and this hasn't happened in 3 years. 9 years you had to clean them up, and you lost. You lost that fight because you couldn't get the job done. So let's remind people about that. 9 years. You should have had a look at the good person, at that person you put up as judge being Hayden, because he had no credibility to start with, let alone when he was finished, and let alone what we found out about him. You didn't follow through with those recommendations properly, and therefore it has not worked. It has been crap. Now, we've got nothing else left but this administrator right now, and until he makes those recommendations, since you had 9 years to clean it up and you failed miserably to do that, I would rather let that administrator go and get the job done. And get the job done. That's what I want to see. But honestly, if you think driving that CFMEU and those thugs underground where they already bloody belong anyway is going to help this country, you are terribly, terribly wrong. Now, I don't mind having a go at Labor in Melbourne or in Victoria, because let's face it, they've had their eyes closed. They knew this stuff was going on. This is what's been so disappointing, that we have all known this stuff's been, all of us, for years. But we have not tackled this. We have not tackled this, and it'll need to be hard. And not be a one-pronged approach. It will need to be 5 or 10-pronged approach to take down the CFMEU once and for all. And I know people are hurting out there, and I know there's not just women being harassed out there that belong to the CFMEU. Quite frankly, you are disgusting individuals. You are disgusting, and if you think this is a legacy of your sector, what a disgusting little legacy. You left it for yourself, you little standover man. You with your man Ghetto. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. You've got to love that this morning. You've got to love that. So honestly, if you think this is going to fix it overnight, you are delusional. Nothing is going to stop these people apart from having a hell of a big police task force on them for the next 5 to 10 years and making sure we're on their tail and making sure the administrator starts to charge, and they're passed out to those task groups, that they are charged and they are jailed, and he sets examples. People want people to look up to people in here. Okay, and the best way to do this is by action. I want this administrator to get his job done. And to come in here when we've got an economic crisis, which blows me away in itself, and yet we haven't finished with the administrator, and just because it's all blown over Sunday night. By the way, Australians, it's nothing none of us have not known in here. When it comes to CFMEU, we've all known it. Probably some of them haven't known the depth, but we've all known it. And I've been up here 10 years. This side couldn't fix it in 9. They couldn't fix it. So for God's sakes, let the administrator do his job, but by God, I'm on his tail. And I am speaking to him regularly, because I am on his tail. And he'd want to stay tough. And he'd want to start putting them in jail, because that's what I want to see done, and that's what the Australian people want to be done. Because actions speak louder than words. That is when you will clean up the backyard. When you start putting them behind bars. So we're not putting up with this goddamn criminal behaviour, the ugliness of it. No more of it. It's got to stop. I won't be supporting this.
Okay, Senator Patterson, and then after that I note there'll be time in the debate for you, Senator Sheldon, so I know you want the call, and there should be some only 5 minutes to go. So, but I have to go back to the Liberal side, Senator Sheldon.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President.
No, we've gone Liberal, Labor. No, so we've gone Senator Wong. We've gone Liberal, Labor, but I gave the minister at the time indicated the call would go to the crossbench, and so I've gone back to Liberals, then come back to Labor. I've been fair, Senator Wong.
So it should come back to the government?
No, because we've gone. One crossbencher was inserted with the consent.
That means the opposition gets 3 and the government gets 2. That cannot be right.
I was going around the chamber, Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. There are many decent, hard-working, honest Australians who are members of unions. There are many decent, hard-working, honest Australians who are union officials. And the business model of most unions in this country is to take fees from their members to advocate on behalf of their members and their interests, to advocate for better pay, better conditions and safety in the workplace. And they don't deserve to be tarnished with the conduct of the CFMEU, because the CFMEU is not a union anymore. The CFMEU hasn't been a union for a long time. The CFMEU is now a criminal enterprise. It has been taken over by organised crime figures and by outlaw motorcycle gangs. And its business model is not to take money from its members to advocate for their interests like reputable unions do. Its business model is to engage in criminal standover tactics to intimidate business owners and construction site operators into paying go-away money to criminals to keep industrial peace. And the result of that is that taxpayers' money is being siphoned off directly from here in Canberra on behalf of all Australian taxpayers and in my home state of Victoria on behalf of Victorian taxpayers to criminal elements who are engaging in criminal behaviour on work sites, which puts everyone in danger and threatens everyone's safety on sites, whether they are union members or not. I note in the last 24 hours that Mr Mick Gatto has had a few things to say about me and the Leader of the Opposition. All I would say in response to that is I am not intimidated by Mr Gatto. I will not be retracting any statements I have made about him, and I am more determined than ever before to help clean up the building industry and crack down on this criminal enterprise that is the modern CFMEU. The government should know better, because the government was warned. The government was warned that if they voted to abolish the Australian Building and Construction Commission, that they would let the CFMEU off the leash, that they would allow the CFMEU to return to and expand their criminal ways. And that is exactly what has happened. And yet senators in this chamber voted with the government to support them to abolish the ABCC, and members in the other place who should have known better voted with the government to abolish the ABCC. People like the Teal so-called independent MPs, like the member for Kooyong, Monique Ryan, like the member for Goldstein, Zoe Daniel, they voted with the Labor Party to abolish the Australian Building and Construction Commission and to let the CFMEU off the leash. And the consequences of those votes and the consequences of those decisions were put to air for all Australians to see on 60 Minutes just a week ago. Nick McKenzie and his team did incredible work and have shown incredible courage in exposing the criminal conduct of this union and its officials. And although the government might like to give credit to the administrator for the work they've done, the only reason why we have an administrator of the CFMEU is because of journalists like Nick McKenzie who took risks to write this story and to bring it to the public's attention. Everybody in the government knew about the behaviour of the CFMEU, but they weren't first to do anything about it until that program was put to air last year. They were embarrassed into taking the bare minimum action required to fix the CFMEU. But the truth is that no doubt the administrator and his team are doing the best that they can in the circumstances they've found themselves in. But they've been given an impossible task. They've been asked to reform the CFMEU. The CFMEU is unreformable. Its business model is what it is, and it will not be changed by a well-meaning QC or anybody else investigating corruption in the union. The only way to reform the CFMEU is to abolish the CFMEU and start again, to allow other more reputable unions to step in to represent those workers. Unions like the Australian Workers' Union, who can step in and represent those workers and their interests capably without involving bikies and organised crime figures like Mick Gatto in their business model. But the government refuses to do that, and we know why. They are hopelessly conflicted when it comes to the CFMEU. They took $11.5 million of donations and other campaigning support from the CFMEU alone on Mr Albanese's watch as leader of the Labor Party to make him Prime Minister and to deliver on their agenda, and they did deliver on their agenda. The key ask of the CFMEU to the Labor Party in exchange for those donations at the last election was to abolish the Australian Building Construction Commission, and it was one of the first items of business for this government after they are elected. And you are responsible for what is happening on work sites right now. You are responsible for the criminality, you're responsible for the corruption, you're responsible for taxpayers being ripped off, and you're responsible for people being assaulted on sites by organised crime and bikies.
Thank you. The time for the debate has expired, so I shall put the question that the motion moved by Senator Cash be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. Noes have it. I'll put the question again. I'll put the question that the motion moved by Senator Cash be agreed to. All those in opinion say aye. Those against say no. The noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells, 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. So the question is, the motion to suspend is moved by Senator Cash be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Cadell as teller for the ayes and Senator Ciccone as teller for the noes. Order. There being 31 ayes and 36 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I know Senator Hanson-Young, you were seeking the call. We'll just change the chairs as well.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to a referral of a bill to a committee as circulated.
I'll just wait till I've got a bit more silence. Is leave granted? No, leave is not granted.
Pursuant to contingent notice standing in the name of Senator Waters, I move that so much of standing orders be suspended that will prevent me from moving a motion to provide for the consideration of a matter, namely a motion to give precedence of a motion relating to the referral of a bill to a committee. Folks, we are seeking to suspend standing orders today to bring forward a motion to ensure that this place here in the Senate, that we can get to do our job properly. Because a piece of legislation about to be tabled in the House of Representatives that no one has really seen, that no one has looked at the detail, it has not been through a proper process, yet the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Peter Dutton, want to have rammed through this place in under 2 days. And why do they want to ram this piece of legislation through this chamber by the end of tomorrow? Because they are doing this under the cover of the federal budget, because it is a bill that guts environmental protection. It's a bill that will condemn wildlife in our country to extinction. It is a bill that will give loopholes to corporations to continue to pollute and to trash our natural environment, no questions asked. It is a bill that fundamentally undermines any promises that this government has made to protecting Australia's environment in this term of the Parliament. It shows that this government, this Labor government, cannot be trusted to do the right thing when it comes to caring for and looking after our environment. And it shows that every time the Labor Party is under pressure from the big foreign corporations who want to continue to trash and to pollute and to destroy, they go weak. They go weak because they don't have the guts to stand up to them and to stand up for the protection of our natural environment. And how are they getting this done? They are doing it because they are entering into a stinking, rotten deal with Peter Dutton. The Liberal Party and the Labor Party cuddling up together to do the bidding of the big, stinking, rotten corporations.
Senator Hanson-Young, can I remind you to use proper titles?
Mr Dutton and Mr Albanese, the leaders of the Labor and Liberal parties, are showing they've got more care for the stinking, rotten salmon industry in this country than they do for our wildlife or our environment. And the reason that this bill needs to go to a Senate inquiry is because this bill is actually written in such a broad way. So the Prime Minister will want you to believe that this is only about the rotten salmon washing up on the shores and the beaches in Tasmania. He'll want to tell the people on the mainland in Australia, it's okay, the Tasmanians can deal with the rotten salmon, but we'll look after you on the mainland. But what this bill does is it has such broad, sweeping powers that it undermines environmental protection across the board. This will allow a carve-out and a loophole, not just for the rotten salmon industry, but it'll allow a loophole for the fossil fuel industry, for the logging industry, for the big polluters, the small polluters and the environmental wreckers. This bill guts environmental protection in the name of profits of the big corporations, in the name of the stinking, rotten politics that dominates the thinking of the Labor Party and the Liberal Party. On the eve of the election, under the cover of the federal budget, the Labor Party and Mr Dutton working together in a stinking, rotten deal to cut environmental protection, to ram through legislation in the middle of the night while no one is watching and the Senate hasn't even had the opportunity to do our job.
Now, we oppose this piece of legislation because it's rotten. It stinks. But let me say, this place here in the Senate should be able to do its job, because the ramifications of this bill for the environment, for other wildlife species, for other parts of nature, for the community and for industry itself are virtually unknown, because this bill was put together in a hasty way so that the Prime Minister had something to sell on his next trip down to Tasmania. This is all about rank, stinking, rotten politics. It is not about policy. It is not about giving the community a voice, and it certainly isn't about doing the right thing by the environment. The Prime Minister is wanting us to chew down on the rotten salmon, and we won't have it.
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. Senator Dunning.
Acting Deputy President, well, what we do have here is a government that is trying to do something it should have done a very long time ago. While we don't support the reference of this bill to an inquiry, we don't agree with some of the points made there, but I think one thing we can all agree on is this government has terribly handled the situation before us with regard to the salmon industry in Tasmania, which is why we do have legislation here. The only reason there is a bill that's been brought in at the 11th hour to remedy this terrible saga is because the Minister for the Environment has not done her job. This situation has been facing salmon workers in the electorate of Braddon in Tasmania now for more than a year, nearly 18 months. 2 Christmases these salmon workers have had no certainty about their employment. And they've said, no, we're going to follow process, we're going to follow the laws. That was until, of course, the minister told her party, the government, we aren't going to do anything about it. And so the Prime Minister has been forced to bring in legislation relating to this issue. The more bizarre thing about this is, of course, who has brought this legislation in. I don't think it's under the Minister for the Environment's name. I don't think it stands in her name. I think it stands in someone else's name, which I find passing strange, given it is a bill to amend the EPBC Act. It does rather speak to some very deep divides within this government. And, of course, we read reports yesterday, Acting Deputy President, with regard to how long the caucus meeting for the Labor Party went on to deal with this very issue. There are people who are not happy within the government, which makes me wonder whether they're going to stick to their guns with this promise they're making, these laws that they've brought before the Parliament. And I might add also, the Prime Minister promised these laws on the 15th of February, over a month ago. And on that day, we wrote to the Prime Minister and we said, we'd like to see these laws. This is urgent. We've been calling on you to fix this now for the better part of 18 months. And we didn't get a reply. So we chased up with phone calls, we sought briefings, we said we'd make ourselves available at any time, anywhere, to understand the legislation you intend to bring in. We got our briefing and a copy of the bill yesterday afternoon, the day before Parliament sat, the day before the bill was introduced into the other place. And I dare say it's the same for the crossbench as well. That is not good government. That is not good process, and I understand why the Australian Greens are frustrated, because this has been rushed in here in the hopes that they can fix a political issue. But it rather does highlight how desperate they're becoming when, in order to get this thing through the Labor caucus, the Prime Minister has to commit to reintroducing legislation he promised would not come back in the form of the Environment Protection Authority. We were told over in the state of Western Australia, the Prime Minister himself flew over there, took the entire cabinet over there to assure the mining industry that it's going to be okay. No EPA under me. We will not be legislating to establish a new federal EPA. Don't worry about it. Then, of course, we learnt that there were secret deals done between the crossbench and the Minister for the Environment. We had those big pages of black ink where the details of these deals were redacted. We still don't know what was in them. But here he is, the Prime Minister saying to his party room, hey, look, I know this is a bitter pill to swallow. We have to pass these laws to win the seat of Braddon, to win the seat of Lyons. And as a sweetener, we're going to give you an EPA. An EPA we oppose, we say is bad for jobs, bad for the economy, and in fact will probably unpick anything this legislation that is the subject of this motion will establish. So you've got a Minister for the Environment who's refused to act for 18 months, so much so, even at the request of the Prime Minister, that he has been forced to bring in legislation to work around his minister. How's that for good, stable government, good process? It's not in her name. It rather alarms me that this is the situation we're in. We have a bill that we're not even 100% sure whether it does what it needs to, so we'll see whether amendments need to be made. We have a government going into an election and will probably end up, if the polls are to be believed, in minority government with our good friends down here, the Australian Greens. How do you think this little setup's going to go withstanding a partnership arrangement? Not very well at all, I would argue, and I dare say then the people of Braddon, the people of Lyons, whose livelihoods depend on this industry we're supposed to be protecting here at the 11th hour, would not survive. So I say the government, we will be opposing this motion, but this government has handled this entire issue appallingly, and it is clearly a political fix, not a proper one that should be afforded the people of Tasmania.
Senator Wong.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, it's budget day, so the non-government parties are doing their thing, which is a bit of political grandstanding to try and desperately get themselves into a media cycle.
Order.
I listened to her in silence.
Order.
I listened to Senator Hanson-Young in silence. Thank you. We had Senator Cash trying to bring forward a private senator's bill to talk about the CFMEU because she wants to talk about anything other than cost of living and health, anything other than Medicare and the secret cuts that we know the coalition is planning. And then we have Senator Hanson-Young, who wants to have a debate that she knows she can have tomorrow, but she just wants to have 2 goes at it. Meanwhile, we know what is on the paper on the program for the Senate to debate is the Workplace Gender Equality Amendment, Setting Gender Equality Targets Bill 2024. And I'd say to Senator Waters, you were very keen to pass this, but not so keen that you would say to Senator Hanson-Young, maybe we won't do the stunt today because we've got plenty of time to have this argument after we've dealt with the Women's Gender Equality Amendment, a bill that could have been passed in February, a bill which is about women's economic security, and a bill which the opposition previously supported and now has backflipped on. So I would encourage the Senate to get to that legislation which this government wants passed, and with that I ask that the motion be now put.
The question is that the motion be put. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. Noes have it. Is division required? Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Support. Lock the doors. The question is that the motion moved by Minister Wong to put the question be agreed to. All those of that opinion will move to the right of the chair and those against to the left of the chair. I shall appoint Senator Ciccone as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 28, noes 15. The question is resolved in the affirmative. I shall now put the question, the suspension motion moved by Senator Hanson-Young. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the noes have it. Ayes have it. Is the division required? Yep. Ring the bells for, are we okay with 1 minute? 1 minute.
Lock the doors. The question is that the motion to suspend standing orders be agreed. Those of that opinion okay. Those of that opinion pass to the left of the chair, those against pass to the right. I appoint Senator McKim as tellers for the noes, for the ayes, and Senator Cadell for teller for the ayes. For the noes. It's going well. It's going really well. The result of the division is ayes 15, noes 28. The question is resolved in the negative. And pursuant to order, I call Senator Farrell to provide an explanation. Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Government continues to reiterate its view that it cannot agree with the assertions made in this motion. We do not, however, acknowledge the interest in the chamber in continuing to reform. We do acknowledge the interest in the chamber in continuing to reform the NDIS to get it back on track and ensure its sustainability for future generations of Australians. I also acknowledge the support from the opposition for working together with the government to this end and for voting in support of the NDIS Getting Back on Track Bill 2024, which passed the Parliament on the 22nd of August 2024. The NDIS bill received the royal assent on the 5th of September 2024 and commenced to operate on the 3rd of October 2024. On the 8th of February 2024, the government tabled the final report of the independent review into the National Disability Insurance Scheme, which was publicly released on the 7th of December 2023. In producing this report, the independent NDIS review panel travelled to every state and territory, including regional and remote communities. It heard directly from more than 10,000 Australians, worked with the disability organisations to reach out and listened to more than 1,000 people with a disability and their families, recorded more than 2,000 personal stories and received almost 4,000 submissions. The review delivered 26 recommendations and 139 supporting actions to respond to this term, to the terms of reference. In delivering its recommendations, the review provided exhaustive analysis and proposals to improve the operation, effectiveness and sustainability of the NDIS. The independent NDIS review panel has said its reforms can improve the scheme and meet National Cabinet's annual growth target of no more than 8% growth by the 1st of July 2026. The NDIS bill was the first legislative step by this government to ensuring this annual growth target is achieved. Following passage of the NDIS bill, discussions will continue with senators across this chamber, as well as members of the other place, to address questions about the government's NDIS reform agenda that it is pursuing together with the disability community. We look forward to continuing to work with senators in this place to get NDIS back on track and ensure its sustainability for future generations of Australians. In relation to the order being discussed, the government has previously outlined that we have claimed public interest immunity over the requested document, as disclosure would prejudice relations between the Commonwealth and the states and the territories. The Minister representing the Treasurer has already tabled key documents for the benefit of the Senate in addition to the aforementioned review. Thank you.
Senator Steele-John.
I seek leave to take note of the Minister's answer. On this budget week, I am reminded of the budget just 2 years ago that slashed billions from the NDIS. This was the Labor government's very first full budget, and the first thing that they did was cut the agency responsible for disability support. They did all of this under the guise of a set of messaging headline, "We'll fix the NDIS." I asked for the financial sustainability framework in May of 2023, only to be told by this government that it did not exist, and then that it did exist, but that we still couldn't have it. 2 years later, and this is the 19th time that I am again asking Labor to disclose the financial sustainability framework that underpinned and still underpins the government's cuts to the scheme. Now, why is this so important? Because that sustainability framework was the reason for the existence of the legislation passed by this government against the express wishes of the disability community, of our families, of our allies in July of last year, and that legislation has resulted in over 26,000 reassessments of participants' eligibility. And following these reassessments, over 10,200 participants have lost access to the scheme. These cuts have seen participants and their families thrown unceremoniously into absolute chaos. And I'll give you just one example. A participant who was kicked off the scheme because the NDIS did not believe that they had enough evidence for a permanent disability, despite the agency having received 25 pieces of evidence from the participant's file to make that decision. 25 pieces of individual reporting, including from psychiatrists, clinical psychs, behavioural support practitioners, occupational therapists, clinical nurses and social workers. Not good enough, though, for this Labor government. This participant was kicked off the scheme with no supports available, even though the state and territory supports that they're now meant to access do not exist yet. In fact, there isn't even a definition, an agreed idea between the states and territories and the Commonwealth as to what those supports should even be. Without supports, disabled people and our families face very real, very significant risks to our safety, our health and our quality of life. And so we have this situation where the states, the territories and the Commonwealth have teamed up to cut the NDIS to save themselves some money. This Labor government refuses to be transparent about that decision. Disabled people lose supports and there is nothing for us to turn to. And while we're at it, let's just recap Labor's track record since being in government in these last few years. Billions of dollars cut from the NDIS, refusal to disclose basic documentation to justify their decisions, no transparency in relation to legislative changes, and a completely botched IT system that is creating so much havoc in the lives of so many people. And now, of course, we see coming down the track towards us the implementation of a so-called supports needs assessment that sounds a heck of a lot like the failed independent assessments that the Liberals tried to force on us. And this is just the shortened version of the betrayal, of the underhanded gaslighting from this Labor government that they have perpetrated upon so many disabled people and their families. Well, we're not going to take it anymore. We've tried 19 times to get this information out of you. You're not going to give it to us. So the next thing that we do together is we go out to the ballot box and we vote for a Parliament that will deliver the actual information that is demanded, the transparency and the support needed for disabled people and our families.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. Well, this might actually be the last time I rise in this place to speak about the NDIS, and I do acknowledge Senator Steele-John, the work that we have done over the past 6 years on the Joint Standing Committee for the NDIS, work that we have done through the Community Affairs Committee, and the work that we have done on every occasion in here demanding this information. And so I'm going to, with the Chamber's indulgence, the Chair's indulgence, to just go through what the lack of clarity means for families and means for families like mine. And I leave here in great trepidation of what will happen to the NDIS as the parent of a participant who's someone who actually needs this scheme to be sustainable, because when I'm no longer around, when his father is no longer around, my son will need lifelong supports. He has a significant, permanent, lifelong disability. And so I need it to be sustainable. And I am frightened beyond words that when I leave this place, that no one will care. That people will not care, because if the NDIS is not, you are not part of it, it's just something that's overblown. It's just something that's costing too much money.
But if you or a loved one are relying on it to have a quality of life, this is one of the most important issues you and your family face. And so I had my son's plan meeting a couple of months ago. It took us over 3 weeks to get the new plan. His plan was due to expire when I sent a message to someone at the agency, hey, his plan expires tomorrow, I still haven't got the new one. What happens? And then it miraculously arrived that afternoon in the new PACE system. It arrived with a cut. So for everyone playing along at home, just know that doesn't matter if you're the Joint Standing Committee Chair of the Joint Standing Committee on the NDIS, it doesn't matter if you're the Shadow Assistant Minister for the NDIS, it doesn't matter if you've been an advocate for your son for in excess of 13 years, an advocate in the space of children with profound autism. It doesn't matter how well you know the scheme and understand the scheme. Participants who need support, participants with permanent and significant and lifelong disabilities are having their supports cut. We were told by Minister Shorten there would not be cuts to plans. Well, that was a lie, because I can tell you my son's plan was cut. We had an incident yesterday at his special needs school that absolutely demonstrates why he needs the supports that the OT wrote into the report. That cost me a lot of money to have done, that the CEO of the NDIA told us at estimates just a few weeks ago that they don't read the reports. So it was a waste of time, effort and money. And the person that is going to suffer the most from this is my son and his family, because of the impacts that these changes are going to have on him. Now, I will make it work. I'll make it work. I'll fund what I need to fund, do what I need to do to make it work, because I know how hard it is for families to go to the tribunal, to get appeals, to go through the review process. And I, quite frankly, just do not have, after 6 years of advocacy in this place and honestly hitting my head up against a brick wall, I don't have it in me to go to the tribunal. And it's not worth it. Like, the cut is not worth doing that. But what I do know as well is the millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars that are being spent on lawyers in fighting families who are not getting the supports that they need, for only 3% of cases to ever go to the tribunal or not settled in beforehand, giving these families exactly what they were asking for in the first place. And so the agency is spending millions upon millions upon millions of dollars to fight families who are not getting the supports that they need, to ultimately give them what they want on the steps of the tribunal. It is a disgrace. And when we talk about efficiencies, which is part of what this framework that we're looking at, how are they going to get to the growth? We're looking at efficiencies. So also, let me tell you, moving from the old system to the PACE system, something as simple as bank account details did not transfer over. So when I went to put in the first of Fred's claims for his new plan, the bank account details didn't transfer. Now, in the old system, you could just go in and update your bank details, change your bank details. No, now you have to call the agency and speak to them. And they told me, we hope that works, try again in 24 hours. So if that is an efficiency move, I am speechless. So I am afraid what happens to this scheme when I leave. Senator Steele-John, you and I don't agree on everything, but we do agree on sustainability. We need this to be for the people it was intended to be for. We need it to support the families that need it the most, and there needs to be transparency and support for this vital scheme.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, it is with a great deal of sadness that I rise to speak for the 19th time on this motion. And I rise with sadness because I reflect on the fact that 4 years ago, as the Minister for the NDIS, it was very, very clear to me that this was a scheme that needed significant reforms, because the original legislation was deeply flawed. The federal government, who was responsible for all of the cost overruns, not the states and territories, had no way of impacting on the levers of an insurance scheme, that is the number of participants in the scheme and the average cost per participant. We also needed to fundamentally reform the intergovernmental agreements with each state and territory so that they had the financial incentive to ensure that this scheme was sustainable. And I reached out to Bill Shorten, the Shadow Minister at the time, and I said, these are the reforms that we need to do. Will you work with us? He agreed to 2 tranches of reforms, which were very important, as long as we didn't tell anyone that he'd actually agreed to them, for participant protections. And I'm very proud that we got those pieces of legislation through. But I am deeply saddened that instead Bill Shorten took the option that he always takes, and that is to pay the most basis of politics with the lives of now nearly 700,000 people on the NDIS scheme and their millions of family members. Had Bill Shorten and the Labor Party had the political courage and the decency to work with us to genuinely reform this scheme to ensure that it was sustainable, today it would be a very different, today 4 years later, it would be a very different scheme. It would be a scheme where those who it was designed for, the 300, then imagined about 350 or so thousand Australians who had the most permanent and serious disabilities, who were treated appallingly, largely in state-run facilities where they were abused, they weren't treated with dignity or respect, and they lived the most miserable of lives. The scheme was designed for those Australians. But yet, the flawed design, and I think both sides of the chamber have a responsibility in that, but equally we both had the responsibility to fix this scheme. Instead, those opposite, 19 times the minister has come to this place and said, oh, well, we've run another review of this scheme, yet another review. 30 reviews already before the government spent the last 3 years reviewing this scheme. So what have they done? They have, instead of reforming the scheme, they have just taken huge, extraordinary, arbitrary cuts of people's plans. They are no further along in dealing with states and territories in terms of the intergovernmental agreements. So my hope now, as this is likely also my last speech on the NDIS, is I implore those opposite, I implore you, after this election, to stop taking the easy and politically expedient way and actually work on a bipartisan, on a multi-partisan basis, as the Greens and we have been always willing to work together with you on this scheme. Do not allow the pollution that Bill Shorten has brought into, the political pollution that Bill Shorten has brought into this scheme. Work with us to reform the scheme, to ensure that those who need the scheme the most have certainty for the rest of their lives. Their families, as Senator Hughes has just so poignantly said, their families understand that their children will be taken care of. They are the most terrified people at the moment as a result of the politics of those opposite. They are desperately concerned that this scheme will implode and they will be back where they started over a decade ago. Yes, we need to make sure that other Australians, that the 12%, or in fact closer to 15% under those opposite, of young boys with autism. Now, those with the most severest form of autism, of course, should be on the scheme. But with so many other disability types, they should be getting the support in their communities from the state government. So every level of government after this election has to stand up and do the right thing together.
Senator Reynolds, if there are no further contributions, I'll put the question. The question is that the motion is to take note of the minister's answer be agreed. Those that have opinion say aye. Those against, the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 1, Workplace Gender Equality Amendment Setting Gender Equality Targets Bill 2024, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Waters.
Very much, Acting Deputy President, and I rise today to continue my remarks on the Workplace Gender Equality Amendment Setting Gender Equality Targets Bill of 2024. Now, the Greens welcome this bill. It is a step in the right direction, and we want to see this bill passed without further delay. We were ready to pass it last time we were here, and I'm grateful that it's listed today. Let's hope we can get it done. For years, we've been calling for an obligation to not just identify a gender pay gap, but to actually close it, particularly for large employers. So it's disappointing that today's bill requires only employers with over 500 workers to take action. In our view, that number should be reduced to 100 workers, and that's one of the amendments that I'll be moving. The reporting obligations at the moment apply to companies that have 100 or more workers, so why shouldn't this new obligation to act on that data apply to the same cohort? I'll also be moving an amendment that requires employers to have a target to close the gender pay gap by a certain amount. There's lots of other good, positive targets that employers can choose from, but the fact that they don't have to pick one that will actually close the gender pay gap is a problem. My amendment would fix that. The government could also stop giving contracts to employers who maintain a gender pay gap and are doing nothing to close it. Unfortunately, though, this bill makes complying with gender pay rules a mere consideration when awarding government contracts. And that's not good enough. It should be an absolute barrier. Labor should not be subsidising discrimination. If you're not closing your gender pay gap, you shouldn't get a government contract. And that's what my third amendment would do. But sadly, I'm not expecting support for the 3 amendments that I'll move on behalf of the Greens to strengthen gender pay gap actions. I'm not expecting support for that. And in fact, the Liberal National parties, I don't believe, are even supporting the bill at all. The bare minimum ask of them, they're not even able to come at that. I guess I'm not surprised, though. This is from a party that's got an abysmal record on women's rights, a party that's railed against a woman's right to choose, a party that's repeatedly allowed hateful and misogynistic behaviour within these very walls. The LNP's contempt for women is clear. In recent pre-selections, they've chosen just 1 woman and 6 blokes to contest the seats that their sitting MPs were leaving. So they clearly still have a women problem. And they're now backing in Trump's anti-diversity moves. Mr Dutton in January said, quote, positions like culture, diversity and inclusion advisors, change managers and internal communication specialists could be cut because such positions do nothing to improve the lives of everyday Australians, end quote. Senator Price in our chamber said, there's so much within the space of DEI that takes away from the actual day-to-day work of getting things done. And so perhaps that's why they're voting against this bill today. They're being overt about their anti-equality agenda and they're trying to emulate Trump as much as actually possible, and I think they'll suffer the electoral consequences of that. I don't think Australians want Trumpism here, and they are scared to their teeth that that's what they're seeing from the opposition. And not only that, they do a lot of damage to people. Let's think about the last time the coalition was in government. They cut millions of dollars in funding to frontline services to support women fleeing violence. They presided over a decade of inaction on gender-based violence and economic inequality. Under their watch, the gender pay gap stagnated, access to affordable childcare remained out of reach for all but a privileged few, a problem that sadly we still have today. But let's be clear, the Liberal and National parties have repeatedly shown their disdain for women. Australian women cannot risk going backwards. And if elected, Mr Dutton, he hasn't stopped there, he's gone on his anti-DEI rant, but he's also vowed to repeal working from home for public servants, which would undoubtedly make working life harder for women and for workers who might be juggling caring responsibilities or health challenges. We cannot risk another decade of Liberal national inaction, ever. Women are absolutely over it, and women are tired of waiting for fairness. So I'm pleased that this bill has been listed on the notice paper today. I'm hoping that the LNP doesn't just talk it out so that we can't get to a vote to pass these improvements. They're not as strong as the Greens want, but they are a step in the right direction. And we will keep pushing for real action to close the gap, not in 15 years, but now. Women need to be paid what they deserve across every industry, at every level and in every role. It's the last sitting week of Parliament, and this is our last chance to get action on the gender pay gap. Let's do it by passing this legislation now.
Thank you very much, Senator Waters. Senator Walsh, it's your turn. Okay, I'll just the Workplace Gender Equality Amendment. No, okay. Would you like to?
No, I think in order to assist the chair, I was just going to point out we're awfully close to the. I thought we were 10 seconds away, but actually it turns out we're 55 seconds away. Yes, but in this capacity, I'm just assisting the chair. I wasn't proposing to start speaking unless. I'm very happy to sum up.
The longer you go, the better right now.
I'm very happy to commence summing up. Yeah.
Acting Deputy
my
President.
apologies for the rude.
I rise to speak on the Workplace Gender Equality Amendment Bill. And Labor believes equality for women is not just an add-on. It's not an afterthought. It is absolutely fundamental to our economy and to our society. And this is what happens when your government reflects the society that it serves. We are very proud to be the first gender equal government in Australia's national history.
Senator. The time has expired. We will now move to proceed with the 2-minute statements, and I will call Senator Cardell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Australia is not an experiment and its people are not test subjects, but so many times we see the legislation that is proposed for some good reasons look at things that just don't work in practicality. We get smacked in the face by reality. Two things I want to talk to about this is our legislation on illegal tobacco and vaping. The budget estimates going forward, where it's budget day, are talking about a loss in $31 to $32 billion over the forward estimates of money from the sales tax, the rebates, the excise on tobacco. And where is that being lost? It's being lost to organised crime, criminalised crime gangs out there, and the numbers are horrific. In the last 2 years, over 200 tobacconists burnt to the ground for people who did not want to submit to selling the illegal goods of these crime gangs. They're out there. It's costing Australia $36 billion in excise because they're moving to illegal things. They're burning down buildings. They're putting real business owners under threat. A person may have been killed in a burning like this because reality is that we are taxing too much. The World Health Organization, that is one of the first to come out and say taxation and raising the price is one measure we can do to stop smoking, they identify themselves that if the price goes up too far, people will avoid paying the tax. They'll avoid the legal mechanisms, and that's what's happening. It is costing Australia money, it's costing people their livelihoods, and this policy is driving profits into organised crime. And we can't have that. It is not the intention to drive a debate on CMFEU to drive criminals into the CMFEU and the union thing. That is an unintended consequence. It's not the process of excise to drive into criminal gangs, but we're doing it. Our policy is helping the very people we should be punishing, not helping in this area. We've had enough. It is time to get a sensible policy with sensible excise and protect Australians in Australia.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Walsh, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, in just a few weeks' time, Australians will have a clear choice to make about our future in this country. Building Australia's future under Labor or going backwards under Mr Dutton and the Liberals. Take Australia's manufacturing industry. After a decade under the Liberals, Australia's manufacturing industry collapsed. The Liberals drove our car manufacturing industry off a cliff, and more than 50,000 Australian jobs went with it. And when it comes to health, Mr Dutton's record is a disgrace. He tried to jack up the cost of medicines. He cut $50 billion from our public hospitals, and he was voted the worst health minister on record by Australia's doctors. So what is Mr Dutton's plan for Australia's future? No surprises, it's cuts. $350 billion cut from the budget. 36,000 public sector jobs cut. Work from home rights cut, hurting Australia's working women and families. This isn't a plan for Australia's future. It is a blueprint for ripping apart the fabric of our society. Labor wants to keep building Australia's future. We're bringing Australian manufacturing back onshore. We are investing in Australian-made steel, aluminium and processing our critical minerals here. And we'll use them to back local jobs and build a renewable energy future right here in Australia. We are strengthening Medicare with $25 PBS scripts. We are making record investments in bulk billing. We are investing in more Medicare urgent care clinics. We're building a stronger education system with full funding for public schools for the first time ever. We are delivering a 3-day guarantee for early childhood education and cutting student debt by 20%. The The only thing Mr Dutton is cutting is $350 billion from Australian families.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Well, watching the football on a Saturday has been a family staple in many households right across the country. But of course, thanks to both the Labor Party and the Liberal Party, who last year colluded together to pass legislation to lock Australians out of being able to watch their footy on free-to-air, that's no longer the case. A deal between the Murdoch-owned Foxtel and the AFL has meant that football on Saturday is now not free. You've got to whack out your credit card in order to watch your favourite team play. Last weekend, the Adelaide Crows and Port Power were both playing, and South Australians couldn't watch it for free without getting out their credit card, signing up, having a subscription and having to pay. This is un-Australian. It is anti-sport and it's anti-community. The Greens fought hard to stop both the Labor Party and the Liberal Party doing this last year, and they rammed through the legislation in the middle of a busy week at the end of the last winter session. Let me tell you, the Greens will introduce legislation to reverse this, to put football back on free-to-air. The Greens will act because neither the Labor Party nor the Liberal Party will. They've locked Australians out of being able to watch their footy for free, and the Greens will bring it back. If you care about footy, you don't vote for these two mob, you vote for the Greens.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. This year marks the 50th anniversary of the fall of Saigon to the Communists. It marks the 50th anniversary of the great exodus of Vietnamese seeking safety and freedom, many of whom found a home in Australia. It is a time to recognise the contribution of our wonderful Australian Vietnamese community, the contribution they've made to our country over the last 50 years. It is in that context that I pay tribute to a great Australian, Dr Quang Trong Bui, the President of the Queensland chapter of Vietnamese Communities of Australia. He passed away just this month. Dr Quang Bui was an outstanding leader and an example for all Australians. He was awarded a Medal of the Order of Australia for his outstanding community service. In 2022, he was elevated to become a member of the Order of Australia. After his elevation to become a member of the Order of Australia, I actually presented Dr Bui with a flag that had flown in this place. And when he accepted that flag, Dr Bui accepted it on behalf of the entire Queensland Vietnamese community. The regard in which Dr Bui was held by the Queensland community was reflected in the attendance at his funeral service on 15 March 2024. Hundreds and hundreds of people were in attendance. Not just members of the Vietnamese community, but members of the wider community, including other multicultural communities who recognise Dr Bui's service, including as a founding member of the Queensland Multicultural Council. Dr Quang Bui and his family are part of that story over the last 50 years of the contribution made to our beautiful country by the Australian Vietnamese community.
Thank you. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And tonight, our good friend, the Treasurer, Mr Jim Chalmers, will hand down Labor's fourth budget and reaffirm this government's commitment to responsible economic management and a fair go for all Australians. In stark contrast, this morning the Shadow Treasurer Angus Taylor showed he has no answer to Australians' concerns about cost of living. The only policies he's offered up is his free lunches for bosses and secret cuts that he believes Australians do not deserve to know about till after the election. Peter Dutton and his secret cuts for Medicare, aged care, education and health do not deliver for the people of Australia. And particularly for the resilient and hard-working people who live in the communities of Parkes, Hume, Riverina, Farrer, Lyne and Calare, he's really got nothing to offer. I want to acknowledge here, joining me in the chamber today, is Dr Julie Cunningham, Labor's candidate for Calare, who I hope will be sitting on the green benches in a re-elected Labor government after the election. In less than 3 years, Labor's delivered historic investment in regional New South Wales. In my duty electorates, that means an urgent care centre clinic in Albury and one for Bathurst too if we are re-elected. Medicare mental health centres in Wagga and almost certainly are opening very soon in Young. It's $29.9 million for the Wagga Wagga Medical Mental Health Hub, $10.6 million for Brewarrina PCYC Youth Hub and Indoor Sports Centre, $6.5 million towards the Emmaus Dementia Village in Port Macquarie Line, $4.1 million for the John Huston Memorial Pool in Hay, $1 million for Moree Secondary School, almost $1 million for new multi-purpose courts at Wallamba Netball Club at Nabiac, $900,000 for Boggabilla Central School, $25,000 for Yandalora School in Narellan, $450,000 for Gilgandra High School, $2.5 million for dementia beds at the Apollo Care Centre in Wauchope, $5 million for Glenroy Heights Public School in Orange, $500,000 for MacArthur.
Senator, your time has
Madam
expired.
President, I have...
Senator O'Neill, your time's expired. Senator Lambie. Thank you, Senator Lambie. You have the call.
Thank you.
Senators, before we start, can I just remind you, interjections are disorderly. Senator Lambie, you have the call.
It doesn't seem to matter how many opinion polls the major parties read about their falling popularity, they just don't get the message. Australians don't trust the major parties. They say one thing in opposition, then another when they're in government. They're not transparent, and they put their political careers before the needs of Australians. You see them, they come in here with great intentions, have these great speeches they put on, and all of a sudden they're sucked up the vacuum of the party. Just stay there and be silent, otherwise you're never going to make it to the front bench. That's how it works in here. The Labor Party announced $150 off power. Not means tested by the way, because there's such fine fiscal people over this side. And what do you know? The blue team supports them. The blue team supports them. And you know what? Must be an election coming up. That's right, there's an election coming up. And the reason you've had to give them that is because you have not fixed the energy problem. So don't start coming at me from that side. Then the Labor Party announced their dirty salmon bill last week, a bill that lets salmon companies off the hook. Mining companies have to clean up after themselves, but apparently the salmon companies, they get let off the hook. Mining companies have to abide by the environmental laws, but apparently, no, free pass over here, the dirty, stinking salmon over here, because the Labor Party and Liberal Party think it will give them a better chance of winning those electoral seats in Braddon and Lyons. How's that going for you? How's that going? You let me go how that goes for Braddon and Lyons, because you obviously haven't got your boots on. You are not listening to them, because they think your dirty, stinking salmon sucks. It is filth. It is going to cause harm to Brand Tasmania. But you don't care, because you don't have your boots on. You get the big packets of pay in those brown paper bags and you buy your seats. Well, get your boots on, because we don't want that stinking salmon in that harbour.
Thank you, Senator Lambie. We will go to Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. I rise today to talk about an ex. And like many exes, this one left behind a trail of destruction and heartbreak. Yes, I'm talking about Alfred. I want to take this moment to thank the many volunteers and frontline services, the SES, the councils and even the Australian Defence Force who sandbagged, who got out there, who prepared and who were on hand literally in the eye of the storm. But I also want to thank those who come along afterwards to help to clean up, mop up and offer support when people are feeling that heartbreak. Thank you to Disaster Relief Australia volunteers who come in and help with the clean-up, the logistics and the management of recovery efforts. Thank you to the many insurance assessors, yes, believe it or not, and the call centres who are currently dealing with more than 74,000 claims and counting. Please, I ask them to make it as easy as possible for the claimants. Thank you to the charities like Give It, who are on the ground assessing the need, but also making sure that the charity dollars are spent in communities to help local economies recover. And thank you to the stayers, Organisations like Red Cross and others who work in the community recovery centres, who sit down and work with people to support them and address their needs. Those volunteers who are there not for the days and the weeks, but who are there for the months and the years that it takes for some of our most traumatised communities to recover. To all those quiet volunteers and supporters, I say a very sincere and heartfelt thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Ciccone.
I rise today to pay tribute to a Labor true believer, David Cragg, who sadly passed away recently. A warrior in social democratic values, Craggy, as he was affectionately known, was a fixture of the Labor movement. He was one of the friendliest, academically minded and well-respected people that I've come across in my 25 years in the party. A staunch supporter of workers, David spent his entire career representing them, first as an organiser with the Federated Ironworkers Union in 1986, then at the Victorian branch of the Australian Workers Union from 1991 to 2009, and later as Assistant Secretary at the Victorian Trades Hall until he retired in 2018. He also worked as an advisor to former Senator Robert Ray. Throughout his life, David was a patriot on a number of human rights causes, particularly the rights of minorities living under authoritarian regimes and the need for Magnitsky-style sanctions in Australia. He was also a principled supporter of the State of Israel and the United States alliance, even when those causes weren't always shared with fellow comrades in the movement. David always made time to grab a coffee, sharing his knowledge and his wisdom with others with such warmth and enthusiasm. That was David. This was the case for me during my last catch-up with him over a coffee with Tonya Stevens when she last visited Australia. With his trademark double thumbs up paired with a heartfelt God bless you, he spread his generous spirit and positivity with everyone he crossed paths with. God bless you, Craggy. May you rest in peace.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Wilson, you have the call.
I'd like to do a special shout out in the Australian Senate today for a very special young man, Spencer Hitchens. Spencer and his family are in Parliament House today. Spencer's been going on a personal journey now for a number of months to learn about the endangered Maugean skate. And he came into the Australian Parliament today to meet with myself and other parliamentarians. Spencer is a young environmentalist, an educator who's now got an international following. And I wanted to recognise him and his generation for taking the time to learn about the potential extinction of a species. And in Parliament House today, I'd also like to give a big shout out to all the community groups that have come here to speak to politicians to tell them not to pass this toxic legislation that's before the Senate tomorrow, to give a special favour to Labor mates in the salmon industry. Environment Tasmania, Neighbours of Fish Farms, Australian Marine Conservation Society, the Bob Brown Foundation, the Australian Institute. These are the people that we are supposed to represent in this parliament, not the special interests of big foreign-owned multinational companies in this country that pay no tax and are pushing a species to the brink of extinction. I'd also like to give a very, very special shout-out to the protesters in the Marble Foyer today who protested this legislation from the Bob Brown Foundation. How sad is it that people are being forced to come and protest because we are not doing the job of representing them in this place. That's what it's come to. Acting Deputy President, the politics of this special favour for the salmon industry that's going to pass through this parliament is as rotten as the salmon that's now washing up on our shores. It is corruption, and it needs to be called out for what it is.
Senator Pocock, David, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. This week, the major parties are teaming up yet again to ram through bad legislation without any scrutiny. Our laws are again being changed to suit vested interests while the community loses out. A month ago was the major parties feathering their own nests and locking out competition through an electoral reform stitch-up. Before that, it was a shelving of a federal environment regulator to appease the mining and fossil fuel industries in WA. We now hear the Labor Party caucus has rolled over to the Prime Minister on the basis of a promise he will bring back the EPA next term. This morning, the PM was on radio claiming that the EPA could not pass because there wasn't support in the Senate. This is wrong, and I'm calling on the Prime Minister to correct the record. The Greens and other crossbenchers cut a deal with the Environment Minister to pass the EPA, and that's in writing. But the PM intervened at the last minute to make a captain's call and deny Australians the EPA promised by Labor at the last election. And here we have another captain's call from the Prime Minister. We are seeing echoes of former Prime Minister Scott Morrison intervening over the top of ministers for political self-interest. But it seems like the irony is lost on this government. You came in promising so much. You came in off an electorate that voted for change and action on nature. And yet you're here taking us backwards. I hope Australians see this for what it is and actually see who you're serving in this place, because it certainly isn't them.
Senator Kavakik, you have the call.
The Australian dream has long been built on the foundation of home ownership, yet this dream is increasingly slipping out of reach for so many, due to Labor's housing crisis compounded by their cost of living crisis. This became even clearer during roundtables I attended, hosted by the Housing Industry Association. I would like to express my gratitude to our outstanding candidates, Lawrence Antcliffe for Paterson and Emma King for Shortland, for driving these important conversations. Sadly, these roundtables confirmed the growing severity of the housing crisis under this government. On every key metric, housing has worsened under their watch. The government is on track to fall short of its target to deliver 1.2 million new homes by over 400,000 houses. The data is damning, yet the Prime Minister continues to rely on his unfulfilled promises. However, the Coalition is the party of housing supply and home ownership through our various commitments to improving this crisis. We are committed to helping first-time buyers by allowing them to access up to $50,000 of their own super to purchase a home, because we want Australians to be able to own their own home. Additionally, we will unlock the potential for 500,000 new homes through our $5 billion housing infrastructure program, because we want Australians to be able to own their own homes. We will sensibly manage migration levels that our housing supply can accommodate and implement a 2-year ban on foreign investors and temporary residents purchasing existing homes. This will free up some 40,000 homes in the first year alone, because we want Australians to be able to own their own home. The Coalition is committed to restoring the dream and opportunity of home ownership in our country.
Thank you, Senator Roberts.
Thank you. As this is my last opportunity to speak directly with the Australian people in the 47th Parliament, I thank Queenslanders for the opportunity you've given me on 2 occasions, 2016 and 2019, to represent your interests in the Senate. It's an honour to serve you, and I hope the duty that comes with service has shown in my work. I'm contesting the Senate election in Queensland with One Nation, and I look forward to continuing my service to the people of Queensland and Australia in the 48th Parliament. I thank my wife, Christine, for her continued love and support in what can be a demanding role. I'm standing in this election because Australians deserve honest representation, and the Albanese Labor government must be defeated. Under Labor, Australians and Australian families have gone backwards further than at any time since the Great Depression, 95 years ago. How can a government fail so badly and still have the hide to ask for the public's vote? As I travel across Queensland, I hear many stories of life becoming harder, families having to choose between buying groceries and paying bills, stories of rent or mortgage that can only be paid from foregoing spending in other areas. Young Australians who've studied hard, graduated with a degree or trade, who have a good job and still can't pay their rent and HECS, let alone save for their own home, and now feel betrayed, robbed. Australia has imported so many people in such a short space of time, falling living standards for those already here was foreseeable. Indeed, now Senator Pauline Hanson warned Australia this would happen 29 years ago. I will continue my campaign against the UN and against the World Economic Forum and their billionaire owners who have our Prime Minister on speed dial. And I will continue my campaign to bring those responsible for harm during COVID to justice. The hardship many are feeling can be turned around, and One Nation's election platform will do just that. It's time to vote differently for a change, a real change. Vote One Nation and let us restore wealth and opportunity for all.
Senator Waters.
Thanks very much. It is disgraceful that during a housing and homelessness crisis, first Moreton Bay Local Council, but followed closely then by Brisbane City Council, announced that they would be evicting homeless people living in tents from parks and public spaces. Not evicting them into any form of housing, just moving them on with absolutely nowhere to go. This is a step towards criminalising homelessness. And Moreton Bay Council, I might add, has the longest social housing waiting list in all of Queensland. We know that there are about 37,800 people experiencing persistent homelessness across Australia, and over a third of those are women and children affected by family, sexual and domestic violence. These thousands of Australians have been abandoned to long-term homelessness because successive governments have chronically underfunded housing and homelessness support services. They've been abandoned to long-term homelessness because the two major parties prefer to spend more on tax handouts to wealthy property investors than they do on housing and homelessness support. Every single person in this country deserves a secure place to call home and support to stay in housing for the long term. The Greens are fighting to make housing a right and for policies that put people first. Our plan to end homelessness would provide 50,000 permanent homes with wraparound support services to those experiencing chronic homelessness. We would double housing and homelessness funding to states and territories for homelessness services and public and community housing. And that's on top of our plan to build homes at prices that people can actually afford through a public property developer, our plan to stop unlimited rent rises and to end the billions in tax breaks to wealthy property investors. We could do this by making the big corporations pay their fair share, including the big banks, and with more Greens in Parliament, we will take action on the housing.
Senator Rennick, you have the call.
Since my questioning in estimates to the Defence Force about recruitment in the Defence Force, I have been overwhelmed by constituents, a large number of constituents who have contacted me to say that they have been unable to enter the Defence Force. What's particularly worrying about this is that the application process for our young men and women in this country to join the Defence Force is taking not months but years for these applicants to be, in many cases, told that they aren't suitable for our Defence Force. Now, questions really need to be asked of the Defence Force why they're taking so long to process so many young patriotic Australians and why they are actually knocking back so many young patriotic Australians who are more than capable of serving in the military. Many of the families that have contacted me are actually long-serving military families, multi-generational military families. Clearly the children are keen, the young children, young adults are keen to join the military. They have a love for their country and they want to serve their country. So I can't for the life of me understand why the military is dragging the chain on this. And it's not only disappointing that many of these young people can't join the military, but that it's taking so long. I mean, some of these people have finished high school, they want to actually join the Army or the Air Force straight out of high school, and they've waited over a year to be eventually getting knocked back. That is not good enough. And I'm calling on the Australian Defence Force to lift their game in terms of the speed it takes to process these applications and not to be so selective in knocking back our young patriotic Australians who are fit and able-bodied and keen to serve their country.
Senator Billick, you have the call.
Thank you. Could the coalition possibly be in more disarray than they are today? You'd think that after nearly a decade of chaos in government and 3 years in opposition that they might have developed some policy ideas by now. So far, all we've heard from the Leader of the Opposition are a series of thought bubbles that evaporate into thin air quite often before lunchtime. Take last week, for example. We heard that he wanted to have a referendum on deporting dual citizens that break the law. Where have I heard about that before? That was at about 9 a.m. that I heard about it, but it soon became clear that Mr Dutton had not consulted with his party on this one, and by lunchtime, this latest insane idea was all but dead. And speaking of lunchtime, that leads me to another of the Coalition's crazy ideas. Mr Dutton and those opposite want the taxpayers to foot the bill for business lunches. Taxpayers subsidise business lunches. Is that what this country needs? Forget about education, forget about healthcare, forget about the economy, forget about energy policy, unless of course you include their biggest thought bubble of all, nuclear energy. Remember their nuclear energy idea, where all the independent experts agree that it's slow to deliver, too expensive, and in a renewables-rich country like Australia, it's economic insanity. Mr Dutton won't even reveal what cuts he's going to make until after the election.
Senator Billick, time has expired. We'll move to question time. Senator Cash.
Thank you. My question is...
Oh, beg your pardon. Sorry, Senator Wong.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to make a statement concerning ministerial arrangements for question time.
Leave granted. Leave is granted, Senator Wong.
Thank you. I thank the Senate. Senator Gallagher will be absent from question time today, obviously on account of commitments related to the presentation of the budget. In her absence, ministers will represent portfolios at question time in accordance with the letter circulated to the President and party leaders and independent senators.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Please reset the clock for Senator Cash. Senator Cash.
Thank you. And my question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. On Thursday last week at a press conference, the Prime Minister was asked, Prime Minister, what did you make of the treatment of women, those allegations that surfaced from that 60 Minutes report? The Prime Minister's answer was, oh, they were appalling. He then moved on to take the next question. Minister, do the women bashed, harassed and treated appallingly by CFMEU members in that 60 Minutes report not deserve more than 4 words from the Prime Minister? Doesn't the Prime Minister of our country have more to say than just 4 words on this matter of national importance, which is tearing our construction industry apart and costing Australians billions of dollars?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
Thank you. Well, first, the allegations and the footage that was aired on 60 Minutes was sickening, and we are very clear that everyone in this country deserves a safe and respectful workplace, and these women should not have been subject to such hostile and offensive behaviour. And I understand that Senator Watt has referred the matter to the Victorian Deputy Premier as the Minister for WorkSafe and asked that appropriate action be taken in this jurisdiction, and the allegations of violence have been referred to the Australian Federal Police, where they fall within the AFP's jurisdiction. But let's be clear about what Senator Cash is actually suggesting and Mr Dutton is actually suggesting, and that is they are proposing to deregister the CFMEU, which would hand the keys back to Mr Sector. Hand the keys back to Mr Sector. So I want to be very clear about the proposition that those opposite who are seeking to gain as much political division around this as possible, their so-called solution would actually hand the keys to the CFMEU back to John Setka, the person who the Prime Minister kicked out of the Labor Party.
Thank you, Minister Wong.
Let's be clear, that is the action.
Minister Wong, I have Senator Cash on her feet. Senator Cash.
Thank you, and it's a point of order in relation to relevance. The question was specifically in relation to the Prime Minister's almost dismissal of the allegations that women were bashed, harassed and treated appallingly by CFMEU members. And I'll ask you to draw the Minister to the question, please.
Senator Cash, thank you. The matter was about the 60 Minutes program, and yes, you did refer to the Prime Minister, and the Minister is being directly relevant to your question. Minister Wong, please continue.
The Prime Minister and everyone in this government stands against violence against women. Full stop.
Senator Cash, first supplementary.
Thank you. And Minister, it's mums and dads, Australia's mums and dads, who pay for Labor's failure to stamp out criminality in the construction sector. Mum and dad pay more for hospitals, roads and schools, and they pay every day through lost opportunities. There are very real concerns that taxpayer money is flowing into the pockets of bikies and that CFMEU members of outlaw motorcycle gangs are reportedly being paid up to $10,000 a week for jobs that require little or no work. Minister, can you confirm if these concerns are true or not?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
What I can confirm is that many of the allegations that have surfaced, and they are appalling allegations, surfaced as a result of the administrator's investigations. What I can also confirm is that a number of these events occurred on your watch. On your watch, when the ABCC was still in place. What I can confirm is your policy would ensure that those criminal elements could gain control again of that organisation, could be back in workplaces, could be back in the employment circumstance without regulation. What I can confirm is that this would mean that you would be giving the keys to the CFMEU back to Mr Setka and his cronies. We are clear. Organised crime has no place in the Australian trade union movement.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cash, second supplementary.
Minister, are you still a member of the CFMEU, and is this why you're so keen to defend them from any scrutiny?
Thank you, Senator. Order. Order. Senator Minister Wong, I haven't called you. I'm waiting for order. Minister Wong, please continue.
I'm very happy to answer this very personal question. I was a member of the I am a member of the furnishing division. I was a member of the furnishing trades union, including the loggers, stood up with timber workers and timber owners in support of the timber industry. It is the furniture and manufacturing sector, and this really shows you don't understand who is standing up to organised crime in the trade union movement.
Order! Order across the chamber. Order. Minister, have you finished your answer?
As I was saying, it really shows that those on the other side just have a general anti-union attitude, that those divisions of the CFMEU who have stood against criminal elements inside the union, because we do not believe our movement should have any truck with organised crime, that you don't even understand who has stood up in our movement against organised crime, including the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Order. Order. Senators, when I call order, I expect order. Senator McKenzie. Senator Marielle Smith.
My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. We know Australians have been facing cost of living pressures and that access to affordable health care is a concern. How is the Albanese Labor government strengthening Medicare and making it easier and cheaper to see a doctor?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator Smith, and I thank you for your question. And I know you, Senator Smith, and all of the senators on this side and the whole Labor team understand that cost of living is the most important issue for Australians at the moment, and that is why it has been front and centre in every budget Labor has delivered. And we have been working hard to clean up the Liberals and Nationals mess, especially in health. And we have made the largest investment in Medicare in more than 40 years. We have expanded bulk billing, so it's no longer in free fall, so more Australians can see a doctor. We're training more doctors in our cities and in our regions. We've opened 87 urgent care clinics and we've promised to open 50 more. We're making medicines cheaper. We've invested more than $500 million to deliver more choice, lower costs and better health care for Australian women. And what is clear, Senator Smith, is that all of this is at risk under a potential Dutton Liberal National government. What is clear is that Mr Dutton would seek to cut so much of this cost of living support that the government is providing. We know he's already promised cuts. The Shadow Treasurer said on the weekend that they would cut everything they opposed in opposition. Senator Hume has confirmed that Labor spent around $374 billion more than what the Liberals would have. That accounts for all the additional expenditure this term, everything from indexation of pensions to national security and defence spending. But of course, they refuse to outline exactly what they'd cut to pay for the $600 billion nuclear scheme. But if you listen carefully to Mr Dutton, Senator Hume, Mr Taylor, what we know is those opposite would gut Medicare, would wind back Labor's investments in women's health, would stop funding urgent care clinics and make it harder, more expensive to see a GP. He cuts, you pay.
Thank you.
He cuts,
Minister.
you pay.
The time has expired. Senator Smith, first supplementary.
Minister, last week the Albanese Labor government announced it is making cheaper medicines even cheaper. Having already slashed the costs of medicines with the largest cut to the cost of medicine in the history of the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme in 2023, Labor is now going further with a script to cost Australians no more than $25 under the PBS. Minister, can you explain why Australians can only trust a Labor government to invest in health, make medicines cheaper and strengthen Medicare?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister.
Well, why do we know this? Well, because as Mr Dutton said, and I quote, "Past performance is the best indicator of future practice." Past performance is the best indicator of future practice. Let's have a look at Mr Dutton's past performance. In 2013, the Liberals promised no cuts to health, and then Mr Dutton cut $50 billion from hospitals. Just months later, as Health Minister, Mr Dutton tried to introduce a GP tax on every single Australian patient. And when he couldn't get it through Parliament, what did he do? He started a six-year freeze of Medicare rebates, the Dutton Medicare rebate freeze. No wonder doctors voted him the worst health minister in the history of Medicare. And of course, Senator Ruston confirmed we have never said that Australians will get access to free GP services. She let the cat out of the bag. Mr Dutton and the Liberals just can't be trusted with Medicare.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Smith, second supplementary.
Minister, as you mentioned earlier, the Liberals and Nationals confirmed on the weekend that they plan to cut all of the cost of living measures they opposed in this chamber, from cheaper medicines at urgent care clinics to tax cuts for every taxpayer. Can the minister highlight how Labor's cost of living relief is helping Australians, and what minister is at risk from promises to cut Labor's measures?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, the Albanese government has been working to put in place responsible measures to help Australians with the cost of living, and our plan is working. Those opposite, the Libs and the Nationals, still don't have a plan, and all cost of living measures are at risk. And you know what? Their own party room knows it. Last week, a senior Liberal told The Australian it was unclear what Mr Dutton stood for, while a Liberal MP labelled the Shadow Treasurer a dead weight. A dead weight. Well, we saw the dead weight on show in the disastrous interview on Sunday, where he managed not only to confirm you will cut everything that you've opposed, but contradicted Mr Dutton on your divestiture policy, contradicted Mr Dutton on the citizenship referendum. He made unbelievable claims about the cost of Mr Dutton's nuclear reactors, and he managed to split with the Shadow Finance Minister on public sector cuts. I mean, what an extraordinarily bad interview.
Has expired. Senator Ruston.
Thank you, President. My question is also to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Minister, the Australian Labor Party posted a meme on their social media platforms on Sunday, which is based on a notoriously offensive T-shirt that is currently held in the Museums Victoria as an artefact of racism in Australia. The original version of this T-shirt has been worn by white supremacists to express racism sentiment, including neo-Nazi Michael Harcrow. Will the minister make a clear promise to the Australian public that the Labor Party will not promote any further racist, hate-based material in your desperate pursuit of a baseless scare campaign?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Order, order, order. Before I invite Minister Wong, I am failing to see how this relates to portfolio matters. I'm advised by the clerk she is struggling to see that as well. So I will invite Minister Wong to respond to the question in whatever way she thinks is appropriate.
We are a party that has a long history of standing against racism, and we always will. Unlike those opposite, we do not believe people have a right to be a bigot. Unlike those opposite, we do not believe people have a right to offend others. It was you and your party, including Senator Cash and Senator Patterson, who wanted to remove those protections from 18C of the Racial Discrimination Act. Our position on racial discrimination, it is clear, it is consistent, and it will always be thus.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ruston, first supplementary.
Minister, in reference to the article in the Sydney Morning Herald today, the Australian Labor Party has defended the use of this racist and offensive T-shirt by stating that your party is seeking to reach everyone with our message. Is this an acknowledgement that the Labor Party is so desperate to whip up a new scare campaign that you're even willing to promote racist material used by white supremacists?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Again, that is not a portfolio matter question, but the minister is entitled to respond if she so chooses.
I refer to my previous answer. Our position against racism is clear across our party. Can you say the same, Senator?
Order, 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 order. Senator Ruston is on her feet. Senator Ayres, order. Senator Ruston, second supplementary.
Senator Wong, given the article in the Sydney Morning Herald today and the Prime Minister's response to that article where he failed to condemn it, you say that the government and the Labor Party does not stand for racism or supporting of of this kind of behaviour, white supremacist support. Can you be clear and give a full condemnation of the post?
Thank you. And before I call the minister, I am ruling order. I am ruling the question in order because it refers to a statement made by the Prime Minister. Minister Wong.
Senator,
order. Minister Wong, please. Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Order. I am asking for order and silence. Senator Patterson and Senator Ayres, order. If you can't remain silent, leave the chamber. Silence is what I've asked for. Minister Wong.
I condemn racism in all its forms. I condemn racism and prejudice when it is. How is that not relevant?
Senator Ruston.
I draw your attention to the question and relevance. I was asking about a condemnation of a post, not a general view.
The minister is just into her response, and so far I think she is being relevant. Please continue, Minister.
We condemn racism in all its form, in all circumstances. I condemned it when your Attorney-General stood here and said people have a right to be bigots. I didn't remember any of you condemning it then. We condemned it. We condemned it when you, Senator Cash, and you, Senator Patterson, said that the protections for people in this country against offensive language, a language that was designed to offend, we said no to your desire to take those protections out of the Racial Discrimination Act. It is very.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Ruston.
On relevance, I've merely asked the minister if she will condemn the post.
Senator Ruston, the minister is in order, and I invite the minister to continue her response, and I expect her to be heard in silence. Minister.
I absolutely, and I'm surprised I would even have to say this. Of course, we should all stand against white supremacism. And I, for one, have been on the receiving end of some of what they have said and done.
Thank you, Minister.
So
the time for answering has expired. Just a moment, Senator Kim. It's disrespectful to me when I've asked for silence and I heard Senator Mackenzie first, immediately, Senator Cash and Senator McGrath. Silence means silence. Be respectful towards my orders. Senator McKim.
Thanks, President. My question's to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Minister, is the Prime Minister aware that industrial salmon farming corporations in Tasmania are responsible for millions of fish deaths in the last month alone, egregious animal cruelty by suffocating countless live fish, devastation of the marine environment by blanketing vast swathes of the sea floor with sludge and slime, pollution of much-loved beaches to the extent that people can't go swimming without bumping into rotten salmon carcasses or walking on beaches without their feet being coated by stinking congealed remnants of dead salmon, and the looming extinction of an ancient species. Why, in the middle of a social, environmental, animal welfare and extinction crisis, is the Prime Minister choosing to work with Mr Dutton to gut Australia's environment protection laws for the benefit of multinational corporations who pay no tax?
Thank you, Senator McKim. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. This is a specific amendment to address a flaw in the EPBC Act. And what I would say to you, Senator, is we're not going to stand by and see workers lose their jobs because the law is broken. Now, I know that we are the Labor Party and we care about jobs, and I know that
Order. Order. Senator Henderson, which part of order doesn't apply to you? Minister, please continue.
I know that Senator Urquhart and all of the Tasmanian Labor senators do know firsthand the importance of Tasmanian jobs, and I know that your party doesn't have the same view about Tasmanian jobs, Senator. You make assertions about the motivation for this, and you like to use the word corporations. You don't talk about workers. You don't talk about workers. You don't talk about jobs.
Order.
Would you?
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. When I call for order, it also applies to the party at the back of the room. Minister Wong, please continue.
You talk about corporations. We talk about workers. We don't hear you talking about workers and jobs and the communities who rely on them. So what I would say to you, Senator, is we know these laws.
Order. Senator Whish-Wilson, you are drowning out the minister. Senator Whish-Wilson, you are not in an argument with me. I want there to be silence, and I expect silence. Senator Urquhart. Minister Wong, please continue.
Now, it is unfortunate that these laws over the last 10 years have not been reformed. It's also unfortunate that we haven't been in a position to gain sufficient support in this place and also through the community for reform to laws which I think there is broad agreement from both sides of the debate that these laws are broken. Now, I appreciate that the Greens do... Oh, jeez.
Order. Senator Shoebridge. And Senator Ayres. Minister, please continue.
I think there is broad agreement that the environmental laws of this country are broken, that they don't... Oh.
Order. Senator McKim, I should not have to be calling out individual senators. I've asked for silence. You are being disrespectful towards me. Save your comments for taking note or some other time. Do not direct them at me when I've called for order. Minister Wong, please continue.
These laws don't protect the environment sufficiently, nor do they protect workers in the community they live in.
The time for answering has expired. Senator McKim, first supplementary.
Minister, why is the Prime Minister claiming that the legislation is limited in effect to salmon farming in Macquarie Harbour when in fact it is not? Can you confirm that the legislation to amend the EPBC just introduced in the House contains nothing whatsoever that would preclude it from preventing the Environment Minister from reconsidering fossil fuel projects, other mines, land clearing actions or large industrial developments?
Thank you, Senator McKim. Minister Wong.
Well, 2 points I'd say. 2 points I'd say. The first is these are specific amendments to address a flaw in the EPBC Act. And secondly, I predict that it doesn't matter what my answer is, you're going to make those scare campaigns anyway because you don't support these changes. I mean, that is the approach the Australian Greens take. I've seen this over many years. That is the approach you will take on these issues. I think it is very clear that there is a problem with these laws. It is something that has been identified over a number of years, including under the previous government, and we do need. The fact that this legislation is having to come forward is a demonstration of the flaws in the current Act.
Thank you, Minister. Senator McKim, second supplementary.
Minister, you say that the legislation is to correct a flaw in the EPBC Act. Is the flaw that your government has discovered that in a limited range of cases the Act actually does give effect to protection of the environment? Is that the flaw? Is that the flaw that you are referring to?
Thank you, Senator McKim. Minister Wong.
No, that is not the case, Senator. That is not what I mean. The existing law means an industry has to shut down overnight when an environmental assessment commences. Senator, why is it that you cannot listen to me without shouting? Would you like me just to sit down? Because all you're doing is shouting. So if you want shouting time, not question time, I'm happy to sit down. You can just shout for a while.
Order.
Well,
Order.
mate, if the clock's been run out, look in the mirror. Look in the mirror.
Minister Wong, I invite you to respond to me.
Well, I'm just, they seem to have difficulty not shouting while you move shouting time. But they'll probably second it, Senator Mackenzie. I suspect that we would lose that vote. The existing law means an industry has to be shut down overnight when an environmental assessment commences. It's not acceptable to the government, and I'd venture a suggestion it's not acceptable to the community.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Green.
Thank you very much, President. My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations, Senator Watt. Cost of living pressures are top of mind for Australian workers and households. While we are starting to see real wages growing, unemployment at record lows and inflation coming down, there's still more to do. How is the Albanese Labor government helping Australian workers earn more and keep more of what they earn? And how are the government's workplace relations reforms helping Australian workers deal with cost of living pressures?
Senator Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Green, for the question. 3 years ago, Labor promised to get wages moving again, and 3 years on, the Albanese Labor government has delivered. When Australians voted out a coalition government 3 years ago, they had endured 5 consecutive quarters of real wages falling, wages going backwards. And now, after 3 years of the Albanese Labor government, we've seen 5 consecutive quarters of real wage growth, wages going forwards. Literally a mirror image of the coalition's policy of deliberately keeping wages low. Labor is unapologetically for working people getting ahead, and we've delivered higher wages, low unemployment and lower inflation, with interest rates now starting to come down. There is still more to do, but our changes to workplace laws mean there's more money going into people's pockets. The average Australian full-time worker is now earning over $200 a week more under Labor than they were under the coalition, and more Australians are in work than ever before. While we're focused on growing jobs and lifting wages, all we hear from those opposite is about cutting jobs and cutting pay. Just yesterday on the ABC, I sat across from Senator Hume as she repeatedly suggested jobs should be cut from, wait for it, the Department of Veterans Affairs. Senator Hume said, if it's a backlog that you're clearing in Veterans Affairs, why do you need permanent staff now? So after Labor has finally cleared the backlog of 42,000 veterans' claims left behind by the Coalition, Senator Hume and the Coalition reckon we can cut those workers again, starting the backlogs again. So despite Peter Dutton telling people there won't be frontline job cuts, his own shadow minister is out there telling us their real plan. It is becoming very clear we can expect the same thing to happen in Australia with the 36,000 job cuts, because when Peter Dutton cuts,
Minister
you
Watt,
pay.
The time has expired. Senator Green, first supplementary.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Minister. Mr Dutton and the Coalition have voted against every single one of the government's cost of living support measures. Now Mr Dutton is promising a suite of cuts but refuses to outline what is on his chopping block. Why is it so important that the rights of Australian workers don't end up on Mr Dutton's chopping block?
Thank you. Senator Green. Minister Watt.
Thank you, Senator Green. We do know that workers' rights are on the chopping block at this election. Already, Mr Dutton has promised to cut the right to disconnect, same job, same pay, casual protections, and just recently he told women working from home they could job share, halving their pay. But we still don't know what other cuts Peter Dutton has planned, because he won't be honest with the Australian people. He won't tell Australians what jobs amongst the 36,000 public service job cuts that he will cut. He won't tell Australians what the extra targeted repeals of workplace laws will be when his shadow treasurer promises there will be more. Senator Cash won't even turn up and debate me at the National Press Club during the campaign. That's how much they don't want to tell people. But what we do know is they are taking their marching orders from their mates in big business. We had the H.R. Nichols Society recently hand over their election wish list, and that includes things like abolishing all awards and the conditions that come with them. And what did the Coalition say? Well, Michael Sukkar said, having had that detailed work,
Minister.
they can now crack on and get moving quickly with it.
Senator Green, second supplementary.
Thanks, President. Thanks, Minister. Given everything is on Mr Dutton's chopping block, especially workers' pay and conditions, why is it so important that no cuts are made to workers' wages and entitlements?
Thank you, Senator. Minister Watt.
Thank you, Senator Green. Well, we know the working people of Australia won't stand for Peter Dutton's cuts, and I reckon some of those opposite are starting to know that too. As we heard of insiders over the weekend, the Coalition are turning on each other more every day. They've started leaking, briefing against the leader of the opposition leader, undermining the shadow treasurer. One described the shadow treasurer's insider's interview as very strange, putting it kindly. We even heard on the weekend that apparently supporters of Angus Taylor are keeping a hit list of people who've been leaking against him. They're checking that list twice. They're going to find out who's naughty and who's nice, because Angus Taylor is coming to town. Now, even today, we see a new article in the Sydney Morning Herald headlined, "The leaking has to stop. Dutton warns dissent will cost seats." They are now leaking about directives not to leak against each other. Several MPs at the meeting, not authorised to speak about it publicly, said Mr Dutton warned internal dissent could cost a few seats, and they singled on the New South Wales moderates.
And Senator Watt, I do remind you, order, Senator Mackenzie. Senator Watt, I do remind you to refer to those in the other place by their correct titles. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. My question is for the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Minister McAllister. Minister, how many households with an income of $200,000 or more will receive the $150 energy bill rebate?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister McAllister.
Thanks very much, President, and thank you, Senator Pocock, for the question. Well, as has been clear, our approach in providing energy bill relief has been to make sure that every household gets access to this. And I understand that you may have a different view about whether that is necessary, but we take the view that families across the country are under pressure, and we do what we can to help. We've known that addressing cost of living is a significant priority for this government across the entire term, and it's why we've taken the steps that we have, delivering tax cuts, delivering energy bill relief for households, getting wages moving again, making medicines cheaper, making it easier to see a GP. All of these steps have been put in place so as to...
Thank you, Minister McAllister. Senator Pocock.
Sorry, President, just on a point of order, relevance. I had no preamble, very tight question. I understand their rationale. I'm just asking how many people who earn more than $200,000 a year are getting these rebates.
The Minister has been relevant to your question, Senator Pocock. Minister McAllister.
Thanks very much, President. And we are clear that every household will receive bill relief. And in addition to that, many businesses, around 1 million small businesses, will also receive relief. But in the long term, Senator, we do know that the transformation of the energy system is necessary to get prices under control. We came to government and faced a very serious situation in the energy system. Almost a decade of failed energy policies, 22 policies, none of them landed.
Minister McAllister, please resume your seat. Senator Pocock.
President, on relevance, I had absolutely no preamble. I had a one-sentence question that was how many people who earn more than $200,000 a year are receiving the rebate?
And that's the same point
How is
of
that
order.
relevant?
Senator Pocock, that's the same point of order you stood on, and I've ruled on that. The Minister is being relevant. Minister, please continue.
Thanks, President. As I was indicating, we came to government under circumstances where there had been 22 failed energy policies, none of them landed. There was significant work to do to restore order, to restore confidence in the electricity system, and we've set about taking the necessary steps to make that happen, to restore confidence in the investment community.
Minister McAllister. Senator Lambie.
It's a point of order and it's relevant. It's a simple question. How many people on 200,000 is this going
Senator
to?
Lambie,
and if you don't have a number,
Senator Lambie,
it's
please.
because that is because you
Senator
have
Lambie,
not done your
resume
homework.
Your seat. Senator Lambie, first of all, direct the point of order to me. You're not raising a point of order with the Minister. That's the third time that point of order has been raised. The Minister has answered the question and is being relevant. Minister McCarthy. Senator Lambie, resume your seat unless you have a question towards me. Senator Lambie.
I just have a question if you explain to me how that is relevant to the question, because I'm sorry, I must be stupid in here, but if you explain the relevance to me so I understand your thinking, because I'm not accepting what you say. I just want an answer.
Senator Lambie, resume your seat. You're not in a debate with me. Senator Lambie, come to order. Senator Lambie, come to order or you'll be named. Senator Lambie, Senator Pocock has asked the question. The Minister has answered the question. It may not be in the terms that specifically meet your needs, but she has answered the question. Senator Lambie, resume your seat. Senator McAllister, please continue.
Thanks, President. And to say for the third time, this is a measure that applies to all households, Senators, and so it applies to all households irrespective of the level of income of that household.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Pocock, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. That's incredibly disappointing. Given the last 3 years we've heard about preambles and relevance, I don't know. We'll have to look at what can be done because I don't accept that was relevant. Minister, how many households could have been supported to install batteries for the $7.8 billion total cost of the ongoing energy bill relief measures? And how much ongoing savings would that have given?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister McAllister.
Thanks very much, President. Well, your question acknowledges that the government is providing an additional $150 in energy bill relief, and that extends the existing bill relief arrangements to the end of 2025. And as I indicated in response to your primary question, that means every household will receive support to bring down their energy bills. But it is also true, Senator, and we are in agreement here, that there are other opportunities to support households to bring down their bills. And those opportunities include investments in solar at home, in batteries at home. And our energy saving package, which we've canvassed on a number of occasions in this chamber, is doing exactly this. So we are delivering energy-saving upgrades to around 100,000 social housing residents across the country with the Social Housing Energy Performance Initiative. We've provided $1 billion to turbocharge lending through the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, working with banks and other lenders to finance energy upgrades for 110,000 homes, and we're funding ARENA to do electrification trials.
Senator Pocock, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Minister. Minister, will the government commit to structural reform and a substantial electrification and energy efficiency package to get households off gas and substantially reduce household energy bills rather than constant band-aid fixes?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister McAllister.
Thanks very much, President. Well, I obviously don't agree with the assessment that Senator Pocock makes of the cost of living support that is being provided to every household. Our government thinks that that is important. Our government thinks that it is important when households are under pressure to provide them support where we can, and that is the approach we've taken right across the term. But, Senator, your question seems to imply that it's an either-or, and we don't accept that either. We do think that there are opportunities to support households to build their own energy resilience and to make enduring savings on their bills, and it is precisely why we've made the investments that we have over this term to support households to do just that. And I talked about some of those in my answer to your last question. Those households are already seeing results. The amount of investment necessary for a household depends on your circumstances, but there are things families can do, and we're taking every step that we can to help them do that.
Thank you, Senator McAllister. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Immigration and Multicultural Affairs, Senator Watt. Minister, according to ABS data, that's Australian Bureau of Statistics data, last month 201,490 new foreign students arrived in Australia. This is a new record for the month of February. Minister, where are these people going to sleep?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Roberts. For starters, obviously, Senator Roberts, this government has done more in 3 years to build new housing than we saw in 10 years under a coalition government. So that's the first thing. And of course, what we know is that every measure this government has introduced to build more housing while they've been opposition, they voted against while they were in opposition. So for 10 years in government, they did nothing about housing, didn't build a single public home, didn't build a single social home. They get into opposition and they vote against everything we do to build more homes. So that's the first part of the answer, Senator Roberts. But Senator Roberts, as you'll recall, not that long ago, this government sought to pass legislation that would reduce overseas student numbers, because we did recognise there had been an increase to that. And who voted against that as well? That was the opposition voted against that. And who was the shadow education minister who led the charge against that? That was Senator Henderson. She's got a lot to say now, but she led the charge against our legislation to try to introduce caps on international student numbers. So, Senator Roberts, we will continue to act on both of these things. We will continue to deliver the housing that the opposition voted against. We have taken different measures outside of legislation to deal with the number of international students. But I might also make the point, Senator Roberts, that in the meantime our government has acted and migration levels are coming down as a result of the measures that we've taken. In fact, there are fewer people arriving into Australia now than when someone else was the Home Affairs Minister. Who would that be? Peter Dutton. Mr Dutton. So for all of the promises Mr Dutton is making about immigration now, when he was actually the minister in charge of this, there were more people moving to Australia or migrating to Australia than there are now.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Roberts, first supplementary.
On the 11th of December 2023, then Home Affairs Minister Claire O'Neill issued a press statement which included the comment, quote, "We are going to make sure that we bring numbers back under control." End of quote. Minister, clearly you have not succeeded in getting the numbers back under control. Can you please explain the reason why this government has not been able to control how many people arrive in Australia?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Watt.
Well, as I said, Senator Roberts, As a result of the actions this government has taken, we are seeing migration numbers fall in Australia compared to what they were when we came to office as a result of the policies of the opposition. In fact, to give you a few more statistics on this, Senator Roberts, there were 10,000 more overseas student arrivals in Australia in January 2019 when, guess who, Mr Dutton was in charge of our borders. And more importantly, the number of student visa applications in Australia has dropped by 30% compared with this time last year. So this is proof that our measures are working, despite the coalition voting to block our plan to cap overseas student numbers. Now, we've all seen over the last couple of years the results of Mr Dutton leaving us with a broken migration system, the Albanian crime gangs who've been rorting our visa system and more still. We've been dealing with that and cleaning it up, and we're now seeing the results with migration numbers falling.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Roberts, second supplementary.
Thank you. In the June quarter 2022, just after your election, housing starts were 47,000. Latest ABS data for the September quarter last year shows just 42,000 starts. You are building fewer homes while bringing in more new arrivals, and that has caused the housing catastrophe. Minister, if this government is not controlling immigration numbers, who is? Is it the bureaucrats, the universities, the Chinese and Indian governments? Who is in control of Australia's immigration program?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Watt.
Well, I can assure you, Senator Roberts, it's not the one world government in control of our policies. That's definitely not the case. The Australian government, of course, is in charge of our migration policies, and it's the Australian government who has reduced migration numbers over the last 3 years through a variety of measures, including a number of measures that the very vocal Senator Canavan over there voted against. So they've got a lot of things to say from the cheap seats over there in opposition, but whenever they get the chance to vote on something, they vote against it. And Senator Roberts, I don't know whether the figures you've just quoted about the number of housing starts are correct or not. I'd have to check those. But what I do know is that the construction of new housing being funded through our Housing Australia Future Fund was held up for month after month after month by the unholy coalition of the Liberals, the Nationals, One Nation and the Greens, blocking our legislation, preventing spending on housing that has finally been passed by the Senate, still with the opposition of this lot over there, and we're now getting on with building those homes.
Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is for the Minister representing the Minister for Industry and Science and comes to the financial implosion of Sanjeev Gupta's GFG alliance. The Liberty Bell Bay aluminium smelter is one of the biggest manganese smelters in the world and one of the greenest thanks to our hydropower, and it's one of the largest manufacturing operations in Tasmania. The 260 workers employed at the smelter are extremely worried about their future, and with good reason, as you would know. We now know that Mr Gupta's company Liberty One Steel Primary UK granted security over its entire holding in Liberty Bell Bay to the American vulture capital firm White Oak Global Advisors. What specific measures is the government prepared to take to ensure this vital manufacturing facility and Tasmanian employer will be protected and not ravaged and sold with no regard for Australia's national interest or the future of its employees in Tasmania?
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Lambie, and thank you for your interest in this this company. I know you've taken a great deal of interest in it, and I know your colleague in South Australia, Mr. Rex Patrick, is also taking an interest in Whyalla. The short answer is that we believe in this industry. We've shown by the way in which we've stepped into one of Mr Gupta's other businesses, namely the Whyalla Steelworks, that this government is prepared to put its money where its mouth is in terms of supporting jobs, the 261 workers that you've talked about here, but of course many more workers in Whyalla. One of the reasons that we had to intervene in the Whyalla operation was because the company was in severe financial trouble. It was close to going into administration, and of course that very fine South Australian government, led by that very fine Premier, Mr Malinauskas, worked worked very closely with the federal government and again that terrific minister, Minister Husek, who I know you've been talking with, to ensure the long-term security and the ability of this country to continue to build or to produce steel, which is absolutely vital to a future made in Australia. We have the same concerns, obviously, for the workers in Tasmania. It's a little bit unclear.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Lambie, first supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. The South Australian Treasury estimated that Whyalla Steelworks needs roughly $3 billion. Since then, Koodamentha have found GFG has run the Whyalla Steelworks into the ground. A variety of packages and amounts have been mentioned ranging from $1 billion to $2.4 billion. How much Commonwealth funding will be made available to support fixing up Whyalla? And given that manganese from the Liberty Bell Bay is vital in steel production, are some of these funds being considered for Liberty Bell Bay?
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Minister Farrell.
Look, the short answer to your question, Senator, is that the funding that both the state and the federal government have provided is for Whyalla. To the best of my knowledge, and I will consult with Minister Husek to find out whether or not there is a request from the Gupta's operations in Tasmania. I'm not aware of any, but that's not to say that they're not there, and I'm happy to follow that up. Obviously, the priority at the moment has been Whyalla, and if you can keep the Whyalla Steelworks going, as this rescue package does, that's obviously of benefit to the Tasmanian operations because, as you say, they are supplying product into Whyalla. I was up in Whyalla a few weeks ago with Premier Malinauskas.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Lambie, second supplementary.
Thank you. Given the sorry state of the steelworks and the turmoil in global trade thanks to President Trump's tariff war, how can the government be confident that Koodamentha will find a new buyer that is also prepared to invest in the scale required to transform the now terribly degraded Whyalla Steelworks? Does the government still rule out nationalising the Whyalla Steelworks today?
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Lambie, for her second supplementary question. The steelworks and its associated minerals is, I believe, a long-term going concern. It was a profitable business in the way in which it has previously been run. Under Mr Gupta, there's certainly been a range of issues. And you've mentioned some of them. The fact that maintenance had not been conducted on the site. I'm confident that at the end of this process, the Whyalla Steelworks will be a going concern, and that there will be other businesses.
Senator Lambie.
Sorry, on point of order, I was just wondering whether the government was still ruling out nationalising Whyalla. Is it on the table or is it just sitting there? Sorry.
Thank you, Senator Lambie. The Minister is being relevant to your question. Minister Farrell.
I guess what I'm saying to you, Senator Lambie, is I don't think that's going to be necessary because I believe this is an ongoing concern.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Sheldon.
My question is to the Minister for Emergency Management, Senator McAllister. Just over 3 weeks ago, Tropical Cyclone Alfred was bearing down on southeast Queensland and northern New South Wales. Now, while we're also thankful for the impacts weren't as extreme as feared, many have felt the impacts of flooding and other damage caused by the storm. How are affected communities responding to the aftermath of Alfred and any support that might be available?
Minister McAllister.
Thanks very much, Senator Sheldon. Well, this has been a really challenging time for communities in southeast Queensland and in northern New South Wales. Tropical Cyclone Alfred was not unprecedented, but it was highly unusual. It was a Category 2 cyclone bearing down on one of the most densely populated regions in Australia. and I know that the thoughts of all Australians were with those potentially in its path. At one point during the event, 450,000 Australians had lost power, perhaps the most significant power outage in Australia's history. And we saw through this event the hard work of emergency service personnel, ADF personnel, local government employees, and energy and telco personnel, and thousands of volunteers to keep communities safe. The Albanese government worked very closely with the Queensland and New South Wales governments to support those households that were impacted by ex-tropical cyclone Alfred. For example, supports were jointly funded to people if they lost essential services such as power, gas, water and sewerage for more than 5 days, or if they needed help to cover the cost of emergency essentials like food, clothing and medicine, or if their home became structurally unsafe to live in. We have also, of course, provided Commonwealth-only assistance in the form of the Australian Government Disaster Recovery Payment and the Disaster Recovery Allowance. This latter payment, of course, is a payment to support people who were unable to work for a period as a consequence of the event. Now, we know that this will have a cost on the budget, and the Treasurer has made that clear in recent days. But we think this expenditure is worth it. We think it is critical, and we will stand by the people of South East Queensland and the people of Northern New South Wales as they begin their journey of recovery.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Sheldon, first supplementary.
The Albanese Labor government has been committed to strengthening the Australian government's capacity to respond to events like these and to help them recover, including by establishing the National Emergency Management Agency. What measures were put in place by the government to prepare for this high-risk weather season, and how has that effort made a difference on the ground?
Minister McAllister.
Thanks very much, Senator. Well, a key priority for our government has been to rebuild capability in disaster resilience, response and recovery after the Coalition's disastrous period in office. We have established the first ever emergency stockpile. During ex-tropical cyclone Alfred, the stockpile deployed 125,000 sandbags to Queensland and 6 large generators to New South Wales to support the response. We've increased the national aerial fleet investment, and states and territories now have access to a large air tanker and 3 federally funded heavy-lift helicopters. And during Alfred, these were pre-positioned in Bundaberg and another in Coffs Harbour. We have funded Disaster Relief Australia, and again in Alfred, DRA staff were deployed to help with the clean-up in Queensland. We know that the climate's changing and Australians will face more severe events of this kind, and it's why we have made these investments, and it's a stark contrast to those opposite. Their promise of reckless cuts will send a chill through communities affected by natural disasters.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Sheldon, second supplementary.
Well, I do want to commend all the work done by emergency management personnel and public servants, who I know work so hard to help their fellow Australians in times of need. With all the good work of our public service in a crisis, it beggars belief that in the days leading up to Alfred's impact, the Shadow Minister could not rule out cuts to the National Emergency Management Agency. What would cuts to NEMA mean for the Australian government's capacity to support communities through natural disasters?
Order. Before I call the Minister, there will be order. Minister McAllister.
Well, the National Emergency Management Agency was created by our government, and I think it has shown why a well-coordinated and properly resourced agency is so important to keeping Australians safe. And whether that is running the National Situation Room, delivering hundreds of thousands of sandbags to Queensland councils, or working to maintain and establish supply chains, that capability has been widely recognised as changing our ability to support the states in managing natural disasters. And so that refusal by the Shadow Emergency Management Minister to rule out jobs cuts at NEMA are disturbing. But of course they have her boss's fingerprints all over them. This man, Mr Dutton, is a person who has described Labor's investments in public service capability as wasteful spending and is committed to cutting 36,000 public servants.
Minister, please resume your seat. Withdraw those remarks. Senator Ruston.
Withdraw.
Thank you. Senator McAllister.
I think the question is this: who is it that the Coalition plans to fire at NEMA if they win the election?
Thank you, Minister. Senator McKenzie.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. On the 16th of March 2025, there were new media reports in The Age and 60 Minutes of sickening violence and rorts on construction sites. Minister, were any of these incidents reported by The Age or 60 Minutes on Commonwealth-funded infrastructure projects?
Thank you, Senator McKenzie. Minister Wong.
Senator, I am advised that, well, first, obviously, as I said in response to the first question from Senator Cash, that the allegations and the footage were abhorrent. I would also make the point, I appreciate you don't agree with this, that appointing an independent administrator to clean up the CFMEU was the strongest action a government could take. The deregistration of the union, as proposed by you and your colleagues, would allow those elements to operate without regulation, including on construction sites, including on Commonwealth construction sites. So, well, the leader says not true. That is clearly the case, and I think the minister's made that clear. I don't have in my head the list of all sites on which those allegations were uncovered, well, I don't, including, but I would make the point is that the administrator has removed dozens of officials, organisers and delegates, and that the allegations...
Minister, please retrieve your seat. Senator McKenzie.
Point of order on relevance. It was a very direct question about whether any of these sites where this sickening behaviour was evidence were Commonwealth-funded infrastructure projects.
Thank you, Senator McKenzie, and the minister has answered that part of your question, and you also referred to media reports, and the minister has answered that part of your question that you raised in a point of order. Minister Wong.
Thank you. Well, Senator, I was trying to answer the question. I said I don't have that in my head. What I can say to you is first that a number of the allegations were investigated or were unearthed in part because of the work or wholly because of the work that the administrator has undertaken. I now have been provided with some information about the infrastructure portfolio. Obviously, I'm not representing the Minister for Infrastructure. I'm advised that where the Commonwealth has a direct funding and contracting role, Ms King has asked her department to provide advice. She has also written with the Minister for Finance to the chairs of ARTC, WSA and National Intermodal, seeking assurance of compliance with relevant laws. Where we have Commonwealth partnerships with states to deliver projects, we have embedded requirements in our funding agreement to prevent these issues from occurring, and references she has written to state and territory counterparts to say that improper conduct should be...
Expired. Senator McKenzie, first supplementary.
Last year I wrote to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport and Regional Development regarding the unlawful activity by the CFMEU on Commonwealth-funded infrastructure projects, and she advised she had asked state and territory ministers to report to her any activity. Has the Allen government in Victoria provided any reports to the Commonwealth of unlawful CFMEU behaviour on Commonwealth-funded infrastructure projects, as my letter requested, as her response said, and as your answer to my first question outlined?
Senator McKenzie, I will draw to your attention the Infrastructure Minister question should be directed to Senator McCarthy, but I think Minister Wong has indicated she can answer parts of your question. Minister.
Thank you. I understand first that the Minister has written to state and territory counterparts to convey that any information regarding improper or criminal conduct should be reported immediately to the relevant regulator. In relation specifically to your question about Victoria, the advice I have is that the Minister has previously made clear to her counterparts the expectation that illegal conduct or suspicions of such on Commonwealth-funded projects be reported to the Department. Prior to the allegations, I'm advised that neither...
Minister Wong,
coming
please
to it,
resume your
Senator.
seat. Sorry, do you have it? You were standing, Senator McKenzie, you're sitting down again. Thank you.
She's taking me on faith.
Thank you.
Prior to these allegations, neither the Minister's office nor department had received any information from Victoria. Following these allegations, the Minister has written to her Victorian counterpart to seek an explanation and to underline her expectations on reporting.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Mackenzie, second supplementary.
What action has the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport and Regional Development undertaken to satisfy herself, given these public reports, that Victoria is indeed complying with her direction that she made last year and that it seems she's had to make again?
Before I call the Minister, I'll remind you once again, Senator Mackenzie, Senator Wong is not the repping Minister for Minister King. As I said in your previous question, the repping Minister is Senator McCarthy. But I'll invite Minister Wong to answer the question in whatever way she thinks represents your question.
Thank you. Well, I'll provide what answers I can, Senator, and if there's further information I will provide it to the Senate. The government has first supported the Fair Work Commission in appointing independent administrators to the construction division of the CFMEU. We've asked the Fair Work Ombudsman to undertake a targeted review of all enterprise agreements made by the Victorian branch of the construction division of the CFMEU that apply to big build projects. We've requested the AFP investigate allegations to ensure enterprise agreements and government-funded projects are genuine agreements and workplaces are free from coercion and intimidation. And where the Commonwealth partners with states to deliver a project, we have embedded requirements in funding agreements to prevent these issues from occurring, including emphasising the importance of engaging delivery partners who prioritise ethical practices. And with that, President, I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Thank you.
President.
Oh, thanks.
Are there any motions to take note of? No? Senator Smith.
Deputy President, thank you. Pursuant to Standing Order 1643, I ask the Minister representing the Treasurer for an explanation as to why order for the production of documents number 767 agreed to on the 10th of February concerning the Tax Laws Amendment incentivising food donation to charitable donations Bill 2024 and other matters has not been complied with. The order required the documents to be tabled by 5 p.m. on the 11th of February.
Minister.
I'm repping the Treasurer and I'm not sure I was aware that this would happen, but you were generally very courteous. I will just check with the shadow. Up there. The duty Minister will answer the question. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Senator Smith refers to Senate Order 767, which I think was agreed to by the Senate in February. There was a letter provided from the Assistant Minister for Competition, Charities and Treasury, the Honourable Dr Andrew Lee MP, on the following day, and he advised the Senate in that correspondence that the requested documents could not be produced by the deadline and work to compile and review the necessary material was actively being progressed. The letter confirms that it is the government's intention to comply with the order and notes that a response is expected to be tabled once those necessary steps are complete. It is important to note, I think, that this government, with a demonstrated commitment to standards of integrity and transparency and accountability, far stronger than the previous government, is working through the necessary steps that are required to comply with this order. the number of Senate estimates, questions on notice, parliamentary questions on notice and orders for the production of documents have all skyrocketed to an industrial scale in the 47th Parliament. In fact, the number of OPDs has also doubled during the 47th Parliament, and the scope of these requests has also expanded significantly. It's important that we consider whether answering all of them are the best use of public sector resources. For example, a recent order moved by Senator Kovacic required the return of tens of thousands of pages of documents. I hope senators, paid attention to them and sat down and read them all carefully. And it took thousands and thousands of hours by public servants who the opposition treat with contempt when they provide these draft orders with massive scope and enormous cost to the taxpayer. However, I can advise in this instance that the documents requested in relation to OPD 767 are being actively progressed and that the government expects to provide them soon.
Senator Smith.
Deputy President, well, what Senator Ayres says in regards to the government's demonstrated standard of integrity and transparency is actually very heavily contested in this Senate as we stand almost on the eve of the federal election. And I would make this point too, that it is not the number of OPDs that is the issue for the government to consider. That is actually immaterial. It is not at the discretion of the government, nor is it at the discretion, in this case, of the Treasury, to determine what documents will and will not be released, because in actual fact, the order has been agreed by a vote of the Senate. So the Senate, as an institution, the House of Review, has exercised its judgment that these documents, the type that is contained in the notice of motion that gave effect to the OPD, should be agreed and should be complied with. And so I'd add this, that on the 11th of February, 43 days ago, this Senate agreed that documents, emails, correspondence between treasurers, correspondence between the Treasury and various Treasury ministers on the matter of a tax incentive for food charity donations was worthy of being revealed, worthy of being detailed and laid before this Senate. So 43 days later, nothing has transpired except words. And Senator Ayres' words were not that it will be complied with this afternoon, Senator Smith. It was not that these would be complied with by tomorrow, Senator Smith. It would be complied with soon. 43 days soon? What does that mean? What does that mean? And why is this an important issue? Why is this an important issue? It is an important issue because in addition to the cost of living crisis that has been endured by Australian families, we know that Australian charities have been enduring a cost of doing charitable business in this country because inflation pressures are equally applied to charitable organisations. We know that there's been an increase in the level of demand, and in this particular case for food donations from and amongst food charities. And we know that the first time, probably in living memory in this country, that working families, many of them on dual incomes, have been forced to seek support and seek relief from food charitable organisations like Food Bank, like OzHarvest, like Second Bite, like many of the ones that I have visited over the last 3 years in local communities across the state. And we also asked, in this OPD, we also asked for the government and the Treasury to reveal what general work they had been doing on the idea of a tax incentive generally in regards to food donations. And why did Senator Smith lodge this OPD? It was not a fishing exercise, because at the Senate Economics Committee, when it was inquiring into this particular bill, which happens to be my private senator's bill, Treasury officials relieved that in an unprecedented way, Treasury officials had been asked to do an analysis of the private senator's bill. And Treasury officials said that this was an uncommon experience And in actual fact, you'll often hear the government say that they do not support private senators' bills because they would prefer to bring their own initiatives to the Senate chamber. And that's why this OPD asks the government and the Treasury to reveal what general work it has been doing on a tax incentive for food donation charities. And why does Senator Smith have an inkling that the government might be doing this work? Because the House Agricultural Committee last year issued a report, and a recommendation of that report, a House Agriculture Committee chaired by Labor, controlled by Labor members of the House of Representatives, it agreed that legislation of this kind, providing a tax incentive to support food donation charitable giving to food charities, would be in the national interest. And indeed, organisations like Food Bank, OzHarvest, Second Bite wrote to the Treasurer in 2023 suggesting that this would be a really good idea, a very, very good and timely idea to provide relief to Australian food charities. And what did they get back from Dr. Jim Chalmers? Silence. Silence. So we say on this side that if there is no work being done, well then there is no OPD to comply with. So Senator Ayres could easily have said, Senator Smith, there's no work being done, sorry for the 43-day delay, there's nothing to see here. But instead, we have had delay, obfuscation. It may well be that Dr. Jim Chalmers, the Treasurer, stands on his feet tonight and says there's a tax incentive initiative contained in the budget for food charities. And on this side, we would say, well done, Dr. Jim Chalmers, disappointed it took you so long, disappointed you couldn't be more transparent with the food charity sector across our country, but we applaud that measure as a way of dealing with your terrible cost of living crisis that you've inflicted on Australian families and charities. But that's not what is being said. Delay, obfuscation, and for me and for food charities across this country, a powerful demonstration of why this government is not interested in transparency and not interested in integrity measures. So, in summing up, let me just explain why this matter is urgent to Australian families and why it is particularly urgent to Australians' charity sector. The Food Hunger Report of last year, of 2024, found 2 million or 19% of Australian households experienced severe food insecurity in the past 12 months. This was evidenced by increased demand for food relief by organisations such as Food Bank and OzHarvest and Second Bite. 63% of respondents to a survey conducted by the Salvation Army Red Shield Appeal of last year had skipped meals, and 45% had had to choose between paying household expenses or buying food. Most confronting, 27% had consumed expired or spoiled food. Not my report, the Salvation Army in this country, no less. In addition to that, we know that cost of living continues to be the main contributor to food insecurity, with increased living expenses identified as a factor by 82% of food insecure households. This food insecurity trend is occurring at a time of extensive food wastage, with more than 7.6 million tonnes of food dumped each year, much of it perfectly edible because it's more commercially viable to dump it than it is to donate it. Think about that for a second. It is more commercially viable to dump it than it is to donate it, and the private senator's bill that sits before this Senate, or any tax incentive, will aid the distribution of that food out of being dumped into food charities across this country. And for 3 years, the government has sat on its hands. A tax incentive to support the donation of food that would otherwise end up in waste is supported by no less than 60 organisations across the country, everyone from Food Bank, OzHarvest, Second Bite, to the Trucking Association, the National Farmers Federation, the Council, the Country Women's Council of Australia. It enjoys wide support. In addition to that, we know that Labor members of the House of Representatives who participate on the House Agricultural Committee also support it. We know that the Australian Food and Grocery Council supports it. We know that AusVeg supports it. It says, notably, a tax incentive of any kind will particularly benefit smaller farmers who may struggle to absorb the costs associated with surplus food and are more likely to resort to wasteful disposal. So by standing here this afternoon, I'm seeking to draw the Senate's attention to the fact that this Senate said it was necessary, proper, and issued an order that the government, supported by the Treasury, would release these documents. 43 days later, the documents have still not been released. And I'll take Senator Ayres on his word, and I hope that soon is defined as the next 24 hours or the next 36 hours, most definitely before the Senate Economics Committee meets on Friday at the Treasury estimates.
I take it that you move to take note of Senator Ayres' answer. Are there any other contributors to this debate? Otherwise, I'll put the question. I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against no, the ayes have it. Are there any motions to take note of answers? Senator McGrath.
Deputy President, I move to take note of answers to questions asked by Senator McKenzie and Senator Cash. And it does disturb me, Deputy President, with that wry grin that you have on your face, that you think I might be possibly breaching the standing orders. And I think that's an outrageous allegation for your face to make. But I do wish to comment in relation to the answers by Senator Wong concerning the CFMEU. And I take note that today in Queensland, my Premier, the Queensland Premier David Crisafulli, has made a substantial and brilliant announcement concerning the Olympics coming to Queensland in 2032. And why this is relevant to the answers put forward by Senator Wong in relation to the questions is that the construction industry in Queensland over the last decade or so have suffered under a CFMEU tax, that builders in the private sector and builders in the public sector had their costs blow out consistently because of the actions and the activities of the CFMEU. And what we're going to see in Queensland is an Olympics that is delivered for all of Queensland, whether it is the archery in Maryborough or equestrian in Toowoomba and sailing and cricket, all the way up the coast of Queensland. And it will come on a budget because the state LNP government are getting a grip with the CFMEU. But what we're seeing across the country, sadly because of the Labor Party's historic but also ongoing connections with the CFMEU, and in particular I make reference, Deputy President, to the $11.5 million that the Labor Party has received in donations and in benefits of a kind from the CFMEU. So it is no good for Labor Party ministers, Labor Party cabinet ministers to come into this chamber and say that they're standing up to the CFMEU and they're taking action against the CFMEU when their party, their organisation, has benefited to the tune of $11.5 million. So if the Labor Party was serious about saying they're going to take a big stick to CFMEU, they would hand the money back. They would hand the money back to the unions. But when I say hand it back to the union, it's actually back to the members of the union, because the $11.5 million doesn't come from a union. It comes from those workers who are effectively forced, sometimes coerced, into joining the CFMEU. And they are coerced and forced into joining what is a criminal organisation. And what is very, very sad, Deputy President, is that every time Labor get elected, they will abolish the Australian Building and Construction Commission. And this is the honest cop on the beat. This is the cop on the beat who holds the criminal elements within the CFMEU to account. This is a police service to try and stop bad people from influencing unions, from influencing workplaces across the country. It is an organisation that the Coalition have introduced twice, and it is an organisation that the Labor Party have abolished twice. Now, why is that, Deputy President? Is it anything to do with the millions of dollars that the CFMEU give to the Labor Party? I mean, that would be very cynical for someone so young to suggest such a thing, but I am going to suggest that you follow the money trail here, that the Labor Party are in hock to the CFMEU. And there is no point Labor ministers, Labor senators getting up here and saying, oh, we've done this, we've appointed this KC to look into them, until they hand back the $11.5 million. Now, because words mean nothing, but we know the Labor Party won't hand the money back because the Labor Party needs the money to run their scare campaign. The Labor Party needs the millions of dollars to run their scare campaign because the Labor Party cannot run on their record over the last 3 years, because the simple question that most Australians are asking themselves, are they better off today than they were 3 years ago? The question is, of course, no, they're not. And the next question is, will I be better off in 3 years' time with having 6 years of a Labor Green government? And of course, the answer will be no. So the CFMEU, once we get through this election, the Labor Party will give them a free pass. They'll come back on board because they know the CFMEU will give them more money to help campaign against those who wish to hold them accountable, and that's campaigning against the coalition. Follow the money, but I say to the Labor Party, hand the money back.
Senator Walsh.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. Well, in budget week, just weeks from an election, senators on this side of the chamber and Australians are asking themselves whether Mr Dutton and the Liberals, whether those opposite, have any policies that they'd like to share with the Senate or with the Australian people other than the deregistration of the CFMEU. Other than their policy to cut $350 billion from the federal budget, other than their policy to cut 36,000 public service jobs. And Australians are asking, do the Liberals, does Mr Dutton have any policies other than cutting the services that those public servants provide today? Now, we know that Senator Cash has a Lifetime Achievement Award for seeking to deregister unions. We know that. We know that Senator Cash and Mr Dutton want to focus on anything other than budget week and other than their complete absence of any policies to help Australians with the cost of living. We know that Mr Dutton is desperate to hide the one policy that he has attempted to articulate to the Australian people, which is to cut $350 billion from the budget. He wants to hide his cuts so much that he won't tell Australians what he will cut until after the election. All that Australians know today is that Mr Dutton cuts and you pay. Mr Dutton cuts and Australians pay. Mr Dutton wants to cut 36,000 public service jobs right around the country, including in my home state in Victoria. He wants to cut those jobs and he wants to cut the services that those public servants are providing as well, including critical services like processing the tens of thousands of veterans' payments that were held up by the Liberals and their understaffing of our public service, that were held up by the Liberals and their contracting out of our public service, that were held up by the Liberals and their waste of billions of dollars on outsourcing and consulting. Now, all of the progress that federal Labor has made in just 3 years is at risk from Mr Dutton. Make no mistake. The progress we have made in rebuilding Medicare is at risk from Peter Dutton. Our $25 PBS prescriptions are at risk from Mr Dutton. Our bulk billed doctors' visits are at risk from Mr Dutton. And our historic investments in women's health are at risk from Mr Dutton. Because we know that when he was Health Minister, Mr Dutton cut $50 billion from our public hospitals. And he was voted the worst Health Minister on record by whom? by Australia's doctors. And Mr Dutton has said recently that past performance is the best indicator of future practice. These are his words. Well, that is one thing we can agree on, because when it comes to Medicare, Australians would be worse off under Mr Dutton, the man who was voted the worst health minister on record, the man who, when he was health minister, cut $50 billion from our public hospitals. He cuts, you pay. That is what Australians can expect from Mr Dutton. Now, right now in Australia, after 3 years of Labor, jobs are up, over 1 million new jobs created. Wages are up, 5 consecutive quarters of real wages growth. Inflation is almost a third of what we inherited when we took office. Interest rates are heading down and in the right direction, and we are rebuilding the foundations of a good life in this country and providing the relief that Australians need. Mr Dutton and the Liberals, they have nothing but cuts. $350 billion of cuts that they won't tell you about until after the election. Peter Dutton cuts and you pay. That is what is clear today.
Senator Bragg.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. Well, the real problem the Australian people have is that they've had a government for 3 years that is only focused on the narrow vested interests of the people that support the Labor Party, the unions, the big super funds, all the people that man their polling booths, fund their campaigns, are involved in the inner workings of the Labor movement. The government has funneled cash and policy exclusively to these narrow vested interests for 3 years, which is why they've had no time to solve the grave problems facing the Australian people, which is evident, and that is cost of living issues, housing issues, inflation. The government has been so focused on narrow vested interests that it has had no time to solve the great economic problems of the day. Now, that is a structural problem for this Labor Party because it is literally owned by the union movement. And when the 9 newspapers exposed this massive corruption and wrongdoing last year, they were all so surprised and shocked. It was like a news flash. But everyone knew the dirty little secret. Everyone knew about the corruption, the bikies, malfeasance. It was not news to everyone else. And the people that are paying the CFMEU tax, people of Australia who want to buy their first flat, people who want to drive on a public road, they're paying the 20 or 30% premium that has to be paid to people who don't want to actually work, who want to be paid for doing no work just because they want to pretend that they are part of a construction project, but what they really are is part of a massive corruption scheme that has been supported by this Labor government for the last 3 years. And that is one of the reasons that housing is out of reach for young Australians, because new apartment buildings are inflated in some parts of Australia by 20 or 25% because of the CFMEU mafia-style racketeering tactics, which is a huge stain on the Labor movement. And I understand that every political party has problems, but this is a structural problem in which it turns a blind eye to corruption. So much so that wrongdoing is pushed under the carpet. In the case of the CFMEU, it is still allowed to own a major superannuation fund. It is allowed to own 21% of the CBUS fund. The Labor Party has a national president who's also the chair of the CBUS fund, which has failed to pay 10,000 death claims for people. When someone dies, they should be able to have their death claim paid if they have paid their insurance premiums. I think that is a reasonable expectation. But CBUS asks people to get 2 death certificates and asks people to deal with 6 to 9 or 12 months of bureaucracy at the worst time in their life, perhaps. Now, can anyone else imagine, seriously, that you could have a person as the head of any other political party and remain as the chair of a major fund like this, a compulsory scheme, nonetheless then, and be allowed to continue. Now, when Jim Chalmers, the Treasurer, is asked about a scandal at Westpac, he says, well, we should throw the book at these people. And he's right. Malfeasance is malfeasance. But when it's to do with Wayne Swan, Mr Swan and Cbus, silence, nothing. In fact, he says, we don't comment on cases before the courts. Well, he did when it was Westpac, and he does when it's any other organisation, a supermarket perhaps. So this double standard goes to the heart of this issue, that the Labor Party is a party for vested interests. It is a government for vested interests that has abolished the Building Construction Commission because the CFMEU asked it to, because of services rendered at the last election campaign where they supported the Labor Party, and they've done the same throughout this term of government in relation to these scandals in the super sector, in relation to the Cbus fund. A fair-minded person would find it very hard to believe that a union in administration is allowed to own a compulsory pension fund with billions and billions of dollars. It is unbelievable, but it shows the government for vested interests in action.
Senator Still.
President, thank you very much. And I'd like to just make my contribution to this debate too. And I want to applaud Senator Walsh for the magnificent contribution she made. But there's just, look, I'm the same as Senator Walsh. I think we're in budget week, and here we go again. We see the opposition, you know, weeks out from a potentially election being called, and I have no idea what day that will be. And what do we get the first day sitting back here in question time? The hardy old annuals from the opposition. Union bashing, superannuation bashing, wave the racism flag, the immigration flag pops up all the time, the same old hoary chestnuts that they go to when they're the lowest of their low. You'd think leading into an election campaign, some of them on that side, excluding yourself, Mr Deputy President, would actually be switched on the front bench. Anyway, I better be careful I don't lead the Senate and have people think that they are switched on. But I just have to really take through you, Mr Deputy President, a challenge to Senator Bragg. Now, Senator Bragg's been here about 3 years, and it's a well-known fact Senator Bragg hates industry superannuation. And he makes some comments, and he chucks in the word corruption and all this sort of stuff around union super funds. And I just want to let people know, and there is this misconception out there in the public that all our senators in here, when we leave, are going to walk out with some pot of gold superannuation payer. Well, I have to tell you, some of the good investors will, but we don't have that old superannuation fund that John Howard agreed. And we're not arguing. We're not arguing. We're just proud and happy to be here representing our states. But I am still in my industry fund. When I was a young truck driver at the age of 26, at TNT, when I was given the opportunity to be given superannuation as part of my remuneration. At 26, I said, what am I going to do with this $2.60 a week? I had no idea. At 65, I'm so glad that we had industry super funds who had our interests at best of heart. And let's not forget this for most people out there who do know this. This superannuation is not given to you because your employer loves you. Superannuation is given to you because it's part of that magnificent opportunity of collective bargaining. And we have over the years, and I know I've done this, traded off wage rises to get superannuation increases. You listen to Senator Bragg and his one-eye hatred of superannuation funds. I don't know what's wrong with you, Senator Bragg. I don't know what happened in your previous life, but there are thousands and thousands of Australian workers. Thank goodness they have an industry fund. And I want to get this out there very clear. My industry fund, the TWU Super Fund, which is now amalgamated with the Mining and Energy Union and is now called Team Super, some lazy $33 billion super fund. I am so glad. But these funds you would have, if you listen to Senator Bragg, would have the mafia and bikies run them. Well, I take offence to that because my superannuation fund, like every other industry superannuation fund, has equal representation on their boards. You listen to the nonsense that comes out over there, mafia and corrupt and bikies. I can tell you now, there's no mafia members of the board in Team Super, and there's certainly no bikies. There are union officials, union secretaries, national secretaries, state secretaries, equal representation with the employer bodies. And on Team Super, I can tell you, there are TWU representation here, and on this side is RTO, the Australian Road Transport Industrial Organisation. And for those out there, if you think they're normal bedfellas, you know, they have the greatest respect for each other, but you have the employers and you have the employer representations. Serious business people, serious, looking after the investment for the members of those funds. And I know in the mining and energy union side of it, same deal, half union, half employers. And that is the New South Wales Minerals Council and the Queensland Minerals Council. So I take great homage when Senator Bragg gets on his high horse, where he's very happy to defend the likes of AMP, you know, these other BT funds, all these other ones who gleefully take members' money, charge exorbitant charges compared to the industry super funds, and the returns, have it out, check them out, check out all the bank ones, check out the returns they get and compare them to the industry super funds. And I tell you what, after 40-odd years, 45 years of being in the super fund, I am so damn glad that I had an industry super fund. And let's not forget that great reason why we have it. So we're not a burden on the taxpayer when we retire.
Thank you, Senator Steele. Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, Deputy President. I might try a slightly novel approach and return to the question, which is that the Senate take note of answers given by Labor ministers to questions asked by Senators Cash and McKenzie, because what we have heard in taking note today from Labor members opposite is no words at all in relation to the questions that were asked by Senators Cash and McKenzie. And as I watched that 60 Minutes program recently, which is why we're talking about it today, the first opportunity we have done since because we're back here in the Parliament this week. I lamented, Deputy President, what had happened to the industry that I worked in for 25 years before coming to this place. And to see the corruption, the violence, the disgraceful activity and the actions that are being facilitated by the legislation passed by this government, and denied by this government. Let's not forget the words in Senator Cash's question. The Prime Minister gave this issue 4 words. 4 words. Now that's 4 words than we heard from those opposite in response to the motion that we're debating. The Prime Minister gave this issue 4 words. He doesn't want to talk about it, doesn't want to know about it. He wants to pretend it's something else. So what does Labor do? They talk about us. They talk about our leader. They're not prepared to go anywhere near addressing the issues relating to corruption, violence and disgraceful behaviour in the CFMEU, particularly in Victoria, but now spreading to other states of this country. They're not prepared to address the fact that construction projects where the CFMEU are engaged cost 30 to 40% more because of the activities of the CFMEU. They do, however, continue to take the CFMEU's money, as Senator McGrath quite rightly said. Deputy President, I lament what has happened to my industry. Over the 25 years that I spent in construction, I worked with a lot of union members who were very fervent in their support of people working in the sector, played a pretty hard game at times, but nothing like this. We didn't have bikies, we didn't have standover, well, not so much standover, but we didn't have bikies. We didn't have people doing jobs that they were paid $10,000 a week to do nothing for, as was disclosed on 60 Minutes. And yet this government gets rid of the ABCC, which had a 91% success rate in prosecuting union misconduct and employer misconduct for that matter. This is not just one-sided. This is not just about the unions. Employers have a role in this as well and should just as equally be held to account for the behaviour. But the administrator even, Mark Irving KC, has admitted that the union's corruption is worse than initially reported. And Labor revert to one thing, it's the coalition's fault. Yet they were the ones who changed the legislation so that it is the unions who decide where businesses no longer as to who you work with, not a business. A business doesn't decide who its subcontractors might be. The unions get to decide that. That is corruption. And the Labor Party legislated for that to occur. They are the facilitators of this activity. They should be condemned for it. And every time we tried to change industrial relations, they ran a scare campaign against us. They opposed the reintroduction of the ABCC. They have killed it off twice, and yet its success rate is a matter of public record. Corruption investigator Geoffrey Watson SC, who was appointed by Mark Irving, the administrator, has accused the Victorian government of running a protection racket. The Victorian Labor government running a protection racket. This government pretends they haven't seen or heard anything about this matter. It's an absolute disgrace,
Thank you,
Deputy
Senator
President.
Colbeck. I'll put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Senator McKim.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move that the Senate take note of Minister Wong's response to the question I asked her in question time today. Before the last election, the Labor Party promised to fix Australia's broken environment laws. And they've broken that promise, abjectly failed to deliver a clear breach of trust on the Australian people. Not only have they failed to strengthen Australia's environment laws as they committed to do before the last election, they have now introduced legislation to gut Australia's environment laws. And they've done that because they want to back in the profits of multinational salmon farming corporations in Tasmania, in the full knowledge that it's the actions of those very same corporations that are driving an ancient iconic fish species, the Maugean skate, into extinction. This situation has come about because the Labor Party, which is claiming, by the way, that it is doing this for jobs, when they stood silent as these very same multinational salmon farming corporations shed job after job after job in a relentless process of automation over the last 20 years. And it's come about because they believe that they need to do this in order to either win or save seats in my home state of Tasmania. Well, this is a broken promise. The introduction of laws to gut environment protections in Australia is a broken promise. The Labor Party committed to the Australian people that it would act to strengthen environment laws, and in fact Minister Wong admitted in question time today that our environment laws are broken because they don't protect the environment. Well, if the environment laws are broken because they don't protect the environment, introduce laws to fix our environment laws so that they better protect the environment. Don't come in here and introduce laws that gut environmental protections in Australia. But that is what the Labor Party are doing. And they are doing this in the midst of an animal welfare catastrophe in Tasmania, in the midst of an environmental calamity in Tasmania, in the midst of social upheaval where people can't go swimming at their local beaches without bumping into dead, rotten, stinking salmon carcasses, where they can't walk along the sand in their bare feet at their local beaches without their feet getting coated in this fatty, stinking, slimy substance that is washing up on beaches right around the southeast coast of Tasmania, down the Dontricasto Channel, down the Huon, over on beautiful Bruny Island. And in the middle of this social, environmental and animal welfare catastrophe, in the middle of an ancient iconic fish species being driven into extinction, what does our out-of-touch Prime Minister do? He promises to legislate on behalf of the corporations that are actually delivering this animal misery, delivering these environmental and social catastrophes. He's going to legislate on their behalf so they can continue driving the Maugean skate into extinction. That's what's going on here right now. The good news in Tasmania is that people are rising up against industrial salmon farming. They are rising up and demanding that these big environmentally destructive corporations be held to account. They are rising up to reclaim their waterways, which are being privatised, and reclaim their coastlines, which are being polluted and poisoned. They are rising up for the marine environment, and they are rising up to try and save the Maugean skate from extinction. And I'll tell you what, the Labor Party is going to pay at the ballot box for what it is trying to do to Australia's environment laws this week, gut them on behalf of big salmon corporations. It's going to pay at the ballot box not just in Tasmania, but right around Australia, because Tasmanians have shown for many, many decades now that they will vote to defend their environment, and people around Australia have shown that they will vote to defend their environment. Gone are the days where the Labor Party actually took votes from the Liberal Party by promising to do things like save the Franklin River. Now the Labor Party is promising to do things for polluting, toxic salmon farming corporations. Shame on you.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it.
Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? Senator Chisholm.
I give notice that on the next day of sitting I shall move that the provisions of paragraphs 5 to 8 of Standing Order 111 not apply to various bills, allowing them to be considered during this period of sittings. I also table statements of reasons justifying the need for the bills to be considered during these sittings and seek leave to have the statements incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Chisholm. It is with deep regret that I inform the Senate of the death on the 1st of March 2025 of the Honourable Dr Rosemary Ann Crowley, AO, a Senator for the State of South Australia from 1983 to 2002. I call the Leader of the Government in the Senate.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to the death of Dr Rosemary Crowley.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I thank the Senate, and I move that the Senate records its sadness at the death on the 1st of March 2025 of the Honourable Dr Rosemary Ann Crowley, AO, former Minister for Family Services, former Minister assisting the Prime Minister for the Status of Women, and former Senator for South Australia, places on record its gratitude for her service to the Parliament and to our nation, and tenders its sympathy to her family in their bereavement. I rise on behalf of the Government to acknowledge the death of former Senator and Minister the Honourable Dr Rosemary Ann Crowley, AO, at the age of 86. And at the outset of my remarks, I convey the Government's condolences formally to Dr Crowley's family and friends, particularly Stephen, Vincent and Dermot, Leo and Ella, Peter, Eileen and Gabrielle. And I welcome members of her family who have joined us in the Senate today, and again extend my personal sympathies to them. 19 years Rosemary Crowley served in this place, part of consequential reforms, part of a generation of gutsy Labor women who changed this country for the better. Rosemary Willis, later Crowley, was born in Melbourne in 1938. Her convent education was pivotal for the way in which it instilled in her a passion for social justice and community service. Coupled with this was the role of government support with scholarships, enabling her to complete secondary schooling matriculation and then a medical degree at the University of Melbourne. Her marriage to James took her to Berkeley in California, a heady place to be in the 1960s amidst the political activism of the civil rights movement and the anti-Vietnam War protests. She used this time to complement her qualifications in medicine, training as a children's and family counsellor before settling in my hometown of Adelaide and beginning her medical practice. She found her calling in community healthcare. Of course, we know that the winds of change were sweeping the campuses of California at that time, and they were well and truly blowing in Adelaide, and Rosemary became politically active in the Dunstan decade. Active in her local sub-branches in Adelaide's inner south, Rosemary made two, and I say for the nation, thankfully unsuccessful tilts for election to the South Australian Parliament. And at the 1983 simultaneous dissolution, she became the last of the 10 senators elected from our state. In all, she would be elected 4 times to this place, an achievement that places Rosemary Crowley among the most consequential legislators ever to represent our state of South Australia. Rosemary's political career and advocacy centred on healthcare, community services and the rights of women, and she arrived at the right time to advance these issues and served alongside other intrepid Labor women senators of the era like Susan Ryan, Pat Giles, Jean Hearn and Olive Zakharov. And we, on this side, remember these women, not just because of what they did, and they did a lot, but we remember them for the legacy they left. Because we talk a lot about how Whitlam and Hawke and Keating modernised Australia, but we don't talk enough about the seismic change that is the legacy of these women. Rosemary and her sisters made the change they recognised was long overdue in policy, politics and in the culture. They ensured issues important to women were placed on the political agenda, and they also ensured our party and our parliament now looks more like Australia. I stand here as leader in a government comprised of a majority of women, in a chamber comprising a majority of women, including my ministerial colleagues Senator Gallagher, Senator McCarthy, Senator McAllister. Now, some might take the progress achieved by these women lightly, but let's remember what it was like back then for them. In her first speech, Rosemary noted she was one of just 13 women in the government, 7 of whom were senators, equating to 12% of the Labor caucus. Now, more than half of the Albanese government are women. That is an extraordinary achievement in itself, and such a change from Rosemary's time and also a change from the start of my career. Rosemary Crowley was the first South Australian Labor woman to come to Canberra. I was the third. Rosemary argued that when women were given a voice, they opened, and I quote, they opened huge possibilities for the whole of society. They dramatically extended the agenda. They broadened the topics for discussion, and that it is striving for fair recognition of the variety of talents and contributions that women can make. It is a matter of justice. It is a matter of equity, and it is also a matter of best practice. And Rosemary Crowley was right. Part of the point of equal representation is, of course, to see interests represented more equally, and we see that every day. We see it in outcomes that improve the lives and livelihoods of women and girls around Australia. We see it in how we are closing the gender pay gap and higher salaries in feminised industries so women can be paid what they deserve. We see it in better healthcare for women, with more contraceptive options and menopause options on the PBS, new and bigger Medicare rebates for women's health and endometriosis clinics across the country. And we see it in accessible childcare. And I spoke at her memorial service of the continuing these reforms today, for the groundbreaking reforms Rosemary was deeply involved in, like Medicare and the Sex Discrimination Act. Remember, until then, it had been legal to discriminate on the basis of gender, on the basis of marital status, on the basis of pregnancy. Remember, women were locked out of education, jobs and opportunity, refused access to home finance and faced the sack for being pregnant. Well, in her work as a doctor and counsellor in the community, Rosemary Crowley had seen that many challenges could not be solved at the individual level. Structural problems like healthcare, unemployment or lack of transport required political action to fix. But she won arguments for publicly funded needs-based childcare, child support and enforcing child maintenance arrangements. Now, the pinnacle of her career was her 3 years as Minister, assisting the PM for the Status of Women and Minister for Family Services. And she said she was interested in the advancement of opportunities for women, all women, in whatever choices they're making about their lives. And she had the opportunity to address the United Nations General Assembly in 1995 whilst Minister. And she oversaw this nation's contribution to the International Year of the Family in 1994. And I had the honour at quite a young age of being appointed by Rosemary to the National Council for the International Year of the Family. She progressed and implemented reforms, enhancements to family payments, additional payments for low-income families, maternity allowances, disability support programs, carers' pensions, students' assistance, youth training allowances, and she introduced legislation for cash rebates for the cost of childcare for working families and home childcare allowances. I believe she would be so enormously proud of the reforms that the Albanese government has made, how we are supporting cheaper childcare, how we are supporting higher wages for early childhood educators, and of course the 3-day guarantee. When Labor went into opposition in 1996, Rosemary Crowley continued with no diminution in her drive, chairing many committee inquiries into education, employment, health and community affairs. And on leaving this place, she spoke about her love of the great Australian Labor Party in her words, warts and all, and she remained a member the rest of her life, attending local sub-branch meetings where she could pass her wisdom, expertise and passion to new generations of members. Rosemary Crowley was many things. As I said, the first South Australian Labor woman to be elected to the federal parliament, the first woman from South Australia to be a federal minister, a doctor who prioritised medical care and counselling for women and families at a time when this was far from standard. But of most importantly to her, she was a mother to 3 beloved sons and a grandmother to 2 cherished grandchildren. In her first speech, Rosemary spoke of what motherhood meant to her, but perhaps the most poignant acknowledgement came from her own children. In Vincent's eulogy, he spoke so movingly of the lessons Rosemary had taught her sons, lessons in courage. He spoke of her many passions. Among those passions, he said she loved people, not all people all of the time, but lots of people lots of the time. Meeting people, talking to people, hearing their stories, telling her stories, arguing, analysing, conceptualising, counselling, celebrating. She loved her friends, she loved her family, she loved her grandkids, Ella and Leo. I think she mostly loved being a mum too. To a family, she gave so much. To a nation, she gave so much. And yet still she had more to give, and she was a mentor to me and to many others. This came naturally to her, as so too did her trademark wit. Nurturing and mentoring came naturally because, as Vincent so beautifully described, she cared deeply about people. She saw the innate value in everyone. She believed in humanity and she believed in human potential. At the International Women's Day breakfast, rather than clamouring over the assembled great and the good, she was often in the wings talking to staff about their lives and struggles. At the university, where her prolific archives were being preserved, she would stop and chat with a student or academic, asking what they were studying, how they were finding it, what they found difficult, and invariably she would buck them up. As I said at her state funeral on Saturday, her fortitude was osmotic. Certainly that was my experience as she went out of her way to encourage me in my own political career. In a business that can be transactional and performative, Rosemary was genuine and generous. She took me out to lunch, offered me her support when I was thinking about standing for pre-selection. It is hard to express how much that meant, to have a backing of a woman who I admired and looked up, and my Labor parties will understand what it meant also to have a woman not from my faction supporting me. But most importantly, she was a woman central to the generation of women who transformed our party and our country. I've had the benefit of her support of me my entire time in the Senate, and each year I'm proud to take forward her legacy as the custodian of the International Women's Day breakfast in Adelaide, more than 3,000 South Australian women assemble in a tradition that she began and led for 10 years and which she handed on to me. True to how she valued inclusion, Rosemary always asked how we could keep the cost of attending the breakfast as low as possible. Whenever the menu was discussed, she suggested a cup of tea and a piece of toast. She believed women attended to hear a great speaker and to be in a room with other feminists and not to have a hot-cooked breakfast. Rosemary founded the biggest Women's Day event in Australia, and it tells you what she knew what she was talking about. She knew what this meant to all of us, and each year I am moved by the power of that breakfast, the chance for women to learn from each other, what it says about feminist solidarity, what it says about how we inherit progress and how we take it forward for our daughters. This year I had the sad duty to inform the gathering that Rosemary had passed the week before. In 2015, Rosemary Crowley was appointed an Officer of the Order of Australia, and she was one of a great generation of women who forged the way. With all the boldness and courage it demands to beat down doors, and the humility, humour and perseverance that's demanded when doors sometimes slam in your face, and she never let up in the pursuit of a more equitable and just society. And she never lost her sense of humour or her sense of fun, whether laughing at herself or tempering the egos of others with her famous sharp wit. In his eulogy, Vincent recalled, "She loved humour, the bawdier the better. When I was a kid, I remember the moment I realised with surprise that not all mums told dirty jokes." I know how much her family grieve her. We all grieve Rosemary Crowley and we will all miss her. But as I have said, I have no doubt she would rather that we channelled our grief into resolve. Resolve to continue the work she and her sister started, to make this and keep making this a more equal country, a more just country, where all and each of us is nurtured and valued as we should be. That is how we can show our gratitude, and that is the respect she has earned. Drawing inspiration for the struggles of those who have gone before to strengthen our resolve today is something we in the Labor Party well understand. Dr. Crowley did this herself in her first speech, where she quoted from Bread and Roses. It is a song associated with the struggle of working women protesting sweatshop conditions and child labour, and demanding women's suffrage in 1908. I wish I could sing because it is much better sung, but I will read this part of the lyrics. As we come marching, marching in the beauty of the day, 1,000,000 darkened kitchens, 1,000 mill lofts grey, are touched with all the radiance that a sudden sun discloses. For the people hear us singing bread and roses, bread and roses. I express again, on behalf of all of us, our condolences to her friends and family.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Senator Cash.
Thank you, and I rise on behalf of the opposition to pay tribute to Dr. Rosemary Crowley AO. Rosemary, without a doubt, created some history in this place, being only the 4th woman elected to the federal parliament from South Australia and the first from the Australian Labor Party. She was the only female ALP senator from South Australia throughout her 19-year term and the first female minister from South Australia. Rosemary was frequently invited to speak on issues of women and Parliament. She argued for initiatives to return more women to parliaments, believing that when women were given a voice, and I quote, "They opened huge possibilities for the whole of society. They dramatically extended the agenda. They broadened the topics for discussion." And that it is striving for fair recognition of the variety of talents and contributions that women can make. It is a matter of justice, it is a matter of equity, and it is also a matter of best practice. She was an ardent advocate of having 50% representation of women in the Parliament. Rosemary Ann Willis was born in Melbourne on July 30th, 1938, the second of 6 children of Monica Mary Willis and Everard Joseph Willis, an accountant. She was raised as a Catholic and her primary and secondary education at Kilmare Bridgetine Convent in Hawthorn was between 1943 and 1955. Rosemary's Catholic education, combined with her family upbringing, instilled in her a passion for social justice and community service. She won a junior government scholarship in grade 8, which then enabled her to stay another 4 years at school. After school, Rosemary was accepted into the University of Melbourne on yet another scholarship, a Commonwealth scholarship. It was there that she completed a medical degree from 1956 to 1961. After university, Rosemary became a junior resident medical officer, then a senior RMO at St Vincent Hospital, Melbourne in 1962 and 1963. In 1964, Rosemary married James Crowley and they moved to Berkeley, California, where James was studying for a PhD from 1965 to 1969. Berkeley was at that time seething with political activism such as civil rights, the anti-Vietnam War movement and draft resistance, and the beginnings of a women's movement. In Berkeley, Rosemary trained as a children's and family counsellor. The Crawleys returned in 1969 to Adelaide, and Rosemary continued working in the medical profession in a variety of roles. But Rosemary's experiences in the US had whet her political appetite, and she became active in the Australian Labor Party. The dismissal of the Whitlam government, which she described as an injustice, helped to fuel Rosemary's political ambitions. She served as a junior vice president and president of the ALP's Mitcham branch before securing a South Australian Senate spot in the double dissolution election in 1983. In that year, she was 5th on the ALP ticket, but would be elevated to pole position in the subsequent 4 elections she contested. Rosemary was an enthusiastic and energetic member of the new Hawke government, contributing to Labor's Towards Equality Women's Policy Statement. As a backbencher and committee member, she campaigned with gusto on the issues dearest to her heart: welfare reform and needs-based childcare, community health and disability and aged care, occupational health and safety, especially for union workforces, and arms reduction, even by joining a protest group of women at Pine Gap. When Bob Hawke proposed a Medicare co-payment, Rosemary opposed her own party's policy. She subsequently threw her support behind Paul Keating when he challenged Hawke for the leadership. After the 1993 election, Rosemary was appointed Minister for Family Services and Minister assisting the Prime Minister for the status of women. As Minister, she initiated a program of financial assistance and support for low-income families, disabled Australians, carers and students. Childcare was one of her key areas of focus and passions. In 1996, after Labor lost the election, Rosemary returned to the Senate committee work that she had always loved. She headed an inquiry that led to recommendations to improve the participation of women in sport and associated media coverage. Rosemary, without a doubt, inspired and mentored many women, especially in the Labor ranks. She was made an Officer of the Order of Australia for her parliamentary service and for promoting the status of women. And on behalf of the Coalition, I offer my deepest condolences to all who loved Rosemary, her family, especially her sons Stephen, Vincent and Damoud, her friends, her Labor Party colleagues. May she rest in peace.
Thank you, Senator Cash. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you. I rise today on behalf of the Nationals to acknowledge the life and passing of the Honourable Dr Rosemary Ann Crowley, former Senator for South Australia, medical practitioner and minister, and on reflecting on Senator Wong and Senator Cash's contributions and reflecting on former Senator Crowley's contribution, we now have female leader of the National Party, female leader of the opposition and a female leader of the government here as the parties of government, something that I'm sure former Senator Crowley would have really appreciated given her long-standing service towards promoting women into not only Parliament but into leadership. Dr Crowley served in this chamber from 1983 until her retirement in 2002, representing the Australian Labor Party and the people of South Australia with commitment and sincerity. And we rise today to acknowledge her contributions to Australian public life and in tribute to a life lived in service. I want to also acknowledge Senator Wong, who knew Rosemary for many years and had a deep personal friendship. Rosemary Crowley Nee-Willis was born in Melbourne in 1938, a part of a generation that came of age in a rapidly changing post-war Australia. She attended Kilmare College in Hawthorn, where she was a recipient of a junior government scholarship, enabling her to continue through to secondary college, and was one of just 5 girls to graduate in 1955. After graduating, she pursued medicine at the University of Melbourne, no small undertaking for a woman in that era, and she graduated as a doctor. After doing her residency at St Vincent's Hospital, she would go on to specialise in paediatrics at Melbourne's Royal Children's Hospital, undertaking work that placed her in close contact with young families and children, particularly those doing it tough. Her experience as a doctor, particularly with children, gave her a strong foundation in practical care and advocacy, and helped shape a sense of empathy that she carried with her for her entire political career. Her roles later in Adelaide's Children's Hospital and as a parent education counsellor at the Cloverley Park Community Healthcare Centre reinforced her long-standing commitment to community wellbeing and family support. And it was during this time in Adelaide that Dr Crowley became actively involved in her local Labor branch. Her growing involvement saw her become president of the ALP's Mitcham branch, and in 1982 she ran unsuccessfully for the pre-selection of the Unley seat in the Parliament of South Australia. However, in 1983 she was successful in being pre-selected 5th in the double dissolution Senate ticket and was elected to the Australian Senate, becoming the first female Labor senator from South Australia. She would serve the Senate for just under 2 decades, an impressive tenure by any standard, and was present during the Hawke, Keating and Howard years. Her time in this place coincided with major debates in social policy, healthcare, gender equality, and she was known within her own party as a consistent voice on issues related to family services, health education and the status of women. In 1983, she was appointed Minister assisting the Prime Minister for the Status of Women under Paul Keating, and by December 1993 she was appointed as Minister for Family Services. I'm reliably informed that she took her ministerial responsibilities seriously and was respected by her colleagues for her thorough approach and considered contributions. During her time as Minister for Family Services, Dr Crowley was instrumental in delivering a range of social policy initiatives, including the Childcare Rebate Act in 1993, and her work focused on strengthening the support for families through expanded maternity allowances, increased financial assistance, enhanced disability services, and the introduction of carers' pensions and youth training programs. Following her departure from federal politics, she continued her involvement in public life, remaining engaged in issues related to education, community service and health, and was appointed an Officer of the Order of Australia in 2015. This national honour reflects a lifetime of dedication to public service across multiple domains, both within and outside of politics. Her background as a doctor gave her a grounding in practical, real-world challenges, and she used that experience to guide her in her parliamentary career. In reflecting on her life, I'm reminded that while we may come to this chamber with different political beliefs, we're all driven, when we are at our best, by a shared commitment to serve the Australian people. Dr Crowley exemplified that ethos through her work as a doctor, as a senator and a minister. And on behalf of the National Party, I extend sincere condolences to her family, former colleagues and friends and all who mourn her loss. We honour her service to this nation, to this Parliament, where she served for nearly 2 decades. May she rest in peace.
Senator McAllister, Minister McAllister.
Unlike Senator Wong, I did not know Dr Crowley personally, but her contribution and the contribution of her peers at that time in this Parliament deeply shaped my own thinking about Labor and its purpose and the role of women in the Australian Labor Party. And I think that is true for many of the women of my generation. Rosemary had a life of firsts. She was a foundation member of the South Australian Mental Health Review Tribunal, the first South Australian woman to be elected to Parliament, the first and only female ALP senator from South Australia throughout her 19-year term, and the first female minister from South Australia. And like so many of our party's trailblazers, she lived her values with courage and with wit. And you really do need both of those things if you are going to attempt to push through doors that have been barred by others. And Rosemary spent her career in this place and afterwards unpicking the ingrained political and social and medical and economic constraints and restraints on women. She wanted to create spaces for women where they could thrive as equals, whether that be in politics or on the netball court. Her campaign slogan, as Senator Wong alluded to in her contribution, was bread and roses, and she talked about that in her first speech. She said, "These words capture exactly what I want to offer as my contribution to politics, that bread and roses must go together, not bread first and roses later. A person may have adequate food, clothing, shelter, a bed to sleep in, and even books and paper, but the loss of freedom means a starving heart." And Rosemary's work did help ensure bread and roses for a whole generation of women. In 1995, Prime Minister Keating circulated a document entitled Agenda for Families, and it showcased Minister Crowley's achievements: the introduction of a 6-week maternity payment, increased family payments, cash rebates for childcare for working families, and childcare centre accreditation. These were all key reforms that began to break down the economic shackles that have constrained too many women. And many of her fights were not as public. Internal battles in this place and elsewhere to make sure that women were in the room, where the decisions were made, or even on the record. Like ensuring that a childcare centre was included in the planning of this building, or that our words were recorded as they were spoken, changing Hansard's practice, arguing that they should cease the practice of converting pronouns in speeches into the masculine gender. No achievement is realised in isolation, and we all inherit progress, and that is true of the work that the Albanese government has done this term, whether it's our work on women's safety, sharing and valuing care, economic equality, women's health and women's leadership and representation. All of this built on the work of Rosemary Crowley and her generation of colleagues. And there would be no universal childcare without her ministerial work, no paid parental leave as it exists today without the maternity payment. I know many of this place people here were mentees and they were close friends of Rosemary, including Senator Wong, who took over her Senate spot when she retired. And to them and to her family, I offer my heartfelt condolences. And on behalf of women in our party and on this side of the chamber, I thank her family for sharing her with us. Her legacy impacts those who never met her, but many have opportunity and a seat at the table because of her lifetime of work.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. Will I too rise to speak on the condolence motion for the Honourable Dr Rosemary Ann Crowley AO? And can I associate myself with the remarks of my colleagues? Dr Crowley was a passionate former minister, but most importantly to me, she was a senator for my home state of South Australia. She was massively respected in her own community and a very respected member of the medical community, having made very significant contributions to health and family services during her time, both as a medical specialist and in this place. Contributions which no doubt have made a lasting impact on the lives of many South Australians and Australians alike. Dr Crowley's unwavering commitment to bettering the lives of South Australians is something that should not just be acknowledged, but it should be greatly admired. And this commitment certainly extended beyond her important work as a medical practitioner and as an educator. She was an inspiring woman in her own right. She was a great advocate for social justice. She was committed to the principles of fairness, equality and opportunity. Her leadership as the first female Labor senator from South Australia helped pave the way for women in politics and in the public service. And it's a legacy that transcends the political divide. Notably, Dr Crowley founded the now quite famous Adelaide International Women's Day breakfast, and this year it was quite inspiring to be at that event. Sadly, without Rosemary being there, as she has been for every other year that I've been able to attend. But I think she would have been incredibly proud to have seen how many people now attend that event every year. Over 3,000 women came out on International Women's Day, an event that started off just as a small thought in Rosemary's mind and has now grown into one of the most important events in the South Australian calendar. And it continues to inspire and empower women across the state every single year. I'm sure that's what she had intended. So as I said, it was a privilege to attend the breakfast because it gave everyone in that room the ability to actually acknowledge the extraordinary work of this extraordinary woman and this extraordinary South Australian. So can I extend my heartfelt sympathies to Dr Crowley's friends and family and acknowledge her family that are here today. I know her passing is a great loss to Australia, to South Australia, but it is the greatest loss to you. So there is no doubt that her contributions will endure. They will endure across the whole of Australia. So today we pay our respects, Vale, the Honourable Dr Rosemary Ann Crowley.
Senator Brown.
And I rise to give a short contribution in the debate that we're having today. And I do so acknowledging that I didn't have the privilege of meeting Dr Rosemary Foley, but I also would like to associate my remarks with Senator Katrina Billig, who did have that opportunity of meeting Rosemary in her ministerial role when Katrina was ASU delegate and organiser, coming up here talking about childcare in Rosemary's role as Minister for Families. But I rise because I think it's important to acknowledge the contribution of women that go before us in the Senate that pave the way to making it easier for other women to follow and break the glass ceiling, because that's what Rosemary did do. I didn't have that privilege of meeting Rosemary, but her reputation went before her. She was someone that was deeply admired within the Labor Party. She was a trailblazer in Australian politics and healthcare. A medical doctor who turned senator, Rosemary dedicated her life to public service, fighting for the rights of women, children and the broader Australian community. Her career spanned nearly 2 decades in the Senate, where she played key roles in shaping policies on healthcare, family services and gender equality. As has been stated, in 1983 she made history as the first woman for the ALP in South Australia to be elected to the Senate. I have to say, when I look from the Tasmanian branch view, there weren't too many women that came from Tasmania either to the Senate, and Rosemary's efforts changed it for all of us, I believe. And during her time in Parliament, Rosemary was a strong advocate for universal health care, contributing to Medicare reforms and the champion of policies that supported family, women and children. And as a Minister for Family Services, saw her push for improvements in childcare, parental leave and protections against sexual discrimination. She also served as Minister assisting the Prime Minister for the status of women, working to elevate the role of women in Australian society. Rosemary Crowley retired from politics in 2002 but remained active, as we've heard in the contributions here today, in community life. In her valedictory speech to the Senate, Rosemary reflected on her career with humour and warmth. She spoke of her passion for Medicare, childcare and gender equality, emphasising the importance of women in politics. She acknowledged the barriers women faced in Parliament, but remained steadfast in her belief that progress was being made. In 2015, Rosemary was appointed an Officer of the Order of Australia in recognition of her long distinguished service to the Parliament and her dedication to promoting the status of women. Rosemary Crowley's impact on Australian politics and society is undeniable. As a doctor, senator, advocate, she dedicated her life to improving the lives of Australians, particularly women and children. Her leadership in the Senate helped shape policies that continue to benefit Australian society. She will be remembered by her Labor family as a fierce advocate for justice, a pioneer for women in politics, and a compassionate leader who fought for a fairer and more equitable society.
I ask senators to join in a moment of silence to signify assent to the motion. The motion's carried. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Senator Chisholm.
I move that general business order of the day number 64, Criminal Code Amendment Bill 2024, be considered at the time for private senators' bills on Wednesday, 26th of March.
If there are no
2025.
if there's no objection, business postponed. So I'll put the question that the motion moved by Senator Chisholm is agreed to. All in favour say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you, Acting President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to a leave of absence.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that the leave of absence be granted to Senator Fawcett for today on account of parliamentary business.
Put the question. All in favour say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. I understand. Sorry. Call the clerk.
No postponement notifications have been lodged today. Committees have lodged extension notifications as shown at item 13 on today's order of business.
If there's no objection, the business is postponed. I understand there's no formal motions, so we shall now proceed to the MPI. Senator Rennick has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75 today. It, as shown at item 15 on today's order of business, is consideration of the proposal supported. Motion supported. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clocks in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips. I call Senator Rennick.
Thank you, Acting Madam Deputy Chair. And here we are on the eve of the budget that's about to be handed down tonight, and the Australian people are clueless. They are clueless. They are out there hoping that the government, the Albanese government, may be able to provide some solutions to the economic malaise that we have found ourselves in, thanks to 2 decades of reckless economic management by both of the major parties. And if what we've seen so far is anything to go by, it looks like it is just going to become a spendathon by the 2 major parties, and being led, I might add, by the Labor Party, and then the Liberal Party is pretty much just rolling over within minutes, matching every spending announcement announced by the Labor government. And this sort of reckless expenditure has to stop because the Australian people can't afford it, and more importantly, our children can't afford it. And we have seen at the conclusion, so in 2007, when John Howard left office, the Australian government had no debt. And yet here we are, 18 years later, and we have got $1 trillion in debt. Of course, that excludes the liability for the defined benefit scheme for the retired bureaucrats, and it also excludes, I might add, the $482 billion sitting in franking accounts that just no one seems to want to talk about anymore. But we have got a great deal of economic reform ahead of us if we want to provide our children with the same opportunities as our forefathers gave to us. And it's a very sad day when a minor party like People First, for example, has all the major solutions, because we know that the major parties only have minor solutions. And of course, those minor solutions are just spending more of taxpayers' dollars' money without any real long-term economic benefits. And these little sugar hits, it's like, you know, you're giving a child candy all the time. You're not going to breed good behaviour. What you need to be doing is actually looking at developing and building and tapping into the great untapped wealth of this country. And that is why we at People First, we have a great vision for this country. We know how to get the country back on track, and that is by building infrastructure. In the same way that our forefathers, when they came here from modern Australia, there was very, very little in the way of economic opportunity. But they had great vision, our forefathers, our pioneering forefathers. They had great vision, and they knew that, you know, with 7 million square kilometres of land out there, abundant land, massive rainfall, albeit some of that rain needs to be redirected into dry locations, you know, a beautiful coastline, you know, millions of acres of fertile black soil, that you can build a prosperous country. And we've seen that happen over the last 200 years. We saw a prosperous country built, and yet in just 2 decades we've seen these two major parties squander it. Squander it through nothing but fear-mongering and lies. You know, we saw the fear-mongering through COVID, the lies about climate change. We've seen a constant repetition of these two major parties putting foreign interests and the interests of multinationals in front of the Australian people. I just literally got off the phone with a constituent that works in outsourcing, and he was saying that the banks are outsourcing thousands of people offshore to the Philippines and India. They can pay people in the Philippines and India $15,000 and save $150,000 here. And our governments do nothing about taxing the wealth that is being transferred offshore. They do nothing about it. I literally just refreshed myself on the 2018 paper I got the Parliamentary Library to write up about the petroleum resource tax, rent tax, and how we are letting billions of dollars go offshore for our gas, and yet the two major parties do nothing about it. Likewise, with renewables, we import foreign-made renewables. 70% of renewable energy companies in Australia are foreign-owned, and yet we close down our own homegrown industries like coal and not so much gas, but coal, in favour of foreign renewable companies. When are the two major parties going to bite the bullet and start to put Australians first?
Senator Dean Smith.
Senator Rennick's motion this afternoon is very, very timely, because we know that soon, in the next few hours, we'll have a federal budget. And in a few days, we'll have the calling of an election, and within 2 months, we'll have the outcome of that election and know who will be entrusted to govern this country and chart the path forward. This election will be about who can manage the economy better and allow Australians to get ahead, because Australia cannot continue on its current path. Under Labor, inflation is higher, interest rates are up sharply, and Australian households have had the largest fall in living standards in our history. Housing is unaffordable, and our country and our communities are less safe. As a nation, we must do better to rebuild our economy and to get Australia back on track. And on Thursday night, we'll hear from the man that deserves to be the Prime Minister of our country, Peter Dutton, because he has the experience, the conviction, and the energy and enthusiasm to put this country back on track. The Coalition will deliver something different to what has been delivered to Australians over the last 3 years. The Coalition will deliver low inflation by cutting wasteful spending, reducing tax and red tape. The Coalition will deliver cheaper energy with a mix of renewables, gas and zero-emissions nuclear energy. The Coalition will be able to deliver more affordable housing by funding critical infrastructure and restricting foreign investors. The Coalition will be able to deliver on safer communities by getting tough on violent crime, boosting border security and improving online safety for children. And the Coalition will deliver and sustain quality healthcare by funding more GPs, more bulk billing, including more Medicare subsidised mental health sessions. Across Western Australia, whether I'm travelling in the far north or across the Great Southern, West Australians know and have been telling me that they can't afford another 3 years of Labor. They know that Labor has failed them in Western Australia, failed to manage the economy, failed to keep them safe, and failed to keep us united. Under Labor, Australians are paying more for food, more for rent, and more for power and gas, and the dream of home ownership for young Australians has almost evaporated. Australians have had the largest fall in living standards in the developed world under Labor. Small business bankruptcies are at record highs under Labor. Anthony Albanese said in May 2022, almost 3 years ago, that life would be cheaper under Labor. He failed. And more than that, the Prime Minister has shown himself to be weak, distracted, and focused on the wrong priorities. The Prime Minister is out of his depth. He is incapable of fixing the problems facing Australia, and Australians feel let down, and Australians deserve better. Tonight's budget is a test for Anthony Albanese and for Jim Chalmers. It's a test to see if Labor can deliver a budget for the next 5 years, not the next 5 or so weeks. Labor budgets thus far have been wasted opportunities. Australians have seen 2 windfall gains completely wasted, and tonight they will see a sea of deficits as far as the eye can see. Tonight, the Coalition will be looking for a budget that can restore a lost standard of living that has been lost under this Labor government. Australian living standards have collapsed further and faster than ever before. At the election, Australians will have a clear choice. Can they guarantee for their children and their grandchildren living standards that are comparable to those that they've enjoyed for themselves or that their forefathers and mothers enjoyed for them? Because the answer is simple. Under Labor, you cannot be guaranteed a quality of life in Australia.
Senator Smith. I'll go now to Senator Shoebridge. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy. If the children and young people who come to visit this Parliament to watch what happens only knew how their future was being sold here, they'd be horrified. In a world where the changed climate is likely to have the most significant impact on the lives of young people, the calculated destruction of a livable future brings shame to every person in this place involved in it. And you can't say you didn't know. Their future is in the balance, and you're spending hundreds of billions of dollars on AUKUS instead of investing in a safe climate and giving everyone a home. You know what won't help young people when their communities are facing devastating floods and fires? What doesn't build local resilience and help people survive when the climate crisis turns up in their local hood? Well, I'll tell you what, nuclear submarines. The government knows that climate change is the biggest threat to the security of this country, and in typical fashion for Labor, they are trying to hide the fact. They commissioned a report on it through the Office of National Intelligence, reassured the media and public how seriously they were taking it, and then when the report came back, they hid it under a rock. Apparently, the national security impacts of climate change are too scary for the public to even know about. And that should terrify us all. What are they hiding? In an attempt to curry favour, they gave some independent MPs a confidential briefing on the report, and then they swore them to secrecy. Another classic Labor strategy of gagging your critics. The thing is, from flooded communities across Brisbane, and my home state of New South Wales Northern Rivers, to the fires burning near Ballarat, people can see the truth about the climate crisis. We can see the impacts of massive droughts, unseasonal cyclones, catastrophic rainfall in our country. We can see the truth of what the climate crisis is doing to our region and fundamentally to our national security. Our Pacific neighbours are going underwater. Our region is going to be dramatically destabilised if we don't deal with climate change, as coastal cities are inundated and food security is ravaged. Now, we can either pretend none of this is happening, or we can get serious about climate action, keep coal and gas in the ground, and support efforts for climate resilience in our country and our neighbourhood. What I can say is this, that when climate change seriously hits the fan, we won't all fit on a handful of near-mythical AUKUS nuclear submarines.
Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I'd like to thank Senator Rennick for raising this important matter about empowering our next generation of younger Australians. Seems a bit cheeky, though. He's been out of the coalition opposition for 2 hot minutes and he's already kicking them in the guts on the way through about having no vision for our children's future, but he sat on that side of the chamber as long as I've been here and voted every time against the measures that we've brought to this parliament that build Australia's future, particularly for our children. But sure, let's kick your former colleagues in the guts on the way through, and I'm happy to do a bit of that too. I know, thank you very much. Senator of the people. For a generation of Australians, home ownership feels too far away and being a renter feels too insecure. Too many people spend their weekends in rental queues, lining up for a home they don't really want to live in. We've got a generation of Australians who are stuck in rent traps, who feel anger and despair that home ownership might not ever happen for them. We've got Australians making major life decisions, delaying having children or giving up precious family time to spend 2 hours a day in the car commuting to work, all because they can't get the stability of a place near where they want to live. And we've also got the brilliant idea of Mr Dutton to force everyone back into the office to spend more time in their cars too. And we know that the state of housing in our country isn't good enough, and there's plenty that our government is doing about it. Every Australian deserves a healthy and affordable place to call home. The country's housing crisis has absolutely been decades in the making. And we know that one of the main barriers to the construction of more homes is a lack of basic infrastructure. That's why the Albanese Labor government is building Australia's future and tackling the housing crisis caused by 10 years of coalition neglect. We're making it easier to buy, more affordable to rent, and building more homes faster through our Home of Your Own plan and expanded home guarantee scheme. In stark contrast, and here's some of the comparisons, Senator Rennick and the Coalition's version of prioritising the future of our children and younger Australians involves consistently voting against every measure that the Labor government has brought into this chamber. And it might be worthwhile just spending a bit of time having a look at that voting record. Increasing funding for public schools, voted against. Increasing funding for early years educators, voted against. Increasing housing affordability for younger Australians, voted against. Increasing the youth allowance rate, voted against. Removing children from immigration detention, voted against. What an absolute joke. Labor's expanded home guarantee scheme delivers lower deposits for first home buyers, which has helped twice as many people as under the former government. And we're also supporting Australians with smaller mortgages under our Help to Buy shared equity scheme. Our plan will help hundreds of thousands of first home buyers over the next few years, getting you into your own home sooner. But we know the long-term fix to housing is to strike the right balance between the number of homes we have and the number of homes that we need. That's why we're starting the largest house build in Australia's history. We have an ambitious target for 1.2 million new homes, and we're delivering 55,000 social and affordable rental homes. We're directly investing in building new homes just like we used to and just like your federal government should do. To unlock these homes in our cities, suburbs and regions, we're training more tradies, building more infrastructure, and we're cutting red tape. We're also banning the foreign ownership of homes and bringing immigration down to sustainable levels. On top of that, we've delivered 2 budget surpluses, we've got inflation under control, and we're helping Australians who are doing it tough.
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. I thank Senator Rennick for this opportunity to speak about One Nation's policies, and note that in March his statements and policies are becoming increasingly loaded with One Nation policies that we released early the month before in February. In that, it's like Labor and the LNP too, who are copying elements of our policies. For the entire time I've been in this Senate, I've spoken on the need to restore Australia's productive capacity through construction of new infrastructure. It's a simple metric. The living standard of each Australian is expressed as our gross domestic product divided by population. With 5 million new Australians in the last 10 years, 2.5 million of those under this Labor government, our gross domestic product is being split into new slices for the new arrivals faster than it's growing. As a result, the standard of living of individual Australians is going backwards, falling 8% since Labor took over. Did anyone hear Prime Minister Albanese promise in his 2022 election pitch to reduce the living standards of everyday Australians 8%? I didn't. The answer is clearly and certainly to reduce immigration, although the government must embrace the other side of that equation as well, building new infrastructure to grow our productive capacity. One Nation are taking such a platform to this election, including building a national rail loop to take hundreds of thousands of truck movements off the roads, making freight handling cheaper and more efficient, reducing supermarket prices and making Australia more competitive. That's vital in a large country with a small population. Logistics is tops. A new northern rail crossing from Port Hedland to Moranbah and the Port of Gladstone in Queensland to open the East Pilbara and the Northwest Minerals Province in Queensland to the international market, facilitating exports of hundreds of billions of dollars and tens or hundreds of thousands of breadwinner jobs. A multifunction corridor to take water, power and internet along the new Northern Crossing Railway to bring town services to more than 100 remote communities across the top end. Hells Gate Dam in far north Queensland to provide flood mitigation, water security and hydropower. The Urana Water Project and pipeline, amongst others. What's the source of these funds? $90 billion in cutting waste and duplication. Itemised, see our website, fully costed. Each year, put $40 billion of that back into people's pockets. Couples with child income splitting, for example, will save almost $10,000 a year. Fully costed. Each year, invest $20 billion in infrastructure to increase productive capacity, to increase our children's wages. Each year, pay down record debt, $30 billion, to reduce interest, which is estimated to become $50 billion the year after next, per year. Only through building our productive capacity can we hope to provide for the millions of new arrivals, generate new government revenue from increased economic activity, and restore wealth and opportunity to all who call this beautiful country home. Thank you.
Senator Hodgins-May.
Federal budgets provide an opportunity to get an insight into the priorities of a government. They're an opportunity for a government to present a vision about the sort of country that they want to see. An opportunity to pave the way towards a more fair, just and equitable future. An opportunity to deliver more than just polished talking points and instead announce measures that will make everyday people's lives better. Unfortunately, I fear that the government's budget will fall short on many of these measures. Because a fair budget wouldn't see government taking in much more from student debt repayments than the petroleum resource rent tax. A just budget wouldn't have nurses, early childcare educators, teachers paying more in tax than some fossil fuel companies. An equitable budget wouldn't make it easier for someone who owns 7 homes to buy their 8th home than someone to break in and buy their first home. Of course, the Greens have reached out to the Labor government to try and Mr Dutton-proof key measures, including slashing student debt and expanding bulk billing. But Labor decided that an election carrot trumped the alternative of, helping people right now. And of course, the other side's no better, proposing to rob people of their super with their short-sighted housing policy. Intergenerational inequity is the shameful legacy of both major parties in this place. 2 parties that have relied on the complacency that their terrible decision-making creates. Well, I'm pleased to say that across my home state of Victoria, young people are not being complacent. Instead, they're channeling their frustration into action and running as lower house candidates across the state because they believe in a more just, fair and equitable future. Ruben Steen in Aston, Avery Barnett Darcy in Bendigo, Ravneet Gacha in Corwell, Tim Randall in Chisholm, Mitch Pope in Corangamite, Emily Flynn in Corio, Amy Mills in Deakin, Matt Maber in Dunkley, Alana Gully, McCrosty in Goldstein, Bao Huyen in Gorton, Martin Barry in Hotham, Jai Sanford in Jagga, Marley McRae McLeod in McEwen and Sarah Newman in Hawke, with more young people to be announced. Thank you all for your leadership. Budgets are a question of priorities. Politics is a question of priorities. Leadership is a question of priorities. And whether it's ripping off our kids with negative gearing tax breaks or working to gut our environmental laws as they're doing just this week, it begs the question, what are the priorities of the major parties in this place? I mean, what could possibly be more important than safeguarding the future for our kids and their kids? This election, vote for the future. Vote Green, because nothing changes if nothing changes.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. A lot of the decisions being made by those in power go against the best interests of young people in this country. This includes children from migrant backgrounds who are beloved members of our communities and some of the most vulnerable, especially those seeking asylum and refuge here. All children deserve access to the opportunities that are available in this country. They have the right to safety, education, housing, food and freedom from discrimination and criminalisation. There are basic fundamental rights enshrined in international law. Yet successive governments have, by design, systematically underfunded our essential services and instead created an economic apartheid, where the ability to access safe, ongoing, quality health, housing or education is dictated by the colour of your skin and money in your bank account, rather than the fundamental need. We have transitioned seamlessly from a welfare state to a carceral state. We know that black kids in this country only ever experienced a carceral state, and since colonisation have been defined by policies designed to punish and destroy rather than care and nurture. Black kids in this country are on a fast-tracked pipeline from child protection to incarceration from before they're even born. First Peoples understand that rights come with responsibilities. The responsibility to care for our mother country, our community, and our waterways, and the air that we breathe, as our ancestors did, protecting this country for future generations. Policies that pursue profit, privatisation, war, and the destruction of country and culture go directly against the real law of this land. The law that's been here before anyone else's ancestors in this room right now. The law of this land was to protect our future generations. But the law in this chamber and this building is to demonise our children and threaten our children's future.
Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. In November of 2024, For the first time, cost of living featured as the #1 issue in Mission Australia's annual youth survey report. The #1 issue. The percentage of young people worrying about the issue has more than doubled in 2 years. Doubled in 2 years, and it is by far their biggest concern. This is a time in the lives of these young Australians when they should be focusing on study, enjoying their first job or completing their apprenticeships. And they should be having the time of their lives without carrying all this adult stuff around with them. They should be being teenagers and they should be being young people, but no, we haven't allowed them to do that. Instead, they are struggling to find housing. They are struggling to pay university and HECS fees and even struggling to feed themselves. And this is taking an unacceptable toll on their mental health. And we are all part of that. We are part of that toll that they are taking because we are not making the right decisions. These young people, particularly in rural and regional areas like Tasmania, can't often afford to even get an appointment with a mental health professional. Okay? Nearly 10 years under the coalition and that didn't help, and the last 3 years under Labor hasn't done much better. It's like you've just got no idea how to handle the situation. It's shameful, absolutely shameful. What do we do with this younger population? How do we help them? Because really, you've got no idea in here. The Labor government hasn't brought down the cost of arts fees, even though you went on and on and on against this side, done nothing. Silence, crickets. This government could do something about this instead of pushing through your stinky salmon bill. And how about raising Newstart that you could have done if you'd have means tested, if you'd have been bothered to means test when it comes to the energy support? How about raising youth allowance, like I said? No means tested. In Tasmania, we still have troubled kids locked up in a detention centre, even though the Tasmanian government says it should be closed. And they are planning to build another one on a barren piece of land between two motorways. How healthy is that? Put you in prison, put you near the highway, you can listen to the trucks all night and you can suck in the diesel. No worries. That's great. What a great move that is. I know the Tasmanian government's got something coming more on that, and I'm coming for you on it. The second main concern young Australians have is the environment and climate change. And if we just showed a little imagination, we could address this as well. We can look at reducing the HECS fees in return for a bit of service to country. How about that? And we can talk to unis and TAFEs and schools about integrating volunteering. We can help prepare and arm our young Australians with the resilience that they need to face the challenges in the future. And I have a feeling they're going to need everything that they can get.
Thank you very much, Senator Lambie. The time for the discussion has now expired, and the Senate will now consider the proposal from Senator Scarr, which is also shown at item 15 on today's order of business, is consideration of the proposal supported. It is. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips. And I call Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. And I'm very pleased my colleagues supported the discussion of this very important matter of urgency.
Senator Scarr, I'll just briefly interrupt you to ask you to please move your motion.
I move the motion.
Thank you, Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. And the motion is the need for the Albanese Labor government to admit that power bills across Australia have increased significantly since coming into office, despite Prime Minister Albanese saying 97 times before the last election that power bills would be reduced by $275 by 2025. And in the weeks leading up to the next federal election, now is the time for the people of Australia to consider the promises that were made by the now Labor government before the last federal election. Now is the time for the Australian people to write the report card of the Albanese Labor government. Now is the time to consider the promises that were made before Australians voted and to look at the reality after 3 years of the Albanese Labor government. 97 times, Acting Deputy President, the now Prime Minister Albanese promised 97 times to cut power bills. On the 3rd of December 2021, he said that the Labor Party's plan, quote, will cut power bills for families and businesses by $275 a year for homes by 2025 compared to today. Well, we're now in 2025, and what's the result? Power bills have gone up. They've gone up, not down, they've gone up. Our Powering Australia plan will create over 600,000 jobs. It will reduce energy prices in the national energy market for households by $275. That was the Prime Minister at a doorstop on 4 December 2021. I've got pages of this stuff, Acting Deputy President, of these quotes. There were no less than 17 times in December 2021 the now Prime Minister promised the power bills would decrease by on an average, $275. 17 times he promised it in December 2021. And then we go into January 2022. It was the same thing. I quote from a press conference on 3rd January 2022. Reducing energy prices by $275 for the average household. That's what the now Prime Minister said on 3 January 2022. This is what he said on the 7th of January. It'll cut average power bills for households by $275 by 2025. At a doorstop on 7 January, quote, reducing power bills for households by $275 by 2025. And it goes on and on. Here's a great one. This one's one of my favourites. On 20 January 2021, this is what the Prime Minister said. It would see, that's the Labor Party's power plan, it would see 640,000 jobs created and a reduction in power bills on average of $275 by 2025. It's a practical plan, end quote. It's a practical plan. That's what the Prime Minister said at a doorstop on 12 January 2021. So another 10 times in January, he said the power prices would go down by, on average, $275. And then there's more. In February, in March, more of these promises in my home state of Queensland at a rally on 3 April 2022. 3 April 2022, about 3 years ago. He said that the Albanese government would, quote, lower household power bills by $275 a year by 2025, end quote. That was the promise that the now Prime Minister made to the people of my home state of Queensland. And what's the reality? What's the reality? Power prices have gone up. They've gone up. They haven't gone down. They've gone up, on average by $1,000 for your average household. We've seen wholesale prices skyrocket, 83% in the past year, with record highs in New South Wales and Queensland, proving that Labor's 2022 pre-election energy modelling was a complete and utter fantasy. Labor's energy approach has in fact come at 5 times the cost Australians were initially promised. 5 times the cost of what Australians were initially promised. So where my office is located, Acting Deputy President, in the federal electorate of Blair, households in Ipswich and the Somerset region are under financial stress. They are struggling to make ends meet.
Yeah. Senator O'Neill.
Right now, every Australian family knows that cost of living is front and centre, and it is front and centre for the Albanese Labor government too. We know that one of the points of pressure on household budgets is the power bill. And that's why, instead of just talking about it and fear-mongering about it, the Albanese Labor government has made energy bill relief a top priority. We've delivered 3 rounds of direct relief. That's $75 deducted from your bill each quarter. You can go on and have a look at the black print on your bill. It shows that we're trying to help because we know that this is an issue for you. But in addition to that, we've acted to cap gas and energy prices. And now we're going to go even further in helping you with your household bill by taking another $150 straight off your power bill. And it'll be written there for you to see. so that we honour our commitment to you. Because when families are doing it tough, we understand in the Labor Party, in the Albanese Labor government, that it's time for us to take responsibility and to step in and help. What we're doing is real practical support, and it's also sound economic management. We want to provide relief to you while keeping downward pressure on inflation. Now, the reality is they talk a big game on economics, but when Peter Dutton and his team last left office, inflation had a 6 in front of it, and interest rates were climbing. Now, under the Albanese Labor government's responsible economic management, inflation has a 2 in front of it, and thankfully, interest rates are falling. Now, while we're focused on supporting Australians, what's Mr Dutton doing? Well, let's be clear. He stood in the way. He said no. He opposed the $300 energy bill relief that we put in place to help you. And instead of a real plan, he's cooked up a reckless $600 billion, with a B, $600 billion nuclear scheme, or fantasy, really, that's what it is. It's a fantasy so costly that he'll have to cut Medicare, he'll have to slash essential services to pay for it. Let's be clear, Peter Dutton's cuts mean you pay. And what's worse, Mr Dutton's desire to go nuclear won't deliver. Mr Dutton's own modelling shows that his nuclear gamble won't lower bills. It'll lock in more of the expensive, ageing coal plants already pushing up our prices. The Australian Energy Regulator has made it clear. Coal plants break down, especially ageing ones, and that's what we've got in Australia. And transmission bottlenecks drove 23 high-price events in just the last quarter, because what's really intermittent in our system now is our ageing coal-fired power plants. They're past their use-by date. We're focused on the future. And that's why, in contrast to Mr Dutton, every step we've taken has been to expand renewables and put downward pressure on prices. Now, we did that in 2022. It was true then and it's true now. And that's why we're reforming the whole electricity system to make it easier for Australians to switch to better energy deals, to remove excessive fees and ensure everyone gets the concessions that they're entitled to. Last week's default market offer highlighted the urgency of this task that we are taking seriously. But it also showed that competition is working. Plans up to 25% cheaper than the benchmark are out there, and we want every family to check that they're getting the best deal. Visit the Energy Made Easy website. Don't leave money on the table for the energy providers. Keep it in your family's income. Keep it in your own budget. Let me be clear, Australians face a real choice, a government that's honest and backs them in tough times, or Peter Dutton, whose cuts you will pay for. Don't take the risk.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. No one trusts politicians because of lies. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese promised Australia that power bills will come down $275 by 2025. 2025 is here, and power bills have never been more expensive and are still increasing. Australians are constantly told wind and solar are cheapest. That might be the greatest lie in Australian political history, and that's saying something. Well, after 20 years of connecting all the wind, solar, batteries and pumped hydro to the grid, power bills have never been higher. This is a motion from the Liberal Party complaining, yet it says nothing about the reason why power bills are still so expensive. There's a reason why Queenslanders are worried about running their air conditioning and why local small businesses are closing. That's net zero. There's only one elected party in this Senate that opposes the net zero scam. That's One Nation. We are the only ones who truly believe in making power bills cheaper. Labor is committed to wind and solar, super expensive. The Liberals and the Nationals are committed to wind, solar and nuclear, very expensive. None of them will promise that your power bills will come down under their plan because they can't. The truth is that under net zero, Australia faces decades of increasing power prices. Decades. There's a big secret that every politician in this room knows, yet won't say out loud. The absolute cheapest way to run an electricity grid today is coal. Even if you believe in net zero, so let's have a serious look. Australia's annual carbon dioxide production is 465 million tonnes. India and China together are 16 billion tonnes, 35 times as much. India and China are allowed to buy Australia's coal and use it. Yet Australians can't use their own coal here in our country. One Nation will get rid of this nonsense. We have a plan to bring down power prices permanently. Right now, baseload power is told to immediately shut down whenever wind and solar unpredictably turn on. Coal is what's known as baseload power. It's designed to run effectively, efficiently, 24/7, up to 98% of the time. Turning baseload power off completely in unplanned ways is a huge problem. This leads to much higher prices, increased maintenance costs, and in some cases, power stations breaking down due to the abuse they weren't designed for. The solution is very simple. Just guarantee baseload power the minimum time needed to keep spinning. Wind and solar can fill in the rest, if they happen to turn on. The most conservative scenario is this will bring down power prices 20% immediately. Immediately. Taken to full effect, this could bring power bills down 50%. Liberal, Labor and the Nationals will never bring down your power bills like this because they're completely committed to net zero nonsense, net zero lies. One Nation, and only One Nation, will put more money back in your pocket.
Senator McDonald.
Thank you, Acting Deputy. I rise to talk to you about this urgency motion on power bills and the need for the Albanese Labor government to admit that power bills across Australia have increased significantly since they came to office. Since they came to office and made this promise nearly 97 times that power bills would be reduced by $275. And instead, the exact opposite has happened. In fact, power bills have increased by around $1,300. Now, if there's something you can say about Labor, it is that they are even-handed, because not only have they put downward pressure on big business, they've put downward pressure on small business, and of course that results in downward pressure on families, because it is families who are paying the brunt of the Albanese government's rush to renewables, this crazy, all eggs in one basket, physics-defying energy policy that they've embraced. Now, what does higher prices mean? Well, for businesses, big businesses that manufacture, it means that they are having to power load shed, they are having to stop work, they are having to reduce profitability and productivity, and in some cases put off jobs. What does it mean for small businesses? Well, for small businesses, 29,000 of them have gone to the wall since Labor got into government, due in large part to the increase in power prices. What does that mean? Well, that means that those businesses don't operate. It means that they don't pay tax, but they certainly don't employ people, and they don't employ apprentices, people in regional places, places where government jobs just aren't. And finally, what does that mean for families? Well, if it's not bad enough that you might be paying so much more in electricity that you're having to choose whether or not to send the kids to sport, to enjoy some time as a family, going to the movies or doing something else, not only is that the case, and we're seeing homelessness peak under this Albanese Labor government, what we're also seeing is families lose jobs. Families losing jobs in big businesses and small businesses that have already been put to the wall by this Labor government. Now, we're coming up to having an election very soon, and there is a very clear decision for Australians, because under the Albanese Labor government, another 3 years will cripple Australia. It will cripple Australian families and businesses. It will cripple jobs and future prosperity. That's what another 3 years of this economically destructive government looks like. Or the choice is that you choose a different path. You choose a path back to prosperity, back to being the nation that we have enjoyed, with opportunities for all. If you care to work hard, move to regional places, build your own business, raise your family, that can be a great life. But under the Albanese Labor government, Australians are looking at a very grim future. Now, the upside is, of course, that the Labor governments, both federally and state, can feel very pious. Can feel very pious about what they believe they're delivering for a renewables-only energy plan. But what it also looks like is Australians being very poor. That is not an acceptable choice in a country that is blessed with an abundance of natural resources, whether it be uranium, coal, gas, and yes, sun and wind. But under the Albanese Labor government, we're going to disregard all of those blessings. We are going to continue down a road where we subsidies for energy bills that will cost the Australian taxpayer $6.8 billion but be left with nothing after paying that bill. The Coalition is proposing structural change to energy plans and energy delivery, something that will leave Australians more prosperous, with more jobs, more industry, more taxes and more ability to deliver the important programs like Medicare, like the NDIS, because we are economically responsible to deliver that.
Senator Rennick.
Thank you, Acting Madam Deputy Chair. And I rise today to support this motion. This motion is 100% correct. Prime Minister Albanese has said a number of times that he was going to lower power prices. He didn't. But you know what? That's yesterday's news. That's yesterday's news in the sense that what are we going to do about it? And I have to call out my good friend and former colleague here, Senator Scarr. I'm disappointed he's not in the chamber to hear this, but I hope he's listening. But, you know, Senator Scarr is someone with a finance background who should be talking about the solutions. He is better than just whinging and wailing. And I have to say one thing about refreshing about being up in this end of the chamber is that I no longer have to sit there and just beat out the same old boring talking points about how bad Labor is. You know what? I've got news for you two major parties, is that the Australian people are sick of government, period. They just see it as toxic, weak and insipid. What they actually want for a change is some politicians to come out and offer some solutions. Okay, we can all sit in this chamber day in, day out and beat each other up. But the people out there listening to this want to know, what are we going to do about it? And you know what? In business, in the real world, this is not the way things are done. It's not the way, you know, business is conducted. We sit down and we look for solutions. So I say to Senator Scarr and the Liberal Party, you know, and with the greatest respect to the Labor Party, I joined the Liberal Party, so I'm going to the Liberal Party because I expect more from them. Lift your game. Come in here and talk about your solutions, how you're going to provide better opportunities for your children. Because, you know, as I see Senator Scarr and Senator McDonald sitting here whinging, and then there's People First, we're a better option because we've got solutions.
Senator Polly.
Senator Scarr for putting this motion forward, because it's really important to remind the Australian people that those in the opposition now that vote against every cost of living measure, including energy relief, were in government for a decade. They had 22 policies in this area and not delivered one of them, not one of them at all. So it is a great opportunity just to remind the Australian people of what we have done as a government. Coming into government after the huge debt that we inherited from those opposite who made a complete mess, We know that what we've already invested in helping Australian families and small businesses with energy costs have been so welcomed by the Australian community. And in tonight's budget, we will see another $150 going to Australians and to Australian businesses. But what we haven't got from those opposite is any policies other than the shadow treasurer who can't even put a cost on nuclear energy. So what we've got is the Leader of the Opposition under Mr Dutton is trying to ensure that they're a small target. And we know that he's on a very tight chain. We know that because we know he can't be allowed to actually have a complete media conference because people are very concerned about what he might say. But this government has done everything that we have been able to do to relieve the cost of living for Australian families. We believe in renewable energy. We believe that is the way of the future. And as a senator for the great state of Tasmania, we know what hydro energy has done for our community. We know that Australians will always look to a government to show leadership in this area. We know that we have introduced measure after measure, whether it was increasing Medicare, whether it was about energy relief for people to get through the cost of living. And we have actually put our money where our mouth is. And we have outlined what our policies are, and we are very proud to stand behind those. But if the opposition think that they can go to this next election without any policies apart from nuclear, which we know that they can't even put a figure on how much that's going to cost, let alone when it's going to be introduced. But what we do know from people who have actually have the expertise is that it's going to cost Australian families more money. It's going to cost business more money. But what we have seen from those opposite is trying to rewrite history, vote against every cost of living measure, and then all of a sudden now, when they voted for the first round of energy relief, they opposed it. But now, because there's an election coming, we have Mr Dutton wanting to be seen to be doing the same. We will support this. We will support that. The Australian people, they see through that, and they know that if you vote Liberal in your local electorate, the reality is if you do, like in the Cedar Bass, you vote for the current member, you're going to end up with Peter Dutton as the Prime Minister, and that is a risk to the state of Tasmania and to the country that I believe the Australian people will think very seriously about, because they're concerned about someone they know nothing about who makes gaffe after gaffe. You know, we've got a cyclone about to hit Queensland and northern New South Wales, and what does he do as leader? He goes off to a Liberal Party fundraiser. First to point the finger at everyone else, but has shown that he doesn't have the leadership skills. He's come out with a policy of cutting. He's going to cut. But what he's saying to the Australian people is, I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to cut other than we're going to cut the public service. Just trust me. Well, there's a history of Australian people trusting Liberal opposition leaders and ended up being very, very disappointed. And after the time that they've had in opposition, the fact that they can't come up with any policies, you've got a treasurer who can't. It's going to be really interesting on Thursday night. I can hardly wait for the puppet show on Thursday night that the Liberal Party has finally found a heart. I put my faith in the Australian people that they see through Peter Dutton, and they also see through the Liberals and the Nationals that they've been let down time and time again, and they won't tolerate this by putting them back into government at this election.
Thank you, Deputy President. I would like to thank Senator Scarr for bringing this matter of urgency before the Senate, because he's right, the matter at hand is urgent. Australian power prices have skyrocketed under this government, and it's important that we point that out, despite what Senator Rennick said. We need to hold government to account. That is our job in opposition. It is not okay that Australians are worried when they get their electricity bill. They're worried about how high is it going to be this time, and am I going to be able to pay it? Or do I have to go into a payment arrangement with my energy supplier, and how long before I can pay it off? That is entirely unacceptable, but it is the lot of many, many Australians when they get their power bill. These costs have skyrocketed despite the Prime Minister promising 97 times before the last election that power bills would be reduced by the magical figure of $275. And yes, we've talked about that a lot, because we need to talk about it a lot. We need to point out this fundamental failure. This wasn't something that was mentioned once or twice or offhand here and there. It was 97 times prior to the last election. It's what is called an election promise. And this government was elected on the back of promises that this Prime Minister has failed to keep over and over and over again. And fewer were of greater significance than their energy policy. And they made some grand promises. So not only has there not been a cut of $275, power bills have risen. In my state of New South Wales, on average $1,300 for households. This is more than a mere inconvenience. It is a massive economic blow, and it is even worse for small business owners. A massive impost on their costs where their bills have doubled and tripled. Across the nation, this is having catastrophic consequences. We have seen 29,000 businesses close their doors under this government's watch. Energy prices are a key factor in this business failure epidemic. Wherever I go and speak to small business operators and I ask them what is their one most significant impact in terms of costs, they always mention their energy costs. Another layer in Labor's cost of everything crisis. And what is Labor's solution? A $150 rebate. That's right, $150. Let's spend $6.8 billion worth of taxpayer money on an attempt to subsidise energy bills. Yet, despite this colossal expenditure, energy prices will continue to rise. This $150 rebate is nothing more than a short-term fix designed to buy votes before an election. The truth is $150 will not even come close to covering those costs, and it is an insult to the Australians who are struggling to pay their bills, who are working their guts out and still can't pay their bills. They can't afford the things that their family needs, not because they are not working, it's not because they aren't trying, it's not because they aren't doing their best, it's because the cost of everything is spiralling out of control. Not means testing this rebate is another failure of this government. It means that households who do not need financial assistance are getting it anyway. They will receive the same $150 rebate as those people who are struggling to pay their bills. The same rebate that small businesses who are on the brink, who are closing their doors, they will get the same rebate. This is a flawed and inefficient system that fails to target relief where it is truly needed. A typical family in Australia with a mortgage has paid an extra $50,000 in interest payments since Labor came into government. And they want us to think that $150 off your electricity bill is going to help. I think there might have been a better way to invest $6.8 billion worth of taxpayer money, and it is an insult to all of us that they have decided to do this yet again. Labor's inability to manage the economy has left Australians and small businesses vulnerable to rising costs and struggling to survive.
Thank you, Senator Kavacki. The question is, the motion moved by Senator Scarr be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. I think the noes have it. The ayes have the ayes for no. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
do this one. You can have it all back. Lock the doors. So the question is, the urgency motion is moved by Senator Scarr be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 29 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative.
If people could leave the chamber if they don't want to be in for the next session, please. I'll just give you a couple of minutes. So we're proceeding now to the consideration of documents. The documents are listed on page 5 to 14 of today's order of business. I will start with page 5. Senator McKenzie, are you seeking the call? Just, sorry, I'm just checking if I've actually got the right document. Okay, all right, just give me 1 minute. So, anyone got anything they wish to speak to on page 5? No. Page 6? No. Page 7? Oh, this is... Sorry, Senator McKenzie, apparently you were on page 6, were you? Sorry, my mistake. Okay, page 7, page 8, page 9. This is going swimmingly, people. Page 10. Sorry, Senator Thorpe, page 10. Just give me 1 minute, Senator Thorpe. Senator Thorpe, once we've done the consideration of documents, then I'm happy to call you again. So we'll just go back. Page 10, page 11, page 12. Just hoy, people. Page 13, page 14. Sorry, am I going too quick? No? Page 15, page 16. Except I've got Senator. Senator Canavan, are you seeking the call? Sorry. Senator Thorpe, you can now have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I seek leave to table a document, the 5th Islamophobia in Australia report, compiled by the Islamophobia Register Australia and Monash University, as circulated.
Is leave granted? Leave's granted to table. But not just to table. Leave is granted. Thank you. Okay, we're now at tabling consideration of committee reports and government responses. Government whip.
Thank you.
Senator Urquhart, sorry.
I am the government whip,
you are
so
indeed.
I was at call. At the request of the chairs of the respective legislation committees, I present additional information relating to estimates, reports in respect of the 2024-25 additional estimates, and reports on the examination of annual reports tabled by 31 October 2024. And I present the 509th to 511th reports of the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit. I present the report of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade on Australia's thematic sanctions framework. I present Scrutiny Report 2 of 2025, the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights. I present the first and second reports of 2025 of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works. I present the 226th report of the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties, and I present additional information received by the Select Committee on the Tasmanian Freight Equalisation Scheme on behalf of Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you. Are there any speakers? Senator Mackenzie.
I would like to take note of the additional information presented by the government's whip on the Tasmanian Freight Equalisation Scheme. Well, for nearly 2 years, the Albanese government has stood by while Tasmania's producers, exporters and families have been punished by high inflation, rising shipping cost and a freight equalisation scheme that hasn't kept pace with modern freight realities. The Labor government, under Anthony Albanese, has ignored repeated calls from the Tasmanian industry bodies, including the Tasmanian Logistics Committee and the Tasmanian Farmers and Graziers Association. The Labor government has allowed shipping and logistics cost pressures to compound under their economic mismanagement, and this has led to unfair cost burdens for Tasmanian primary producers and manufacturers under the Tasmanian Freight Equalisation Scheme. It has meant they are unable to compete fairly against mainlanders when it comes to exporting their high-quality goods. The Tasmanian Chamber of Commerce and Industry has said that a properly functioning scheme is vital to ensuring that Tasmanian businesses can continue to participate in increasingly competitive national and international markets. And its CEO, Michael Bailey, has said the scheme is plagued by restrictive timeframes and, I quote, weird anomalies. Cabinet makers can claim for wood coming into Tasmania, but not things like hinges and door handles, which really impacts their profitability. The cherry grower and president of Cherries Tasmania Orchards, Nick Hanson, believes the scheme was good 25 years ago, but has not seen it change in that time, and it's no longer fit for purpose. He said it costs us 50% extra to send a pallet of fruit from Tasmania to Melbourne than it does from Melbourne to Hong Kong. So this scheme is a fundamental pillar in an equity arrangement to ensure that Tasmanian producers and manufacturers can compete on an equal footing against their mainland cousins. Now, the Coalition recognises Tasmania's unique geographic position and the critical importance of freight and passenger transport to that state's economic future. Our Tasmanian team has been fighting for changes to that scheme for some time, and I would like to pay tribute to Liberal candidate for Braddon, Mal Hingston, Liberal candidate for Lyons, Susie Bowers, and the member for Bass, Bridget Archer. 3 people who have championed reform to this scheme on behalf of their primary producers, their small businesses and manufacturers, and indeed those residents in Tasmania who want to see changes to the passenger freight equalisation scheme as well. Recently, I had the pleasure to join Peter Dutton in Grant and visit Grant and the team at Sprayton Cider Company, who've been experiencing the same problems faced by many growers and manufacturers and businesses in Tasmania. And we were able to commit that within the first 100 days of a newly elected coalition government, we will be reviewing the Tasmanian Freight Equalisation Scheme as was recommended by the Select Committee. We also will expand that review to cover the Bass Strait Passenger Vehicle Equalisation Scheme. Now, whilst that review is being undertaken, while it is examining the issues raised throughout the Senate Select Committee, we understand that exporters in particular will still be subjected to an unfair regime, and that's why we've put interim assistance to the tune of $62 million on the table to support Tasmanian businesses whilst we undertake that urgent review of this scheme. Because we know this scheme is not fit for purpose. We have heard the concerns of Tasmanian businesses and manufacturers and primary producers, and we want this scheme to be future-proofed so that going forward it will no longer be a political football to be used to the detriment of businesses on the island. The industry has requested that the calculated freight cost disadvantage and increased intermodal costs are driving them to the wall. And if we're serious about supporting them, we need to address the labour through the increased cost pressures, increased energy prices, increased input cost prices across the board have been impacting Tasmanian businesses. And this is concerning both northbound and southbound freight. We also want to look at the freight issues between Flinders and King Islands and Tasmania itself. We want to ensure that this scheme is fit for purpose, and this review will be done urgently if we are successful at the next election. Peter Dutton said a coalition government will ensure the two schemes are fit for purpose, and he acknowledged that Anthony Albanese has stood by and done nothing while Tasmanian businesses have been punished by Labor's high inflation and rising shipping costs. We know the coalition has a strong track record of ensuring Tasmanian businesses and farmers aren't disadvantaged in selling their goods interstate or exporting to the world, and we plan to continue that. This scheme was actually set up to ensure that Tasmanian businesses could compete equally with mainlanders, and the objective of the scheme is to ensure that as freight crosses both sides of the Bass Strait, that the Bass Strait is treated like any other highway in our national highway network. Over recent years, we know that hasn't been working for Tasmanian businesses, and they're rightly frustrated. And that's why we are going to urgently fix the issue through an independent review and fix this inequity once and for all. It's equally important that the review consider the design and settings of the Bass Strait passenger vehicle equalisation scheme, because many Tasmanians use that service to access the mainland for education opportunities, to connect with family and friends, but importantly, and increasingly sadly, to access critical medical services. We want to ensure a fair go for Tasmanian industries as part of our plan to deliver a strong and secure economic future for Tasmanian, and part of our plan to get our country back on track. We will also be exploring, as part of the review, the model commercial environment facing Tasmanian businesses, ways to cut red tape and make the scheme simpler and more responsive. We've heard from businesses that the paperwork associated with the scheme is onerous, and there are much swifter and easier ways to ensure that businesses can access the support under the scheme in a timely manner. Many Tasmanians depend on the ferry system, the passenger vehicle equalisation scheme, particularly those who are older and who don't appreciate flying. The design and the operation of the Bass Strait passenger vehicle equalisation scheme also must work for people, not just for those who can afford what is often an unaffordable airline ticket. These schemes were established because Bass Strait shouldn't be a barrier to opportunity. It shouldn't be more expensive to move things across Bass Strait than on any other major highway across the country. What communities are telling us in Tasmania is that the scheme is outdated by its design, it's too slow in reimbursement, and is misaligned with the real costs of intermodal freight in 2025. It's time to give Tasmanian world-class producers and exporters a fair go. That is what Susie Bowers is fighting for. That is what the Liberal candidate for Braddon is fighting for. Mal Hingston, and that is what the Liberal member for Bass is fighting for in Bridget Archer. And it is only a vote for the Liberal candidate in Lyons, in Bass and Braddon that will deliver the reforms that the Tasmanian Freight Equalisation Scheme needs, not just to fix the disincentive that exists now and the inequity that exists right now, but to future-proof this scheme into coming decades so it can no longer be used as a political football by different sides of politics. And if the Labor Party was serious about backing Tasmanians, if Anthony Albanese was serious about backing Tasmanians' potential as a producer and exporter of world-class product, then he would be reforming this scheme and giving Tasmanians a fair go.
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Are there any other speakers on this particular item? Okay. All right. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Senator, I haven't given you the call yet, and I've just had complete mental... I can't believe this. Senator Chandler, I'm so sorry. Sorry. I know she's from Tasmania.
No worries at all.
I was just confused. I was going to go to Senator Chacon.
All good.
See how he's graciously handed to you.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President, and thank you, Senator Ciccone. I also rise to provide a brief contribution in response to the tabling of additional information of the Senate Committee report on the Tasmanian Freight Equalisation Scheme. This was an incredibly important inquiry, and the report in relation to it demonstrated very clearly that the Tasmanian Freight Equalisation Scheme, the TFES, is not fit for purpose, and the degradation of the scheme over the last 3 years in particular has been putting Tasmanian businesses at a severe disadvantage. And that is why the Coalition has announced that we will commit an immediate $65 million to support Tasmanian industry and address increased costs of transporting products to and from Tasmania to the mainland. While the Albanese government has sat on its hands and allowed Tasmanian businesses, consumers and travellers to pay the price for rising costs, the Dutton-led Coalition is acting. The announcement by Peter Dutton has been warmly welcomed by Tasmanian businesses and industries over the last few days. The Tasmanian Chamber of Commerce and Industry said the Coalition's announcement was a fantastic outcome for Tasmanian businesses. CEO Michael Bailey said the TCCI, along with the Tasmanian Fruit Growers Association and a range of other businesses, have been calling for action on the TFES, and it is great that the Coalition has been listening. Mr Bailey went on, Tasmanian exports to the mainland and overseas are valued at more than $26 billion each year. The businesses that produce those exports employ thousands of Tasmanians and support hundreds of communities right around the state. This commitment will back in those businesses, secure jobs and support those communities. Over the last few years, I've engaged with Tasmanian fruit growers, farmers and many incredible Tasmanian businesses who use our fresh produce to make high-value products that are then sold all over the world. And they have all told me of how the degradation of the TFES is putting their businesses at risk. You cannot have Tasmania producing billions of dollars in world-class fresh produce and then make it punitively expensive to get that produce to the millions of people around the world who want to buy it. But this Select Committee heard time and again that that is exactly what has been happening in recent years. As myself and my colleague Senator Colbeck said in our additional comments to the report, it is not acceptable for Tasmanian businesses to be disadvantaged because the support provided by the TFES is falling behind the necessary levels of support. We went on. Liberal senators on the committee support the work done by the inquiry and are convinced that the outcome must be urgent modernisation of the TFES to meet the current and future requirements of Tasmanian business and industry. This report was finalised and released late last year, 2024. We are now a third of the way through 2025, and the Albanese government is yet to make any changes to respond to what is clearly an urgent need to support Tasmanian growers and producers. The agreed committee report, signed up to by Labor senators on the committee, calls for a review of the TFES. The Coalition supports a review taking place, but we have been clear that we feel that doesn't go far enough.
That is why we've announced an immediate increase of $65 million in funding to reduce the costs for Tasmanian businesses and travellers. That money will flow immediately into the scheme without needing to wait for another review to be completed. But where is the government on this? They've had months to announce immediate responses and put in additional investment to support Tasmanian businesses, and yet they have done nothing. As the opposition leader said in Sprayton last weekend, Mr Albanese has stood by and done nothing, while Tasmanian businesses have been punished by Labor's high inflation and rising shipping costs. Tasmanian producers and businesses are responsible for some of the finest foods and products. The ability to get those products to markets around Australia and the world is critical to sustaining and growing jobs in Tasmania and underpinning investment in key industries. Peter Dutton understands the importance of this scheme to Tasmanian businesses and to Tasmanian manufacturers, as do the member for Bass, Bridget Archer, and our candidates for Braddon, Mal Hingston, Lyons, Susie Bauer, Franklin, Josh Garvin and Clark, Marilena De Florio. And of course, over many years, the Tasmanian Liberal Senate team have been strong supporters of the Tasmanian Freight Equalisation Scheme and have helped secure improvements to the scheme on many occasions, just as we did this weekend just gone. So credit to the chair of the inquiry, Senator Tyrrell, for initiating this report and for her comments on the call for action, not just another review. And that is precisely what the Dutton Coalition's $65 million commitment to Tasmanian producers and farmers is all about.
Thank you. Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President, and I rise too to make a contribution with respect to the Senate Select Committee into the Tasmanian Freight Equalisation team, and along with my colleague Senator Chandler, I was pleased to play an active role in the hearings of that inquiry, which conducted hearings on King Island, in Hobart and in Longford in Tasmania. As colleagues have indicated, the Tasmanian Freight Equalisation Scheme is a critical measure in support of the Tasmanian economy. It not only supports goods coming from Tasmania to mainland and to export markets, which has been commented on by my colleagues who have made contributions earlier in this debate, but it also supports southbound goods, which are inputs to the manufacturing sector in Tasmania. And therefore, the competitiveness of the Tasmanian manufacturing industry, much of which is food-based, and one of the things that Tasmania is really good at is high-quality foods and food products into national and international markets. The inputs into those industries and the cost of transport for goods into those industries is absolutely critical. And that's why in the response that we supported with the leader, Peter Dutton, last Friday, ensuring that not only northbound goods but southbound goods were also included as a part of the response from the coalition was absolutely critical. And aside from that, were the two Bass Strait Islands. Now, as I said, the Freight Equalisation Select Committee went to King Island and spent a day taking evidence on King Island. We heard from a number of people across the King Island community how important that scheme was to their economy, but importantly, how the decay in the support that was being provided from the Freight Equalisation Scheme was putting their economy and their community and their manufacturing sector under stress. And so the day that I spent there with the Select Committee, but also another couple of days that I spent there with the candidate for Braddon, Mal Hingston, it was very clear to us the importance of ensuring that the road freight disadvantage, which is the measure that is supported by the Freight Equalisation Scheme, was properly calculated and embedded into the design of the scheme. And that's what the review that was announced by Peter Dutton on Friday will do. Ensure that there is an appropriate level of road freight disadvantage incorporated into the new design of the Freight Equalisation Scheme. And while we're waiting for that to happen,
there is immediate support for the Tasmanian economy and the economy of the two Bass Strait Islands to compensate for the significant decay of the support for road freight disadvantage in the current measures of the legislation. Likewise, I spent a couple of days on Flinders Island with the member for Bass, Bridget Archer, specifically talking to the community over there about freight equalisation. And it's a critical part of their economy likewise, just like it is on King Island and for the rest of the Tasmanian community. So ensuring that both Flinders Island and Bass and King Island were appropriately supported in the review of the scheme, but also the measure that was announced last Friday was absolutely critical from my perspective, and of course for Mal Hingston and Bridget Archer, and so many of those industries and businesses throughout the large electorate of Lyons, which takes in the largest proportion of the Tasmanian landmass, ensuring that the businesses that Susie Bauer is supporting through Lyons was also critical as well. Can I say, Deputy President? No, Deputy President. There was some excellent evidence provided to us by submitters during the inquiry. I was particularly taken with the evidence provided by the TCCI and representatives from Norske Skog, who are significant, particularly Norske Skog, who are significant users of the scheme but have a very mature attitude to the way that the scheme should operate. And their description of how the class system that operates within the freight equalisation scheme has become misaligned over the years, and therefore the road freight disadvantage rebate had decayed over that period of time, was quite compelling evidence as part of the inquiry. Likewise, the evidence that they provided to the committee that said that if CPI had been applied to the intermodal costs since the turn of the century, since about the year 2000, if CPI had been added to those to the intermodal costs since that point in time, the intermodal value element of the freight equalisation scheme would be now paying out about $200, which is double what it's paying. And so clearly there's an urgent need for the intermodal costs to be recalculated, and in my view, they should be indexed to CPI into the future. That's a view that I came to based on the very good evidence that was received by the committee during the hearings. And it's just so closely aligned. When you do the calculation of CPI to the intermodal cost from 2001 to about now, it's within a few cents of being $200 instead of $100. And these changes will make a significant difference to the competitiveness of business and the capacity of business in Tasmania to compete in national and international markets. So ensuring that $65 million that was announced on Friday, $3 million of that to go to conduct the review and $62 million to support industry through the realignment of the fees and the support of the intermodal of the road freight disadvantage, I think are really very important. Likewise, the Bass Strait Vehicle Equalisation Scheme, which was introduced by a coalition government back in 2004 and was the reason that we actually have 2 ferries on Bass Strait now. The then Premier was going to buy one. When he heard of the introduction of the Tasmanian Freight Equalisation Scheme, he made a decision to buy 2, which significantly increased the capacity across Bass Strait. But the original intent of the Bass Strait Passenger Vehicle Equalisation Scheme was that you bought a ticket on the ferry and your car travelled for free. Can I tell you that was a huge advertising boon for the Tasmanian tourist industry and the Tasmanian economy. Off the back of that, the introduction of that scheme and the 2 ferries, there was a significant surge in the Tasmanian economy, as there has been on each occasion when there's been a reduction in cost of getting to Tasmania or an increase of capacity on Bass Strait. And the Bass Strait Passenger Vehicle Equalisation Scheme was a significant element in the Tasmanian government's then decision to purchase 2 ferries and increase significantly the capacity on Bass Strait. And those 2 ferries are now a very, very valued part of the Tasmanian economy. But of course, given time and the fact that subsidy is not necessarily a guarantee of price, cars no longer travel for free. So the decision by Peter Dutton to announce a review of the Bass Strait Passenger Vehiclisation Scheme as well as the Freight Equalisation Scheme, I think, is a very important one for Tasmania and for the Tasmanian economy, to make sure that both of those schemes can be future-proofed into the future. One of the things that happened in recent years is that a recommendation of an updates to the road freight disadvantage were taken out of the scheme as an automatic feature. I think they should go back into the scheme so that we don't have a continued argument or a decay of the scheme by the fact that there's no indexation. We've seen that with the intermodal costs, likewise with the road freight disadvantage calculation. I think they should go into the scheme, and the recommendation from the coalition senators was that we should have a review of the scheme every 2 years to make sure it kept up with current costs. And we saw, particularly over the last few years, how damaging a high inflation environment is. The high inflation environment of the last few years has been one of the significant factors in the decay of the support the scheme offers to road freight users. And it's high time, and I'm delighted that this coalition party has made a decision to put the significant support in place that it announced last week.
Do you wish, Senator Colbeck, do you wish to seek leave to continue?
Continue my remarks.
Leave granted. Leave is granted. Senator Cadell.
On behalf of Senator Hume, the Chair, I present additional information received by the Select Committee on Cost of Living.
Senator Ciccone.
Thanks, Deputy President. I present an advisory report of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security on the Transport Security Amendment, Security of Australia's Transport Sector Bill 2024, and I move that the Senate take note of the report. Deputy President, I just wanted to spend just a very brief moment here just to say thank you to everyone that did present and make a submission to the inquiry, the PJSIS. The bill that's before the Senate seeks to amend the Aviation Transport Security Act of 2004 and the Maritime Transport and Offshore Facilities Security Act 2003. Threats to Australia's transport security have evolved since these acts were first introduced more than 20 years ago. Whilst terrorism and serious crime persists as threats, it's prudent to consider the other risks that could cause serious disruption to our national security. Many systems used in the transport industries have evolved to digital settings. This dependence on network connectivity means that malicious cyber activity is a real and present threat. Globally, we've seen acts of foreign interference and espionage disrupt our systems. With over 99% of Australian imports arriving by sea, it's imperative that our ports are resilient to any threat that could impact their operation. Only a few years ago, our nation felt the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on our supply chains as the availability of certain imports declined. Aviation transport security is also of great importance. Australians value our freedom of movement, and due to the vast size of our country, we're often dependent on air travel. Security threats to our airport infrastructure and airlines that keep the country connected must be mitigated. Substantial transport security reform is timely, and prior to the introduction of this bill, significant work and consultation was undertaken by the Department of Home Affairs and the maritime and aviation industries. A careful balance needs to be struck between the need of the Australian Government to mitigate evolving threats to national security, while at the same time ensuring that the transition to a new transport security framework doesn't create confusion or generate a disproportionate regulatory burden in the aviation and maritime sectors. The committee made several recommendations for the government to consider, including that relate to the Department of Home Affairs role and the need to continue industry consultation so that any changes to subsequent regulations are clear and accessible, that the department helped reduce the regulatory burden on the industry through guidance and training, and that the duplication of reporting requirements across Commonwealth agencies be addressed, notably in relation to cyber reporting. The committee also makes recommendations to amend the bill itself, relating to reporting self-related offences, safeguards around the use of expanded security direction powers, and the consideration of an extended implementation framework for smaller affected entities. The committee recommends that, subject to the implementation of these recommendations, that the bill be passed. And on behalf of the committee, once again, I thank those who did participate in this inquiry. And Deputy President, I commend the report to the Senate. And I'll probably also maybe seek leave to take notes for continue my remarks in case any other senators
leave is
would
granted.
like to
Before I
make
come to you,
remarks.
Senator Canavan, I'm just going to allow Senator Hanson to seek leave to table a non-conforming petition. Senator Hanson.
Thank you. I seek leave to table a non-conforming petition. Copies of this have been provided to the whips.
It's leave granted. Leave is granted.
I table the non-conforming petition to help save students from toxic culture with 20,326 signatures.
Thank you. Senator Canavan, we've come to reports and government responses tabled out of sitting. Is that where you're?
To make comments on the report of the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport References Committee on the shutdown of the 3G mobile network.
Yep, you have the call. So just
thank you very much, Mr. Deputy President. There has been a major issue emerge for many people in rural Australia over the last few months. From late last year, many people may not realise, but the 3G network was switched off in Australia, one of the first countries in the world to do that. And I have been, along with others, senators, Senator Colbeck's been involved, Senator Roberts has been heavily involved. We have been going around the country and seeking to understand whether the switch-off was, first, a good idea, and second, whether it was being planned properly. And look, unfortunately, the government has botched this switch-off. It has only impacted a relatively small number of Australians, but just think, if you had no access to telecommunications after having access, how would you feel? And it's not good enough that thousands of Australians have effectively been cut off from communications with loved ones, with friends, with business, as a result of poor planning from this government. The 3G switch-off was long in planning. It was announced under the former government 5 years before it was due to be switched off. And there's good reason to turn off the 3G network. By doing so, we free up bandwidth and spectrum in our mobile networks that allows that spectrum to be reallocated for other uses. The government itself will make potentially a lot of money eventually when it decides to auction off some of that freed up frequencies. And of course the telecommunications services themselves will then make money selling services on that spectrum. Obviously there's enormous demand for new spectrum, and particularly with the use of data and new technologies. So that made some sense, but unfortunately from the get-go here, the government had not done its homework to get this switch off right. It was only within a year, less than a year to go to the switch off, when the government finally got serious about working out how many handsets would be not able to be used after the switch off. Initially they felt that only some very rare handsets in Australia that either go back to when the 3G network was the only network around, or had perhaps been imported from other countries in the interim, would be affected. It became clear, in fact, actually, finally after that investigation, the number of 4G phones, while notionally still able to work for normal calls, would not be able to access the emergency telephone numbers, the 000 number, because they reverted to the 3G network for those calls. That was a pretty big misstep. Now, fortunately, and I do give some credit to the telecommunication companies, once it was realised this was an issue, they did work very hard to track down all the people with such handsets, and at times provide them with free alternative handsets, or encourage them to update to more modern infrastructure. And gesundheit there to Senator Ciccone on the other side of the chamber. But it was already on the skids here
this scheme. We did then learn in the last week before our inquiry finished that there were a number of companies that had not been, or industries really, that had not been contacted by the government that were potentially affected. Keep in mind that a lot of non-telephone electronic devices, communication devices, had been using the 3G network. It had been well publicised that some health instruments, tools, were doing so. So these are things like your health monitors and things, very, very important, of course, for older people in particular, may not work after the 3G switch off. But little things like when you're in a lift and if you ever get stuck, fortunately, touch wood, I've never been stuck, but if you are stuck, of course, you'd like to press the button that you see, but hopefully never have to use, to make a phone call to let people know you are stuck. Well, a lot of the lifts relied on the 3G network, and the government only discovered that a few weeks before the network was due to be switched off. Finally, they did then, of course, contact the industry about that. So, look, initially, our initial draft report, middle last year, I should say, did recommend a delay in the switch off to work these issues out. The government finally did accept that delay. I thought it was a little bit too short. It was only a few months delay, but that did allow some issues to be worked out. We still had a problem though. The network was switched off, and we never really knew how much coverage 3G got into the past. What we've learnt, well, I've learnt at least through this inquiry, is that the government or the industry do not have a good handle on exactly how far their coverage extends across the country. We probably all seen the coverage maps you can see on the Telstra or other telecommunication companies' websites, but they're not that accurate. They are sort of based on modelled outcomes, not real-world outcomes. And so they often fail to capture what the industry came to call fortuitous coverage, but fail to capture areas that did actually get 3G coverage, were making calls, but maybe not 4G, I should say, just they only had 3G but could still make calls, etc. So when the network was switched off, all these people in those areas which weren't covered by the maps suddenly lost their service and suddenly could no longer make calls when they could before. It seemed to me this came as quite a shock or surprise to both the industry and the government that so many people were affected, but unfortunately once it was switched off, it was too late. And so our committee had some subsequent hearings on this issue. We heard harrowing stories of rural families who have had their worlds turned upside down by this, and really I think a lack of action from both the government and the industry to try and rectify and change this. So we've made some additional recommendations here. As I say, it's too late to turn the network back on now, but it's not too late to do something and to do something to help these people in these poor circumstances. There are some technological solutions that can be used and helpful for some people. You can buy what are called boosters, if you like, so you might have a small signal in parts of your property, and you can buy something that will boost that signal to the remaining parts of your property, obviously particularly your house. They, however, can cost, we heard in this inquiry, up to $10,000 to $15,000 to install, an enormous cost. And so an obvious recommendation that we've made is that the industry, and probably with the government given the money they're going to make out of this, to fund a scheme to help people cover these costs. It won't need to be an excessive amount of money, as I said earlier. We're talking of thousands of people probably, not tens of thousands, but every one of those people are affected very, very dearly. So I think this is a sensible recommendation. I hope the government, obviously now probably post-election, whoever's in government, takes this up and does something for the people of rural Australia, particularly given that the industry and the government actually benefit from this switch off. They make more money from it. There's a small reinvestment to try and make all Australians whole. Another recommendation we made was that we should fast-track the rollout of phone calls over low Earth orbit satellites. Probably a lot of people, and I come across a lot of people, including in rural Australia, who don't realise yet the revolution that's about to come to mobile telephony in this country. Already, just in the last few months in the US, the mobile phone calls over the Starlink network has been switched on. And so now, with one telecommunication company in the US at least, you can make a phone call anywhere in the country. Anywhere. You can be, I don't really know what the equivalent of back of Burke is in the United States, but presumably you can be in the Grand Canyon and you can make a phone call as long as you have line of sight to the sky through the Elon Musk Starlink system. It's an amazing revolution. So that technology is slated to come here. Both Telstra and Optus have signed agreements with Starlink to bring that technology here. And can we imagine just what that would mean for our country, for all of us, not just those who live in rural Australia. Most of us, of course, will probably drive through black spots from time to time. Even in our cities, there are these things. But in the future, just your normal handset. You don't need any more technology, anything else. You don't need a satellite dish on the roof of your car. You'll be able to just make a phone call anywhere in the nation. And when you consider that the actual footprint of our mobile phone network covers 98% of our people, but only a few percent of our landmass, this is a massive game changer for our nation. Now, admittedly, this is just phone calls and texts to start with, not data. They think they might better work on data long term, but nonetheless, that is still a massive game changer for people who live and work in rural Australia, and for all of us who have to get around the need to have continuous connectivity in our modern lifestyles. So it's an amazing thing. What we're asking for is the government to fast-track that. And I know that Elon Musk might not be the flavour of the month for the people on the other side of the chamber here, but isn't the connectivity of Australians, the health of Australians, this is a health issue for many of us who have an accident out in rural Australia, you're cut off, this can save lives. So I think perhaps hopefully we put aside our particular political differences on individuals and we deliver a result for people, for Australians, that can improve their lives and save their lives in many circumstances here. There are apparently still some regulatory approvals that Starlink needs, or Telstra, Optus and Starlink need to get this going. That's why we recommend that there should be a real effort here to accelerate that rollout that will completely change our country for the better. So yes, a lot of mistakes have been made in the switch off, and a lot of those mistakes now can't be completely rectified. But we can ameliorate those mistakes now by advancing these technologies and changing the lives of many Australians for good.
Do you wish to seek leave to continue your remarks?
Senators, I will seek leave to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. I note for the benefit of the Hansard that you moved to take note of the report. Are there any other contributions on documents? Because I'll proceed to ask whether there are any ministerial statements. I understand there are no ministerial statements. Are there any committee membership changes? No. There are some messages. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence: AUSCHEC Amendment Global Entry Program Bill 2025 and Transport Security Amendment Security of Australia's Transport Sector Bill 2025. Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities and may be taken together and be now read a first time.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
AUSCHEC Amendment and Global Entry Program Bill 2025, Transport Security Amendment Security of Australia's Transport Sector Bill 2025.
Minister.
I table a revised explanatory memorandum relating to the Transport Security Amendment Security of Australia's Transport Sector Bill 2025 and move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Minister.
I move that the debate be now adjourned.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Minister.
I move that the resumption of the debate be in order of the day for a later hour.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Minister.
I move that the bills be listed as separate orders of the day.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that the House has agreed to the amendments made by the Senate to bills as listed in item 20 on today's order of business. The President has received messages from Her Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to 16 laws details of which will be incorporated in Hansard. Clerk.
Government business orders of the day. Number 1, Workplace Gender Equality Amendments, Setting Gender Equality Targets Bill 2024, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Walsh, I understand you're in continuance.
I am in continuance. Thank you, Deputy President, and I look forward to continuing for another couple of minutes on this important legislation. So as the first majority female government with the first gender equal cabinet in Australia's history, we are 100% committed to impactful reforms for Australian women. And this bill is the next step in that journey. The Workplace Gender Equality Amendment, Setting Gender Equality Targets Bill, is a vital part of the ongoing reforms that our government is delivering for Australian women. The data collected by WGEA has allowed us to track progress and increase transparency on workplace gender equality, including the gender pay gap. But we can't stop there. This bill introduces a world-first targets scheme aimed at accelerating action on gender equality by large Australian employers. It will require organisations with 500 or more employees in Australia to commit to achieving measurable targets for gender equality in their workplaces. Whether it's reducing the gender pay gap or improving gender diversity in leadership positions, employers will be required to set ambitious, transparent goals, because we want employers to walk the talk on gender equality, and setting targets will help them do just that.
Thank you, Senator Walsh. We've now come to 6:30, so the sitting of the Senate is suspended until 8:30 p.m.
I call the Minister for. Senator Minister McAllister.
I table the budget statement for 2025-26 and other documents listed on the dynamic red. I seek leave to move a motion relating to the documents.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister.
I move that the Senate take note of the budget statement and documents and move that the debate be now adjourned.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Minister.
I table particulars of proposed and certain proposed expenditure for 2025-26 and seek leave to move a motion to refer the documents to legislation committees.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister.
I move that the documents be referred to committees for examination and report.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I table portfolio budget statements for 2025-26 for the Department of the Senate, the Parliamentary Budget Office and the Department of Parliamentary Services. I call the Minister.
I table portfolio budget statements for portfolios and executive departments as listed on the dynamic red.
I propose the question that the Senate do now adjourn. Senator Polley.
Tonight we have, as a Labor government, handed down the fourth budget. This is a responsible budget that helps with the cost of living and most importantly, builds Australia's future. Our budget builds on the progress that we've made over the first 3 years. Inflation is down, incomes are rising, unemployment is low and interest rates are coming down. Debt is down and growth is picking up with momentum. We've come a long way since we took government benches, but there is so much more to do. We've been cleaning up the mess of those opposite that they left Australia with when they were voted out of office. Our responsible budget helps Australians now and builds the future in 5 key ways. Delivering cost of living relief with 2 new tax cuts, another $150 energy bill rebate and cheaper medicines. Strengthening Medicare, which is part of our DNA, with more than 50 new urgent care clinics where all you need is your Medicare card, and more funding for public hospitals and to increase bulk billing so all Australians can see a GP for free. Making it easier to buy and rent a home with an expansion of the Help to Buy, building more homes faster and incentivising to train more construction workers, investing in every stage of education with more funding for public schools to put them on a path to full and a fair funding, expanding access to early education and care for our most vulnerable and most precious little people. Cut to students' debt and 100,000 free TAFE places every year, building a stronger economy with competition policy reform like progressing national licensing for electrical trades. What an amazing opportunity for young Australians. Reforming non-complete clauses, investing in jobs of the future and support for small businesses. Unlike those opposite who failed Australians, they neglected to build the houses that Australians need and to support our young people and families to have a home. They abandoned skills and encouraging further training in this country. We have priorities that Australians need, and we put Australians first and foremost at every opportunity. And I am so proud to be a Labor senator and to be there tonight to witness the budget that was brought down by Jim Chalmers. In our first 2 years, we posted the first back-to-back surplus, nearly 2 decades since that was achieved. That's what we have done when we've come to office. The myth that the Liberals and Nationals are better economic managers has been borne out to be totally untrue because we put people first. We believe in Medicare because it's in our DNA. We believe a country that makes and manufactures things here at home will be a prosperous Australia. We actually believe that. Unlike those opposite, it's in their DNA. They don't believe in Medicare. They don't believe in universal health, but we do. So this budget will have an enormous impact on my home state of Tasmania. We have seen the changes that it has brought about with the tax cuts that we have delivered. And let's not forget, it's those opposite, that every cost of living measure that we've introduced while being in government, they voted against it. But all of a sudden, Peter Dutton has seen the light, and so now he's starting to want to, I will support this. The Australian people are not that naive. They see Mr Dutton for who he really is. The worst ever Health Minister of this country. Not a really good, that doesn't say much when people are really concerned about health and having access to their GPs. He was the one who wanted to have the GP tax. So I think it's going to be a very interesting couple of months going forward, because I put a lot more faith in the Australian people to be able to discern between those who left a mess, an economic mess, who neglected Australian people, did nothing to ensure that people had the opportunity to have a house, to be skilled and to invest in manufacturing. After all, they're the government that allowed the car industry to leave this country. They did nothing about investing in manufacturing, and they will be judged accordingly.
Your time has expired. Senator Kovacic.
President, tonight the government faced a test. Tonight's budget was a test to see if Labor could deliver a budget for the next 5 years, not for the next 5 weeks or so. And, President, they have undoubtedly failed that test. Their budgets so far have been lost opportunities. We have seen 2 windfall gains completely wasted, and now we have deficits far into the future, a further impost on young Australians. Strong gains have been squandered, with Labor locking in deficits for at least the next decade. Despite the messaging of those opposite over the last 3 years, this Labor budget reveals $1 trillion in debt in 2025-2026. Sadly, it reveals that Australians will pay almost $10 billion more in income taxes over the next 5 years. Our superannuation accounts will be hit with almost $10 billion in extra taxes over the next 5 years. Australians needed a budget that showed courageous leadership, a budget that restored the standard of living that has been lost under this government. Australian standard of living have collapsed further and faster than ever before under Labor. This budget needed to be one that restored our prosperity and opportunity for all Australians, a budget that restored the fiscal guardrails, the disciplines and the honesty that has served Australians well in budgets past. This budget has failed. But Peter Dutton and the Coalition have a plan, and the Australian people will hear that plan on Thursday night. We have a plan to restore prosperity, a plan to get cost of living under control by tackling inflation head-on sustainably, to reduce energy prices, to deliver affordable homes, to deliver quality health care, and to keep Australians safe by safer communities. No matter what tricky lines the Treasurer dreamed up tonight, it cannot stop the reality. We are paying more for rent, more for food, more for power and more for gas. Under Labor, we've had the biggest fall in living standards in the developed world. Since the last election, the price of everything remains nearly 11% higher than the previous election. Food, 13.3% up, housing up 14.4%, and rent up 18%. Gas is up 34.2%. A family with a typical mortgage has paid an extra $50,000 in interest payments since this government came to power, and we'll keep repeating that fact because that is a painful fact. $50,000 in interest payments extra since this government came to power. That's $50,000 that those households will never get back. The Labor government has consistently made bad decisions and held the wrong priorities throughout its entire term in this parliament. This fourth budget is unlikely to do anything in restoring what Labor has cost Australians, and we cannot afford another 3 years of it. Small businesses have endured the worst of Labor's incompetence, despite claims From those opposite that the Australian economy has turned the corner. Fresh ASIC business insolvency data reveals a grim reality. 2025 has had the worst start of any year on record for business failures. In January alone, 727 Australian businesses became insolvent, breaking a 12-year record. February saw 1,214 businesses close for good, smashing a 13-year record. That's month-on-month records. The Prime Minister has now overseen 28,962 business collapses since taking office, and the responsibility for these failures lies squarely at his feet. Our iconic cafes, restaurants and small businesses have been hammered by Labor's high-cost economy, and we have lost 1 in 10 hospitality businesses as a result. With business failures on the rise, the need for change is clear. As we see rising bankruptcies and closures, Australians cannot afford another 3 years of a government that has failed to protect those who drive our economy forward. The reality is that the $150 subsidy barely scratches the surface, and for many Australians won't even cover anticipated increases in energy prices. Writing in the Sydney Morning Herald tonight, economics editor Ross Gittin sums up the ambition of this government perfectly. This government is timid, uninspired and uninspiring. This budget fits it perfectly.
Kovacic. Time has expired. Senator Anthony.
Thank you. It's now 5 years since COVID fear gripped this nation, and we can't forget. People were left to die alone in hospital beds, their families prohibited from visiting them, and funerals were restricted, with those in attendance being forced to wear masks and to socially distance. People bumped elbows instead of shaking hands, and children and young people were locked in their homes away from their peers. Now, today the COVID narrative has fallen apart, yet sadly the entire episode has triggered a 25% spike in youth anxiety and depression. But when it was enforced, people were afraid to contradict the narrative, thanks largely to the messaging of the mainstream media, which refused to question the restrictions and signalled that to do so was to confirm a person as being a conspiracy theorist or a social menace or a threat to public health. Almost every media outlet, with a few notable exceptions, let the fear porn for lockdowns travel. They pilloried those who questioned mandates and ignored the actual truth of the fatality rates and the glaring harms of the restrictions. Lockdown critics were branded selfish, and the lockdowns themselves were praised. And in fact, this article from the Adelaide Advertiser, "Take a deep breath, COVID-19 lockdown is helping SA's environment as air pollution plunges and more of us get back to nature." Well, later, when the anti-lockdown protests took place, those who attended, many of whom were generally peaceful, were portrayed as a bunch of rabble-rousers rather than everyday people concerned about government overreach. These were people who'd been through a lot, but that wasn't the end of the bad press. Indeed, the anti-lockdown movement was often characterised as far right. Today, lockdown defenders are actually scarce in numbers. Everyone knows they were wrong, but the truth is we didn't need the hindsight. The damage was predictable, and those who saw it coming and talked about it were ignored and even mocked. So what do? Well, cue the inevitable revisionism from the media. And in South Australia, the Advertiser newspaper has recently produced a 4-part series featuring interviews with parents and students reflecting on the lockdown experience called Lockdown Kids. It depicts how lockdowns, unsurprisingly, brought a wave of depression, isolation, loss of opportunities and, tragically, sometimes even suicide from our young people. We know, we tried to tell you 5 years ago, but there were people who weren't silent about this at the time, and we were dismissed, ignored and mocked. While media outlets and government departments now act as though the damage from lockdowns was unforeseeable, we know it wasn't. Those of us who said so just weren't listened to at the time, pointing out that was obviously madness, and that's what was called madness. Everyone now wants to pretend they were against all of this, mandates and lockdowns, but what we need to ensure is that we never let fear drown out reason again. When fear drives policy, dissent is silenced and the madness of the crowds prevails. But it's the courage of the few, many of the people out there who spoke the truth in the face of hysteria, These are the people that will ultimately safeguard our society.
Thank you, Senator Antic. I advise senators that I'm now moving to the 10-minute list. If anyone who was on the 5-minute list comes in, they will go to the end of the 10-minute list as per the agreement with whips. Senator Hughes.
Thank you, President. Well, this might be my last opportunity to actually address this chamber. I'm an optimist generally, so I had hoped to make my valedictory speech after the election, and perhaps even from the seat I sat in when I came to this place on the other side of the chamber. But I thought, just in case I run out of time, I wanted to take the opportunity tonight to recognise some people who've played such an amazing role over the past 6 years. To start with my staff, Abby Neame and Callum Gurney, who have been with me from day one. We will have spent the whole term together. Abby, the kindest person in the world, has the most incredible way of dealing with constituents, anyone who needs assistance across a raft of issues, but especially the NDIS and immigration. Sorry, Abby, is folklore in our office, and I hope you keep your cross-stitch forever. When Callum came to me as someone with autism, he started with some of the most basic of tasks. He has grown in his role, now managing the mail-out process amongst other tasks, and I'm so proud that my office has supported, encouraged and nurtured Callum to have walked the walk about hiring people with a disability and grow their skills and future opportunities. Callum is also our karaoke aficionado, and I'm sure he will now have much more time to take those private karaoke bookings. To Kate Johansson, who is the person who keeps me in order, who asks more questions than anyone I know, and is just an all-round organisation queen. She's the only person I'm scared of, so there's a little secret for you all. I will never go outside the lines while I have Kate. Thank you for everything you have done. Jonathan Moran, otherwise known as my Jono, due to the high volume of Jonos in this place. What a rock star you have been. Plucked from Sky, he has been and done the most incredible job assisting me with policy and is an estimates legend. He will actually laugh and maybe physically assault me if I actually read this speech, given he writes me speeches on many occasions, of which I then prefer to freelance on. Coming to me straight after school over the past 18 months, Kira Dickey has become our socials and video go-to girl. It's been my absolute pleasure to see her blossom from a schoolgirl to someone with a really bright future, who we have loved having part of our team, encouraging her to try new foods, and all of us learning that hard solo is the drink of this generation. And I know her mother is sitting behind me, Senator Davey. I could go on, but I'll have plenty more to say to them privately, as there are a lot of in-house jokes in my office. And I've had some other staff over the years, part and full-time, and a lot of them have gone on to much bigger and better opportunities. To Erin Gordon, Amy Lehman, Candice Stephenson, Tom Burns, Jock Bell, Harriet Heffernan, Jack Morrish, BJ Eadie, Jen Havilar, Karen Howard, Lachlan Deveridge. You have all played such a positive role in my office, who have continued to attend our legendary boat cruise Christmas parties and come back for regular visits or casual jobs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nothing could have been achieved without all of your hard work and support. I also want to acknowledge the people who've always been on the end of the phone whenever required. I know this list is not complete, because if it was to be, I would be here until well after the election was over. But to Bill Heffernan, my former flatmate Alex Hawke, Nicole Rogerson, Julie Singleton, Marie Simone, Tim Smith, Brian Marlowe, Dean Shakar, Milton Dick, and my refresh group, Michael Tice, Lee Furlong, Adela Kure and Annie Elias. The past 6 years, your love, support and advice has been irreplaceable and highly appreciated. And I do want to cover off a few of the issues that have taken up a huge amount of time and focus in this place for me, but I need to thank my family. It's been a busy 6 years. A divorce, a wedding, I've lost both my parents. The last 6 years have been filled with challenges and change, but the one constant is my amazing children, my favourite people in the world, Millie, Fred and Rupert. I've often felt that I've watched you grow up from afar over this period, and you have been amazing in your resilience and understanding that mummy's job wasn't like the other mummy's jobs. You are my inspiration each and every day, and that will not change ever. My daughter, who will be 18 before I leave this place, you are a beautiful, smart woman, and I couldn't be more proud of the young woman you're becoming. I know your future will be filled with adventures and success beyond what you can possibly imagine. To my Fredo, you are just the best. Every challenge, every adversity, you give it your all. You will get there, my baby, or my man, as you tell me now. You inspire me to work so hard for you, but also for every person with profound autism, whose autism places real hurdles in front of them every day. And to my littlest baby, who's almost 15 and much taller than me, this growth spurt, Rupert, I fear, has ruled out a career in the front row, but a bright future in the second row beckons. I play politics like you play rugby. You are the kindest soul to have ever lived, who cleans out the ruts and does the work that will see you go wherever you want to go. You all make me laugh and proud every day, and I couldn't love you all more. And I cannot wait to be with you all so much more post-June 30. I do also want to acknowledge their dad, Stuart, who, without his love for all of our children, we could never have made this career work. To my husband, Richard, you came into my life just over 3 years ago, even though I've known your family for in excess of 35 years. We got married in September 23, and it has been the best decision I've ever made. A fun future with lots of adventures awaits us, and I can't wait. You were a conscript to this life. You've seen the good and the bad. I do love your interpretation of politics, the Liberal Party, and so many other things. Again, something we will share more privately. When I took on the Shadow Assistant Minister roles of Climate Change and Energy, you were an invaluable source of information. And since I've moved into NDIS, mental health and suicide prevention, you've been my rock. I love you, honey, and I cannot wait for us to start our new life and to see you in just a couple of days. And for those of you that are here for my maiden speech, you'll have noticed that I actually did manage to have everything still with me, unlike when I didn't have to get Raf to go and send his staff to go and help me. I'm not even sure most people understand that story, Raf, but Raf, when I lost most of my maiden speech and noticed it was missing, it was the gorgeous Senator Ciccone, my Raffy, who went to his office and said her staff are going to be absolutely freaking out, get yourselves up there to help out. And the only thing I said to Raf that I was cranky about was, you should have brought the speech into me yourself, because that would have broken the chamber. And I haven't mentioned any colleagues in this place. Tonight I mentioned Milton Dick and Alex Hawke, and there are many others who have been wonderful supports, and many of you are sitting here right now. As I said to Paddo today when we were sitting in question time, a lot of those thank yous will come a little bit later with a lot of wine. So I look forward to seeing you all to do those thank you properly. The one thing that I have treasured in this place and in the Senate, and I hope the people that come after us understand, and the people that are here understand, is the importance of the collegiality that we do share in this place, the committees we serve on together, the amount of work that we do together. That isn't partisan. It can be, sometimes it is, but sometimes there's an awful lot of work that gets done in the background to make sure that policies are implemented in a way without unintended consequences. And so without naming names, and I haven't talked about any of the issues I wanted to talk about, so I will have to come back for that valedictory, but to all of my colleagues across the chamber that I have so enjoyed working with over so many committees, thank you so much and wish you all the best for the future if I don't get that chance.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Senator Shoebridge.
Cheers, President. In this budget, the Albanese government has again completely failed refugees. The Labor Party went into the last election with a national platform saying that they would increase the humanitarian intake for Australia from 20,000 people who need refuge to 27,000 people. And after 3 years, what do we see now in this latest budget? Another broken promise from Labor, leaving the humanitarian intake at an almost record low of 20,000. It is an appalling breach of faith from the Albanese government to refuse to even match the very modest goals in Labor's national platform to increase refugee take to some 27,000 a year. And with that failure, with that broken promise, we also look in the budget and see that asylum seeker support payments under Labor are also at a record low, down to just 20 million in this budget to support people who've come to Australia having sought asylum, going from $300 million a decade ago to just $20 million a year under the Albanese Labor government. Literally starving people who have come here seeking support. And while those payments are at historic lows, we see a massive expenditure, a huge $200 million increase in the amount budgeted for onshore detention, largely going to private, bottom-feeding multinational prison corporations like MTC, with Labor now budgeting to spend $1.36 billion on largely private, corporate-run onshore detention facilities in Australia, up from $1.16 billion last year. There's always money from Albanese Labor to give to US multinationals to do harm, but never the money to give to families who've come and sought asylum here to do good. Extraordinary, Labor is also spending over $500 million on offshore detention. That's money going to Nauru, also money probably going to PNG to keep offshore detention centres open or open new ones in the forward estimates. They show no intention to end that cruelty. And the government is refusing to tell us how much more it's giving to Nauru in their most recent bribe to send people to Nauru under their Trump-like laws, their deportation laws. All that we see from the budget papers is a note that they will be only partially met from the existing resourcing. So heaven knows how much Labor is giving in its multi-million-dollar bribe to Nauru to deport people who've come here, been found to be refugees, deported to Nauru. And what we do know is, though, that the Nauruan president has come out and said no matter how much Labor pays them, Nauru intends to deport them back to the country they fled, the country of persecution that they fled. This is a gross breach of trust from Labor when it comes to multicultural Australia, to treating refugees fairly, and for prizing the contributions that immigrants make to this country. Shame on Labor for those budget allocations. The Albanese government in this budget has decided to double down on Donald Trump, double down on AUKUS, and double down on nuclear submarines. Like, you couldn't write this stuff with a straight face unless you'd seen it happen in real time. While Donald Trump is out there threatening to invade Canada, threatening to invade Greenland, threatening to invade Panama, tearing up NATO, leaking war plans by signal to journalists, the Albanese government said this is the time to drop an extra $6 billion into AUKUS. That's what the Albanese government does tonight. In the morning, Donald Trump and his mates leak war plans by signal And in the afternoon, Anthony Albanese decides to give them another $6 billion towards AUKUS in the forward estimates, increasing the spend in the forward estimates from $12 billion over 4 years to $18 billion over 4 years. It's basically a tribute payment to Donald Trump, begging that he'll be nice to Labor, begging that he won't withdraw his nuclear submarines, begging Donald Trump. Are we delivering this in rubies and wheat in a tribute payment, as our ambassador goes? It is pathetic, but it's worse than pathetic. Imagine on the same day that those bozos in Washington are out there leaking war plans on Signal, on the same day Anthony Albanese decides to give them an extra $6 billion for nuclear submarines we'll never see. You can't make this stuff up. But this is a Labor-Liberal joint policy. No matter how mad Donald Trump is, no matter how dangerous he is, they just want to give him more money. For nuclear submarines we'll never get. But it's not all. Also in this budget is a $1.6 billion spend to build a nuclear submarine base over in HMAS Sterling off Perth for nuclear submarines we don't own. They want this up and running in a couple of years, even on their most wild, drug-fuelled dreams that the Albanese government and the Dutton coalition have about when they're going to get nuclear submarines. They don't come until 2033, 2034. But this budget plans to build a nuclear submarine base in HMAS Sterling in the next 4 years and have it up and running at a cost of $1.6 billion to Australian taxpayers, where we won't. Nobody says we'll have a nuclear submarine. We're literally spending $1.6 billion to build Donald Trump a forward nuclear submarine attack base off Perth, paid for by Australian taxpayers, where we then agree to take on board the nuclear waste generated from that stuff. Did the Albanese government go out and tell the Australian public, oh, by the way, the reason we can't afford to build you new housing is because we're giving $1.6 billion to build a US submarine attack base in Perth? Is the reason there is no increase in any of the payments, Newstart or JobSeeker, the reason there's no increase in any of those payments, did the Albanese government come and say that's because we're delivering $6 billion in extra tribute to Donald Trump, so he'll be nice to us? Please, 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 please make him nice to us. With $6 billion enough? No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Anyone with a brain knows we won't get nuclear submarines under this deal, and we're just spending $1.6 billion here to build the US's brand new submarine base off Perth, and even US hawks say that what that does is it paints a big nuclear target on Perth. Because that's a high-profile target in any conflict, and we're paying $1.6 billion to paint a nuclear target on Perth. That's the budget that Anthony Albanese is delivering. And the total cost of defence is increasing to almost $59 billion a year in these forward estimates, up over $2 billion for where it was last year. A large chunk of that is the pre-programmed increase in tribute payments for AUKUS. And none of that will be making us any safer. There's an extra $61 million to, and I quote, provide regulatory safety and policy advice in support of AUKUS. $60 million. $60 million just for regulations in relation to AUKUS. Only Defence can swallow up $60 million and you see nothing for it. And remarkably, there's $28 million in this budget next year going to the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade to provide international policy advice and diplomatic support for the nuclear-powered submarine program. That's basically a fund to send people to Washington to beg the Trump administration to please not be mean to them. $28 million on DFAT personnel to go and beg Donald Trump for stuff. How does this get through? And the icing on the cake is this. Over the next 4 years, Labor has us spending $445 million on nuclear-powered submarine sustainment. $445 million on nuclear-powered submarine sustainment when we don't own a single nuclear submarine. Who does this stuff?
Thank you, Senator Sherbridge. Senator Smith.
I begin this evening on a positive note by paying tribute to my friend and an absolute stalwart of the Kimberley, Elsa Archer. The Kimberley in the far northwest of Western Australia is a very special place. From its stunning natural beauty to its important role in our state and national economies, it's as unique as it is isolated. It also has more than its fair share of challenges, and that makes the strength of its communities and their leaders absolutely vital. So I acknowledge Elsa Archer, a noteworthy member of that Kimberley community and the Derby community in particular. It's no overstatement to say Elsa has dedicated her entire life to fighting and delivering for the Kimberley region. She has lived, worked and raised a family in the historic town of Derby for 70 years. 27 of them were at the Shire of Derby West Kimberley, where she was the Shire President for 17 years. But her service doesn't stop there. She has served her local communities by being a board and committee positions on the Kimberley Regional Group of Councils, the West Australian Local Government Association State Council, Australia's North West Tourism Council, the Kimberley Small Business Support Council, the Regional Development Council, the Kimberley Development Commission, Roadwise, Derby Health Consumers, and of course the Regional Development Association of the Kimberley. I've worked with her mostly in her role at the RDA, where she took on a voluntary position as its chair, a ministerial appointment recognising her experience and her unwavering dedication to the north of Western Australia and its tremendous potential. It was no surprise to those of us who knew her and knew of her contribution that she was honoured with the Medal of the Order of Australia. Elsa is now hanging up her hat for now, at least from her role at the RDA, although she'll remain an invaluable local champion for many, many years to come, we're sure. I was so disappointed to have missed just last week a sundowner that the RDA Kimberley held to celebrate Elsa's remarkable achievements for her local communities in Broome last week, but will make one of my regular visits again soon to extend my own personal thanks and appreciation for Elsa's stewardship of Kimberley communities, but her strong and trusted friendship with me. Elsa, from so many of us, thank you for all that you have done. Derby and Kimberley would not be where they are today without your efforts. The people and the issues of the Kimberley now must find a new voice and a new champion. Elsa Archer, your example is one that many can follow. This is far from the first time I have risen in this chamber to highlight the damage the Albanese government continues to do to my home state of Western Australia, but it is now inescapable. On almost every metric, life in Western Australia has become harder on Labor's watch, the total opposite of what Anthony Albanese said and promised to a Perth audience in May 2022. According to recent data provided to me by the Reserve Bank of Australia, nearly 1 in 10 West Australians are spending more than 30% of their income on their mortgage repayments. Little wonder when you consider those mortgage repayments have doubled in 180 Perth suburbs since Labor won office. In fact, Perth has experienced the largest increase in mortgage repayments of any Australian capital, with the top 50 worst affected suburbs facing, on average, a 154% increase in their monthly mortgage repayments. Labor-held seats are feeling it also. In Kelmscott, a suburb in the electorate of Burt, mortgage holders are paying an average of $1,848 per month more than they were in 2022. It's no wonder then that our standards of living have suffered such a historic collapse under Labor. Australians are finding it harder to keep their heads above water, let alone thrive and save for the future. Instead of finding solutions, the Albanese government has been at best distracted by the wrong priorities. At worst, it has been hell-bent on actively jeopardising Western Australia's economic strength and prosperity. Take, for example, the North West Shelf gas project, a crucial part of our energy security and economy. It has provided millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars in royalties and closer to home driven the expansion of regional communities across the Pilbara and Kimberley communities. Labor clearly doesn't understand its value to Western Australia. And I say that because instead of approving the North West Shelf's continued operation in a timely fashion that gives investors confidence, this vital project has instead become victim of Labor politics and Labor attempting to seek the appeasement of the Greens in inner city seats. Labor's characteristic delay, damage of confidence, stifling of investment now threatens the prosperity of Western Australia. Equally ill-advised are the nature-positive laws that will hang over Western Australia and the resources sector's heads for as long as the Albanese government remains in power. While they may not have come to pass in this parliament, make no mistake, a future Labor or Labor Greens minority government will continue to use nature-positive laws to undermine and attack the mining industry in Western Australia. And nature-positive laws will be the new spearhead of Labor's anti-Western Australian movement. If that's not enough anti-WA rhetoric from Labor, let's look again at what Labor is doing to farming communities across Western Australia. Western Australian farmers are facing the complete shutdown of their live sheep export industry without proper and thorough consultation. This, of course, presents dire consequences for the many communities that have relied on the industry for generations. Their frustrations were evident even in the recent state election. It goes without saying that an elected coalition government would reverse this decision as a key priority. And while Labor couldn't care less about our farmers, they will always look after their unions. It has been impossible to miss coverage of recent union activity in the Pilbara, where they are taking the economic engine room of WA and the country hostage with their self-interested agenda. It's a risky road that West Australians cannot afford to head down. So while the Prime Minister might try to spin himself as a good friend of Western Australia, his government and its record tells a very, very different story. It's something West Australians must consider at the ballot box in just a few weeks' time. The options are real and severe for Western Australia. A Dutton-led coalition government will protect Western Australia and its agricultural and mining interests. An Anthony Albanese-led Greens-Teal Labor alliance will serve only to hold Western Australia back and damage its future prosperity.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. This budget that we've just had delivered is a mockery of governance that seeks to make Australians reliant on government handouts, ensuring power is no longer vested in we the people and instead in them, the bureaucracy. The world has been here many times before, and clearly Treasurer Chalmers has failed to study history. The more government borrows, $44 billion in this budget, the less private enterprise has available to invest and grow the economy for all who are here. And there are many, too many here. 5 million new arrivals in the last 10 years. 5 million. 2.5 million under this Labor government in just the last 3 years is the major reason for the cost of living and housing catastrophe. The more the government spends, the less is available for private enterprise to create real productive jobs, and the more reliant everyone becomes on the government. One Nation is offering the Australian people a comprehensive economic plan to restore wealth and opportunity for every Australian. One Nation will immediately return $40 billion into the pockets of everyday Australians, funded through savings of $90 billion, paying off an additional $30 billion a year from our national debt and investing $20 billion a year for 10 years in infrastructure to grow our economy. Here's how. Firstly, putting more money in people's pockets, more money in your pocket. 1. Reduce electricity prices 20% to save $6 billion. Currently, the system of priority dispatch turns coal-fired power stations off during the day to make room for solar and wind. Operating a coal plant this way causes damage which shows up in much higher maintenance costs and breakdowns, increasing the price of coal-fired electricity. One Nation will turn priority dispatch around and run coal plants to at least 80% capacity 24/7. We expect this power will be sold into the grid at around $55 a kilowatt hour, as compared to the average price last quarter across all types of power at 120 kilowatt per kilowatt hour. That's less than half what it has been. This should reduce power prices 20% immediately, and over time, as we build new coal plants, cut power prices 50%. The government pays for the electricity it uses, so this will reduce the government's electricity costs by $3 billion and save consumers and businesses $6 billion a year, more money in your pocket. Income splitting, number 2, to save $8 billion. One Nation will introduce income splitting, allowing a couple with at least one dependent child to split their income between both partners. If there's only one breadwinner earning the average wage, the family will save $9,500 a year in tax. $9,500 stays in your pocket. This measure will cost $8 billion a year, offset in part from tax on the resulting higher economic activity. And we expect more parents to be able to afford to stay home and mind their children, reducing government-subsidised childcare. Number 3, $13 billion a year in excise cuts. One Nation will cut the fuel excise 26 cents a litre for 3 years and then review it to see if it continues. The ACCC monitor fuel prices daily, and I'm confident the reduction will be passed on to consumers. Fuel is an input cost right across the economy. Lowering fuel prices lowers commuting costs for consumers and transport costs across the economy, including for groceries. Saving consumers and industry $8 billion a year. More money in your pocket. We will remove the GST on insurance policies, saving consumers $3 billion a year. And we will remove the excise on alcohol sold in hospitality venues. This will save consumers more than $1 billion a year. More money in your pocket. This policy is not about drinking. It's about supporting hospitality venues and offering Australians a safe place to drink in a social environment, a community. Number 4, increase funding for the ACCC. In February, One Nation called for an increase in funding for the ACCC to enable a thorough investigation of supermarkets, airlines and insurance for profiteering and dishonest business practices. I note Treasurer Chalmers tonight in the budget has required the ACCC to spend $38 million on policing supermarkets, which will be hard after he cut the ACCC's budget $48 million. One Nation will provide whatever it takes to investigate and prosecute illegal behaviour from supermarkets, airlines and insurance companies. Prices must come down and profit margins should not be excessive in these essential industries. Number 5, increase Medicare funding $3 billion a year. One Nation will prosecute fraud in the Medicare and PBS system, which the government knows is happening, yet does not have the courage to solve. We will impose longer wait times before new arrivals can access Medicare and review drugs before being offered under the PBS that received emergency use authorisation during COVID. This $40 billion more money in your pocket will be paid for with the following spending cuts to cut government waste. 1, abolish net zero and climate change measures. One Nation will withdraw from the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the UN Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement. End net zero. We will abolish the Department of Climate Change, their agencies, schemes and boondoggles. Existing solar and wind contracts will be honoured. No new subsidies will occur. Today's budget reveals the whole climate scam costs the government $35 billion a year. The cost to the private sector is anywhere from $1 trillion to $2 trillion, depending on who's doing the numbers. This is a massive cost on Australian households that One Nation will abolish. Next, return the NDIS to its original purpose. One Nation will return the NDIS to its original purpose, helping the severely disabled and introducing means testing, saving $20 billion a year, and improving care. Next, withdraw from the World Health Organization and ban the World Economic Forum. For too long, Australia has been held hostage to unelected, unaccountable, corrupt foreign bureaucrats at the World Health Organization and predatory billionaires operating their puppet organisation, the World Economic Forum. A cabal which during COVID transferred $5 trillion from everyday citizens into their own pockets. One Nation will withdraw from the UN World Health Organization and only provide cooperation where we believe it assists in world health. We will withdraw from the World Economic Forum and the World Bank, saving around $1 billion a year in contributions, administration and in the cost of implementing policies such as One Health that can only be described as anti-human. End mass immigration. There are 75,000 people in Australia illegally, right now, mostly with expired visas. One Nation will deport them all. There are 1.1 million people here with student-related visas, which is students and their families, who can now accompany a student. Australia only has 480,000 student places, so clearly there are people rorting the system at our cost. One Nation will send home any student and their family who is not following the terms of their visa, which is to study and complete their course. One Nation policy will initially result in negative net immigration of 90,000 a year, meaning more people leave than enter. Because with around 220,000 departures a year, we will allow only 130,000 people a year to enter. 90,000 more people will leave than enter. This will put downward pressure on the cost of housing and free up homes for Australians currently living in tents or who are underhoused. Unlike Liberal Labor policy, all people who enter will be skilled. Next, education is a state responsibility, and yet we have federal bureaucrats telling state bureaucrats, telling regional bureaucrats, telling headmasters, telling teachers what to teach. Too many mouths to feed along the way and harming educational outcomes. The Program for International Student Assessment, PISA, is an OECD program which assesses reading, mathematics and science literacy of 15-year-old students. Australia is not in the top 10 nations, and our latest ranking shows a score below the OECD average. We will abolish the Federal Department of Education, including Australian Curriculum Assessment and Reporting Authority and NAPLAN, to save $2 billion a year and return education to the states in accordance with the federal constitution. DEI. Last year, Alliance Insurance Company found Australian businesses were spending $27 billion on DEI and related mental health measures in 24-25. While One Nation supports legitimate mental health concerns, there's clearly a significant cost involved in DEI. If half of this $27 billion is for DEI and the government is a quarter of that, then DEI is costing taxpayers $3 billion a year and adding $10 billion a year to the cost of goods and services in Australia. One Nation will abolish woke and bank these savings for taxpayers and the Australian public. One Nation next will end foreign multinational gas companies rorting the natural gas royalties. We will change where royalties are levied from profits and switch to the point of production. That's perfect sense. And create a domestic gas reserve raising up to $13 billion a year from offshore sales. We will reduce foreign aid, saving $3 billion a year, with remaining aid targeted to those in need instead of being a slush fund for political influence. We will abolish the white and black Aboriginal industry. As already announced, we will replace the National Indigenous Grants Agency, the Aboriginal units across every department and agency, plus associated programs and associated boondoggles. Replace them, that parasitic mess, with direct grants and essential remote infrastructure needed based on need, not race. Based on need, not race, saving $12.5 billion and getting better care to the Aboriginals in the communities. Taken together, these savings will total $90 billion a year, $40 billion goes back to taxpayers, $20 billion goes to infrastructure, which I discussed this afternoon. One Nation's plan is a real economic plan designed to lower the cost of living while expanding the economy and restoring wealth and opportunity for all Australians.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. Well, the Treasurer has brought down his budget, and I say to the people of Australia, all you need to do is go to page 63 of budget paper number 1 and have a look at the reconciliation of general government sector underlying cash balance estimates. And what do you see? A sea of red ink as far as the eye can see. A sea of red ink as far as the eye can see. A $27 billion deficit, 24-25, $42 billion deficit, 25-26, $35 billion deficit, 26-27, $37 billion deficit, 27-28, $36 billion deficit, 28-29. A sea of red ink is what we've gotten from the Labor Party after 3 years in government. Australia cannot afford another 3 years of Labor. Right. President, since being elected in 2019, I've had the privilege of rising in this place speaking about the achievements of our wonderful Queensland African community. Many of those achievements occurred under the outstanding leadership of Mr Benny Bowl, OAM, in his capacity as President of the Queensland African Communities Council. Benny has now retired as president and has become the Managing Director of Village Support Limited, where he will continue to play a key role in delivering youth and community engagement projects through the African Village model. I congratulate Benny's successor as president, Mr Faisal Ahmed Salat. I worked closely with Faisal when he was president of the Queensland Somali community. I thank the elders of the Somali community in Queensland for all the support and mentoring that you've provided Faisal. Faisal is an outstanding leader, and it brings great honour to the Somali community in Queensland that he is now president of the Queensland African Communities Council. I congratulate our wonderful Eritrean community for their support to Queenslanders in need during the floods caused by ex-tropical cyclone Alfred. The Eritrean Community Association in Queensland mobilised over 30 volunteers to assist people seeking refuge at the Bethania Community Centre. Working in 24-hour shifts, the volunteers provided essential services, including cooking, cleaning, offering emotional support and advising residents who sought refuge in the community centre on the free services available at the centre. In many cases, the volunteers undertook significant risks navigating flood-prone suburbs to provide support to their fellow Australians in their time of need. I say thank you to our wonderful Queensland Eritrean community. Your actions reflect the very, very best of Australian values. On Sunday, 23 March, I attended a candle-lit vigil convened by members of our Syrian community. In the last month, there have been horrific attacks on the Alawite community in Syria, including the slaughter of innocent civilians. I spoke to members of the community on Sunday night, and their stories were absolutely heartbreaking. Whilst the Australian government has rightly condemned the violence, we have a moral obligation to our Syrian community, including our Alawite community, to do more. I call upon the Australian government to advocate through all international forums for the protection of all minority groups in Syria, including Alawites, Druze and Kurds. I call upon the Australian government to listen to the concerns of our Syrian community with respect to the availability of humanitarian visas for Syrian minorities who are being persecuted. And in particular, I refer to a matter which was raised with me on Sunday evening by members of the community. There are practical difficulties facing applicants with Australian family connections who are currently hiding in Syria and are unable to make applications from outside of Syria. And those practical considerations need to be considered by the Australian government. President, now is the time for all of us to do whatever we can to support our Syrian community. Earlier today, on the lawns outside Parliament House, the Congolese community presented me with a letter addressed to all members of the Australian Parliament. It calls for the Australian government to do all that it can to use its influence to bring about justice and peace in the DRC. Australia must bring our international influence to bear to stop foreign interference in the DRC and the pilfering of the mineral resources of the DRC. These resources should be for the benefit of the people of the DRC, not outsiders who illegally mine and export those resources for their own profiteering. International pressure should be exerted upon Rwanda to stop its support for the M23 rebel group. Rwanda's support for the M23 rebel group is clearly documented in the UN Group of Experts report, which was delivered to the Security Council on 27 December 2024. Australia should increase its humanitarian aid and make sure that aid reaches those in need. And that was a point which was stressed to me by members of the Congolese community earlier today. The government should also provide support to the community in Australia as it deals with the trauma, the horrendous trauma that has been caused by years and years of violence in the DRC. I thank the members of the Congolese diaspora from all over Australia who came to the lawns of Parliament House to deliver their message, and I now convey that message to all of the members of the Australian Senate on their behalf. Mr Acting Deputy President, as a Queensland Senator, I'm sure you agree that Queenslanders of Chinese heritage have made an outstanding contribution to our home state of Queensland. This contribution is celebrated in the Queensland Chinese Museum, which is an online virtual museum. The Chinese Museum of Queensland was relaunched. It's a museum which is available on the internet, a virtual museum, and it documents the stories and records of the Chinese community since the mid-1800s. In exploring the website, I was deeply moved, very deeply moved, by the telling of the story of the anti-Chinese riots in Brisbane on 5 May 1888, on the night of a Queensland election. An alcohol-fuelled mob attacked Chinese businesses, including the successful trading business owned by Sum Chik Tong and Leong Wei Ting. After the disastrous attack, their business, which they'd worked so hard to build up, not just in Brisbane but also in Stanthorpe, entered insolvency as a direct result of that attack on that dreadful night. It is a heartbreaking story, but a story which must be told. I pay my heartfelt thanks to the founders of the museum and the management committee and pledge my support to realise the dream of a physical museum, a just tribute to Queenslanders of Chinese heritage, both past and present. And finally, Mr Acting Deputy President, I should note the passing of our good friend Mr Jimmy Wang a number of weeks ago. And Jimmy was a wonderful member of the Liberal National Party family. After arriving in Queensland, he built a successful small business, and he was also chair of our Chinese Heritage branch. He worked extremely hard promoting the values of the Liberal National Party. He was a tireless worker for everything we believed in, and I'd like to say to Jimmy's family that we will continue to honour Jimmy's contribution, and we should all reflect on the contribution which Jimmy made to political life in this country, including the extremely important task of advocating for the values which our party believes in, Mr Acting Deputy President, to new Australians. Thank you, Jimmy Wang. Thank you. My heartfelt thanks, Jimmy, for your service to our party.
Thank you, Senator Scarr. Senator Whish-Wilson.
There's never been a more important time than now for strong public interest journalism. There's never been a more important time than now for journalism to be free of commercial and political interference. Now, many Australians are aware that there's been a push for years to get a royal commission into the Murdoch press and its influence on our democracy. So it's already under relentless assault from commercial and political interests. But unfortunately, and very concerningly, there's been a new development, a new assault on public interest journalism. And I wanted to talk about specifically tonight Australian Digital Holdings, ADH. Last year, in November, The Guardian published an article written by Amanda Mead, Fears for Local News Diversity if Right-Wing Start-Up by Southern Cross Regional TV Network. And it goes on to say, fringe news streaming channel ADH TV, Australian Digital Holdings TV, which launched with Alan Jones at the helm, confirms offer for 93 regional free-to-air stations. It goes on to talk about concerns, including from Matthew Ricketson, a professor of communication at Deakin University, who said, "We already know that the provision of locally gathered and reported news and current affairs in regional rural Australia is stretched almost to the breaking point. If what gets added in there now is slanted heavily to one side of politics or another, does that serve rural and regional audiences in being provided with good quality public interest journalism?" It was then reported, not long ago, Friday the 28th of February, that conservative news operator Australian Digital Holdings had purchased 7 Southern Cross Austereo's television assets. This was an article by Josh Duggan at the ABC. And he mentions that in Tasmania, 7 Nightly News has the highest ratings and the most eyeballs. And if you read Mr. Duggan's articles, he talks about concerns from Channel 7 staff that had been representations that had been made to him privately about their editorial independence, given the ultra-conservative background of Australian Digital Holdings. So what is Australian Digital Holdings? Well, Australian Digital Holdings TV launched in December 2021 with Alan Jones at the helm and some other shady characters. But most tellingly, it is chaired by Maurice Newman, the co-founder of Advance. So Senator Scarr, you get to hear me talk about this again tonight. Now, for those who don't know, Advance is the Liberal-aligned and Liberal-funded, through the McCormick Foundation, astroturfing group that led the No campaign against the Indigenous voice to Parliament and a string of other Conservative campaigns. And you'd probably have to be living under a rock to know that they're the group that are going after the Greens. They see the Greens as enemy number one in our democracy and are boasting to be spending up to $15 million to wipe us off the electoral map. So let's just say that they're trying to be significant players in the Australian landscape, and we don't really know much about them except that they are aligned with the Liberal Party directly and funded by the Liberal Party. And we also know they're aligned with the Atlas Network, a conservative think tank out of the US that has over 550 subsidiary organisations, including many here in Australia. Yet, throughout all Advance's toxic campaigning, they've refused to front the media, despite authoring and publishing vast quantities of disinformation. Now, not only is Australian Digital Holdings TV chaired by co-founder of Advance, as I mentioned, Maurice Newman, but until February 2025, it even listed Advance as one of its partners, one of its official partners on its website. Right, so this clearly gives rise to concerns that Australian Digital Holdings TV would not only join the likes of Rupert Murdoch's Sky News in operating a deeply conservative news channel, which of course it has a right to do, but will operate as Advance's very own media mouthpiece. Now, to your point just there, Senator Scarr, it'd be one thing if Australian Digital Holdings TV was to remain a fringe media entity, which it is, as is Sky TV, by the way. However, as I mentioned, on the 28th of February, they purchased 93 regional free-to-air stations owned by Southern Cross Austereo, including, unfortunately, in Tasmania, 7 News, the biggest and most popular commercial TV network. So these assets also included network tenant affiliates in Tasmania, Darwin, Spencer Gulf, Broken Hill, Mount Isa, and remote Central and Eastern Australia, and Channel 9 network regional affiliates in Spencer Gulf and Broken Hill. Now, as I mentioned, staff at Channel 7 News Tasmania are among those already raising concerns about Advance's ultra-right-wing leanings. Yet, when asked about ADH's TV's listing of Advance as one of their partners on their website, ADH director Jason Morrison blatantly lied, telling journalists that the partnership never existed. Yet we have screenshots of the site listing from February, which we have we were using in our research, coincidentally, which mentioned Advance, and I'll talk about this in a minute, a number of other very interesting official partners. But journalists who have been looking at this can also confirm the listing using Wayback Machine, which is an online internet archive that builds a digital library of internet sites. So, another question then, who is ADH Director Jason Morrison? Mr Morrison is a former advisor to mining magnate Gina Rinehart and has been a vocal supporter of Peter Dutton's nuclear plan. In 2014, he even confirmed he was interested in standing for one of the safest state Liberal seats in New South Wales. Well, of course, he's allowed to do that, but this is, we're joining a few dots here, Senator Scarr. It's starting to, a very clear picture is starting to emerge of another media outlet in this country that it was claiming until recently that it was directly associated with Advance and therefore the Liberal Party. Now, in addition to purchasing 93 free-to-air stations owned by Southern Cross Austereo, ADH TV has also launched the Australian arm of American right-wing media company Newsmax. Newsmax Australia's YouTube channel currently hosts programs with former Australian Christian lobby head Lyle Shelton, former federal Liberal candidate and anti-trans rights advocate Catherine Devis, David Flint, Chris Smith, and older videos from the Jones program. So where is the money coming from to pay for this? Well, all we know, apart from the fact that James Packer has invested some money in ADH TV, we're not sure who the other backers of this are. So as for Advance, according to AEC disclosures, Advance amassed over $5.2 million in donations in 2023 alone. So it's hardly a grassroots movement, and we know it's bankrolled by a number of very wealthy billionaires, some of them with direct connections to fossil fuel industries. And I've already, and it's no secret, it's on public record, that its backers include Sam Kennard, to vitamin mogul Australian rich lister Marcus Blackmore, coal barons like Trevor St Barker, and multi-millionaire investment bank managers like Simon Fenwick. They're certainly not trying to hide that. That's all on public record. So who were the other Advance partners on the website? Who were the other partners of Australian Digital Holdings on the website that they secretly took down and then have denied ever existed? They mentioned Centre for Independent Studies, Institute of Public Affairs, CPAC, Samuel Griffiths, all Atlas organisations, all our favourite Australian subsidiaries of Atlas organisations. However, they also included One Nation and Family First, and both have also been funded by the Cormack Foundation, as I mentioned, as had Advance. So here we have a shady, dodgy network of right-wing think tanks, all associated with an international umbrella group of think tanks, the Atlas Network, all associated with a Liberal Party, and now they're buying our media assets. As I mentioned earlier, there's never been a more important time than now to invest in public interest journalism and have a media that is free of commercial and political interests.
The Senate stands adjourned. We'll meet again tomorrow at 9 a.m.